integration in host societies and provides hands-on information for foreign nationals. This directive is the first step towards a common European policy on economic migration. In Parliament, Manfred Weber is stepping up the fight against illegal immigration through stronger protection of Europe's external borders and a strong visa regime.
Thousands of people are coming illegally into the European Union each year, and we need common standards. We have totally different standards between Slovakia and Ukraine border and the Italian. We need common standards, and we need an authority, I would say Frontex, we need an authority who is checking these standards.
Under a Smart Borders Initiative package, the EPP wants a visa suspension mechanism if visa conditions are being abused.
Whoever is suffering these violence, either she's in the United Kingdom, she's in Germany, and she wants to travel to another country inside the European Union, she will have the same protection she has in the United Kingdom. This is very important.
nation of 4.5 million, Croatia is one of the wealthiest former Yugoslav republics, and its largest trading partner is the EU. Membership is likely to further boost Croatia's economy.
One of the objectives and sort of underlying motive for Croatia's eagerness to join and to go through the lengthy process that we've been through in the accession period is achieving political stability. And in many ways, this has a lot to do with economic success.
Croatian opposition leader Tomislav Karamarko, a member of the EPP group, says the EPP's support was crucial during the years of accession talks.
Naravno, uloga EPP-a ne samo sada, nego i prije i uvijek vrlo značajna za Hrvatsku. Vrlo značajna za Hrvatsku demokratsku zajednicu. Imali smo vrlo snažnu podršku tokom cijelog trajanja pregovora sa Europskom unijom.
Accession was highly complicated, thousands of pages of rules and regulations to conform to, requiring reform of the economy and the government. There were crackdowns on crime and corruption and prosecution of suspected war criminals. A key player in the negotiations was the EPP group's Davor Stier, former special representative for European and transatlantic relations. He remembers a critical moment in the talks.
There was, in particular, one or two countries that were still reluctant to accept that and to conclude negotiations with Croatia. And here, friends from the EPP told us how to approach these countries. And also in some meetings, they had a crucial role in getting the necessary consensus for that.
Hard to believe that 20 years ago, Croatia was in the middle of Europe's worst conflict since World War II, the violent breakup of Yugoslavia. Adriana Kremenas-Danicic, now head of Europe Home Dubrovnik, remembers.
Dort, wo wir jetzt sind, und das ist die Hauptstraße von Dubrovnik, fielen noch immer die Granaten. Und damals haben wir geglaubt, dass gerade die europäische Integration, der europäische Integrationsprozess, dass die einzige Lösung für diesen Teil Europas darstellt. Also nicht nur für Kroatien, sondern auch für alle anderen benachbarten Länder.
That time seems so far away, with Dubrovnik painstakingly restored with the help of EU funding. Croatia is also among the world's top tourist destinations, and no wonder. It has 5,800 kilometers of coastline, most of it composed of islands. Niko Bulic was tourism minister who helped change the post-war image of Croatia as an independent country.
Croatia as a name didn't exist, so the important thing was to brand old favorite destinations with new names that people in the world understand. When you say Dubrovnik, it is Croatia. When you say Dalmatia, it is touristic region of Croatia. When you say Istria, it is Croatia.
Beyond tourism, European membership for Croatia provides stability as well as economic development. But European integration is still a work in progress and needs the support of all parties.
Pred Hrvatskom je još veliki put, rekao bih, jel? Pitanje, dakle, koje se svima nameće kao veliki problem je teška gospodarska situacija i u Europi i u Hrvatskoj. Prema tome, mi ćemo pokušati najprije preko nekih zahvata u gospodarstvu adaptirati, dakle, naše gospodarstvo sa evropskim. Mi moramo sada vidjeti na koji način mi možemo i šta ponuditi Europskoj uniji, a isto tako pomoći sebi. Definitivno, Europska unija je za nas veliki izazov, jedna velika ponuda, rekao bih, jedna velika šansa da naši poduzetnici ostvare puno više od onog što su mogli ostvariti u Hrvatskoj.
So joining the EU is just a part of a process of economic transition, still a long road ahead.
Now times are harder, and in that sense I think there is a much greater awareness in Croatia that whether we will use the opportunities to Croatia's advantage depends almost entirely on our own capacity and on being able to pull the brains and skills that we do have, not necessarily in the state administration and public administration, but to pull them there and put them to work.
Croatia overcame the ravages of war, tackled a financial crisis, and still managed to qualify for EU membership. That's because it's a win-win for both Croatia and the EU, which could help cement the peace in the Balkans. Find out more about the activities of the largest political force in Parliament by checking eppgroup.eu. Thanks for watching, and see you again soon.
Find out the results of the European Parliament elections and who will lead Europe in the next term.
To understand what these results mean for you,
watch our special election night program live on EPP TV on May 25th from 7:30 p.m. with minute-by-minute, country-by-country results and in-depth analysis.
Coverage will include exit polls and official results, interviews with leading members of the EPP group, and debates with European politicians and journalists.
Find out how the Parliament's new leadership could impact issues affecting all of us.
EPP TV's team of journalists will be on site in the European Parliament with live connections to EU capitals to gather the news and keep you informed in English, German, Spanish, French, and Italian.
It's decision time in Europe for Europe, so don't get left behind.
Watch EPP TV at eppgroup.eu, at YouTube, also on Synaptic Digital. Follow us on Twitter and on Facebook.
Don't miss this unique live event.
See you on Sunday at 7:30 p.m. Central European Time. Investors and financial institutions around the world have long relied on credit rating agencies to assess risk. Those very agencies are blamed in part for the financial crisis after failing to report the true risks of subprime mortgages. The European Parliament has approved legislation aimed at restoring confidence in those credit rating agencies and, in turn, stability in the financial markets. A leading force behind the reform is Jean-Paul Gauzès, the EPP Group's coordinator on the Parliament's Economic and Monetary Affairs Committee. He says the legislation to take effect in 2015 is aimed at ensuring credit ratings agencies play a positive role in the economy. And he says the legislation has already had a positive effect.
Je crois qu'on peut constater que les agences ont fait des efforts pour s'adapter à la nouvelle réglementation, que contrairement à ce qui était annoncé, ça n'a pas créé la catastrophe, et qu'on a une certaine une meilleure quiétude sur les marchés financiers, mais les réformes sont suffisamment récentes, notamment sur les dettes souveraines, pour qu'on ne puisse pas en tirer encore toutes les conclusions, mais je crois qu'on peut être optimiste.
Gauzès worked closely with EU Commissioner Michel Barnier, also a member of the EPP.
Ah oui, il y a un très grand changement pour ces agences de notation. Et les agences font partie de ce paysage qui doit être mieux régulé et correctement supervisé. Donc je veux dire que ce n'est pas le thermomètre qui crée la fièvre, mais en revanche, le thermomètre doit fonctionner correctement. Il ne doit pas aggraver, il ne doit pas accentuer la fièvre, ce qui a été quelquefois le cas, on l'a vu avec certaines agences de notation.
A number of struggling EU governments have suffered from credit ratings they say unfairly raised their borrowing costs. The legislation sets a calendar limiting unsolicited ratings of sovereign debt to 3 a year. The rules affect agencies including the US-based majors Fitch, Standard & Poor's, and Moody's, which drew criticism during the financial crisis.
La volonté en mettant en place ce dispositif, c'était d'éviter qu'il n'y ait des notations intempestives à des moments anormaux, alors que ces notes sont légitimes, à condition qu'elles ne viennent pas perturber plus que raisonnablement les marchés, notamment les marchés financiers. Par exemple, sortir une note non annoncée, non sollicitée, la veille d'une réunion de l'ECOFIN qui va mettre en difficulté telle ou telle décision que prendraient les ministres.
The European Banking Federation has been generally supportive of the new rules.
I think the very positive aspect of it is that it has been firmly put in a regulatory sphere. I think also the ESMA supervision, the sort of European Security Markets Authority, to have an oversight in terms of how are the governance arrangements inside the rating agencies that are acceptable to offer their opinions in the European Union. That, I think, has beneficial effect. It's also some first step towards a more singular supervisory approach.
Ratings agencies have been accused of competing for ratings contracts by making favorable ratings of certain bundled investments that included subprime mortgages. Some agencies have been accused of conflict of interest, coloring their ratings reports, helping set off the subprime financial crisis.
One element that is also very useful and helpful is to try and diminish the over-reliance on credit ratings. That was certainly something I think that with the heady days of the pre-crisis, people were forgetting to do their own homework. And I think this is an important part of the refocus by the Parliament and the Council as co-legislator to really make it clear to everybody that you can't just take a rating and act on the back of that.
Gauzès says the reform, which is to take effect in 2015, aims to combat conflict of interest by limiting cross-investments.
Il y a des risques de conflit d'intérêts auxquels il faut apporter remède.
European bankers back the idea but are not certain of the impact.
The proposals to eliminate conflict of interest rules within the credit rating agencies are sensible, but again, in practice, not that straightforward to implement, so we'll have to see what that leads to.
The reform calls for establishment of a European credit ratings agency, though both Gauzès and Christo say it could be a long way off.
If the liability requirements and the obligations resting on rating agencies are now so strict or heavy, as a new market entrant, as a new proposition to do that, the appetite is just not there in a, shall we say, private market context.
The legislation adds teeth to the reform by increasing civil liability for ratings agencies, allowing those negatively affected to sue for damages.
Celui qui se plaint d'un grief à l'égard d'une agence doit indiquer clairement quel est le grief qu'il invoque, quelle est la réglementation qui aurait été violée, et c'est alors à l'agence de prouver qu'elle a fait le nécessaire pour être en conformité avec la réglementation. Je prends un exemple concret. Une note est mauvaise, entre guillemets. Un investisseur se plaint en disant si cette note n'était pas exacte, n'était pas bonne, c'est parce que vous employez un personnel qui n'est pas qualifié. L'agence devra prouver qu'elle a recruté du personnel qui remplissait les conditions professionnelles nécessaires.
The reform doesn't mean the pressure's off governments to be fiscally responsible. Credit ratings will remain an early warning system.
That is a market discipline that will indeed apply and that will help sovereigns and governments to run a tidy ship.
Le vrai problème de ces notations, c'est pas qu'elles existent. On a besoin d'évaluer les risques. C'est une vieille histoire que d'évaluer les risques et de prendre une bonne décision d'investissement en ayant le meilleur jugement sur le risque qu'on prend. Il faut simplement que la notation soit correcte, qu'elle tombe au bon moment, qu'elle ne soit pas non plus obligatoire dans tous les domaines.
It's difficult to estimate the damage from credit rating agencies in the financial crisis. There's plenty of blame to go around. But the European Parliament has taken action aimed at ensuring that risk assessment does not compound the hardship in economies struggling to recover. Find out more about the activities of the largest political force in Parliament by checking eppgroup.eu. Thanks for watching, and see you again soon.
Find out the results of the European Parliament elections and who will lead Europe in the next term.
To understand what these results mean for you,
watch our special Election Night program live on EPP TV on May 25th from 7:30 p.m. with minute-by-minute, country-by-country results and in-depth analysis.
Coverage will include exit polls and official results, interviews with leading members of the EPP group, and debates with European politicians and journalists.
Find out how the Parliament's new leadership could impact issues affecting all of us.
EPP TV's team of journalists will be on site in the European Parliament with live connections to EU capitals to gather the news and keep you informed in English, German, Spanish, French, and Italian.
It's decision time in Europe for Europe, so don't get left behind.
Watch EPP TV at eppgroup.eu, at YouTube, also on Synaptic Digital. Follow us on Twitter and on Facebook.
Don't miss this unique live event.
See you on Sunday at 7:30 p.m. Central European Time.
For decades, it's been a cornerstone policy affecting the livelihood of farmers around the EU.
today providing food security to 500 million Europeans. Reform of the Common Agricultural Policy, or CAP, approved by Parliament and due to come into force in 2015, continues the decoupling of assistance to farmers from their production, the so-called first pillar, linking payments instead to market conditions and yields, as well as mandatory greening measures. The reforms are also about strengthening rural development, its second pillar, through agri-environmental measures and assistance to modernize aging or outdated agricultural equipment. The CAP reforms recognize the vitality and diversity of European farming on fields like this one here in Belgium, not only in terms of feeding people, but also literally preserving the landscape itself. The reforms reward sustainable practices which preserve biodiversity and the ecology of rural areas, which account for 77% of total European landmass. For Europe's estimated 14 million farmers, the CAP aims to ensure a fair standard of living and affordable food prices for consumers. Around 57 billion euros, or 43% of the total EU budget, is currently spent on the CAP. 30 years ago, it represented nearly 3/4 of the total budget, clear evidence that it is not as all-consuming as it once was. However, what EPP Group lawmakers have successfully managed is continued direct income and market support for farmers in exchange for implementing greater environmental measures. EPP Group spokesperson on environmental issues, Elisabeth Köstinger, called the vote a big victory for rural development and the group's efforts in Parliament.
We are very much in favor of the greening which is proposed from Commission, but we also say that countries and farmers which already have done a lot for agricultural, environmental, climate measures should not be punished. The Rural Development Fund is for the whole rural areas, so a lot of communities and projects where the agricultural sector is linked are also very much supported by the Fund of Rural Development.
Meanwhile, the EPP Group's Mairead McGuinness says the reform result is that farmers and consumers continue to be the beneficiaries of the world's highest quality produce.
They want a territorial balance to the landscape. They want to make sure that farming isn't concentrated into one region. And we're doing that through this agriculture policy. And we're also saying to citizens, we spend a lot of money on agriculture because we value at our very core in the European Union what farming and food production means to our citizens and to our farmers.
Another key issue is fair distribution of farming support. The CAP budget redistribution between newer and older member states means no farmer will receive less than 75% of the community average by 2019. Reducing the impact of volatility on input prices is another issue. Energy and fertilizer prices have increased dramatically in recent years, and funding will continue to go to softening that blow for farmers. It represents progress and sustainability for farmers, says Pekka Pesonen, Secretary General of the Farmers and Cooperatives Association, Copa Cogeca.
The outcome actually endorses, confirms the importance of the CAP. We hand more or less maintenance of the Common Agricultural Policy financial framework. Of course, it's not a perfect solution for us from farming community, but at the end it was recognition of the importance of the CAP for the whole of Europe and not only for agriculture.
Direct financial support for farmers has become ever more crucial with the recent economic crises. In some cases, up to 60% of income is derived from the CAP. But reforms are intended to make 30% of overall income dependent on compliance with efficient agricultural practices related to sustainability, preservation of grasslands, and crop diversity. EPP Group member Albert Dess says the reforms will achieve that.
Ich bin überzeugt, dass mit den Beschlüssen, die jetzt gefasst worden sind, sowohl die europäische Landwirtschaft leben kann, wie auch die Interessen von mehr Nachhaltigkeit berücksichtigt wurden. Wenn ich nur daran erinnere, dass jetzt verpflichtend auch in der zweiten Säule 30% für Agrarumweltmaßnahmen verwendet werden müssen, dann ist das eine wesentliche Verbesserung. Auf der anderen Seite ist aber auch für die Landwirte eine stabile erste Säule erhalten geblieben, damit sie auch Planungssicherheit für die Zukunft haben.
The reforms are also about better supporting so-called active farmers, that is, farmers who really work the land and not those who simply use the land for air or rail transport, sports facilities, and the like. Now, an influx of younger people as active farmers in that case would be not only welcome, but necessary. Farming is labor and capital intensive, and the economic climate does not make it easy for younger farmers under the age of 35, who represent only an estimated 6% of all farmers. In addition, there are still discrepancies between farmers in the east and west of Europe. Redistribution and incentives for younger farmers is key, says Pesonen.
We would like to see this emphasis for young farmers put into the investment plans, that those young farmers that are interested in getting into the sector, they would be given a boost to put up their business, and for the next 25, 30 years that is required. This is really important for us. Then, of course, we support the Commission initiative when it comes to redistribution support to a certain extent amongst member states. We see a, let's say, long-term trend where we need to have more uniform set of policies put in place. But then this takes a long time. It takes years. It's not kind of going to be overnight.
And while the EU's farmers continue to receive large amounts of the public budget, defenders say the CAP acts as a backstop to prevent supply security and food safety from slipping to levels the average EU citizen simply won't accept. Meanwhile, the EPP Group has supported farmers' efforts to organize themselves into producer organizations, groups which would be in a stronger negotiating position vis-à-vis the food distribution sector. Voters in next year's European elections should feel reassured, says the EPP Group's Merid McGuinness.
So there are two key messages to two core sets of voters here. First of all, to the farming community, that the Common Agriculture Policy survives, reformed, an environmental focus and linking payments to land. The second message is to the wider citizens who actually want to have food produced in Europe.
Just as importantly, European Union's elected officials now for the first time have the power to guide and vote together with the European Council on measures which help safeguard the sustainability requirements for both farmers and consumers. Agricultural reform has always been complex, and its sheer financial size means there will be winners and losers. But in a world of fast-shifting fortunes, lawmakers don't want to gamble on holding hostage Europe's food supply chain and the millions of very real people, farmers and consumers, who depend on it. Find out more about the activities of Parliament's largest political force by going to eppgroup.eu. Thanks for looking in, and see you again soon.
Find out the results of the European Parliament elections and who will lead Europe in the next term.
To understand what these results mean for you,
watch our special Election Night program live on EPP TV on May 25th from 7:30 p.m. with minute-by-minute, country-by-country results and in-depth analysis.
Coverage will include exit polls and official results, interviews with leading members of the EPP Group, and debates with European politicians and journalists.
Find out how the Parliament's new leadership could impact issues affecting all of us.
EPP TV's team of journalists will be on site in the European Parliament with live connections to EU capitals to gather the news and keep you informed in English, German, Spanish, French, and Italian.
It's decision time in Europe for Europe, so don't get left behind.
Watch EPP TV at eppgroup.eu, at YouTube, also on Synaptic Digital. Follow us on Twitter and on Facebook.
Don't miss this unique live event.
See you on Sunday at 7:30 p.m. Central European Time.
Lograr un sistema común para registrar las patentes en la Unión Europea ha sido objeto de debate durante los últimos 30 años. Pero por fin, las instituciones europeas han dado luz verde a un proyecto que ayudará a reducir de manera considerable los costes e incrementará la protección y la innovación. El Grupo PPE ha sido firme defensor de esta iniciativa y confía en que el nuevo sistema de patentes alentará a las empresas a innovar e intensificará su competitividad. Nos lo cuenta Raffaele Baldassare, el ponente de este informe.
Oggi, con la crisi incombente e con le necessità di ridare forza alle nostre imprese, l'obiettivo del del brevetto unico europeo era assolutamente indispensabile e finalmente, pur superando delle divisioni, lo abbiamo raggiunto.
A partir de ahora, no solo será más simple registrar una patente que tendrá validez en todos los países de la Unión y será más barata. La nueva normativa también contempla la creación de un único órgano jurisdiccional para resolver los litigios en este campo. El Tribunal Europeo de Patentes tendrá su sede en París y contará con las salas especializadas en Londres y en Múnich. Este tendrá competencia exclusiva en casos relativos a la validez o al incumplimiento tanto de las patentes europeas clásicas como en aquellas con efecto unitario.
The change compared to the system which we have currently is after the grant. And after the grant, indeed, the new regime facilitates very much the situation. In fact, you don't have to protect your patent once you have got the grant. You don't have to validate it in all the different member states, but you have one single validation step, which is with the European Patent Office. You have one single register, you have one single administration, and you pay your renewal fees at one single place, namely the European Patent Office.
Un sistema consolidato che permette finalmente agli imprenditori europei di avere un titolo che vale in tutta l'Europa. Oggi, con la registrazione presso l'Ufficio Europeo dei Brevetti, avremo finalmente un brevetto che vale in tutti i paesi che aderiscono a questo progetto. E quindi, naturalmente, una riduzione enorme degli oneri burocratici, dei costi, delle necessità di registrare dappertutto, quindi una semplificazione notevolissima.
La primera patente europea se espera para abril de 2014, toda vez que todavía los Estados miembros deben ratificar esta nueva propuesta. Desde ese momento, la patente será válida o podrá ser revocada en todos los Estados miembros que forman parte de este sistema. En principio, 25 Estados miembros participarán en el mecanismo de la patente europea única. Se estima que el coste por patente sea de 4.700 euros, cuando hasta ahora el coste medio ascendía a los 36.000 euros. Una carga excesiva para las empresas che compiten a livello mondiale.
Non eravamo concorrenziali rispetto ai nostri competitor internazionali. Negli Stati Uniti un brevetto costa $1.800, anche meno. In Giappone più o meno siamo sulla stessa cifra. Per registrare un brevetto in Europa in 13 paesi il costo va dai 20 ai 40.000 euro. Allora, poiché molte aziende registrano non uno, ma decine e decine, centinaia di brevetti, e poi è facile fare i conti e capire quanto costa.
This is a huge simplification, this is a huge cost-saving element, and therefore we are convinced at the European Patent Office that this will boost the economy.
¿Por qué se ha tardado 30 años en llegar a un sistema tan ventajoso para las empresas? Cada Estado miembro quería que la patente estuviera traducida en su lengua. Al final, se eligieron 3 idiomas. Pero ¿quién asumirá el coste de estas traducciones?
Indeed, the European Patent Office works in 3 official languages, French, German and English, and you can file a patent in any of these 3 languages. In the future, the unitary patent regulations foresee a language regime which includes the translation of this patent so that you always have at least one English version of it. And the regime also foresees that the costs for this translation are covered by the regime itself.
En Europa hubo cerca de 62.000 nuevos registros en la Oficina Europea de Patentes frente a las 224.000 de Estados Unidos y a las 172.000 registradas en China. Una única patente puede ser clave para que Europa salga de la crisis, pero todavía quedan muchas cosas por hacer para impulsar la competitividad en el viejo continente.
È chiaro che a questo solo non basta. Dobbiamo continuare ad investire in ricerca, in tecnologia, innovazione, perché la sfida del futuro è questa.
Ya se puede presumir de tener una patente europea común, un paso más para volver a la primera fila de la investigación mundial. Para seguir informado de las actividades de la mayor fuerza política aquí en el Parlamento Europeo, visita nuestra página web. Muchas gracias por su atención y hasta pronto.
Find out the results of the European Parliament elections and who will lead Europe in the next term.
To understand what these results mean for you,
watch our special Election Night program live on EPP TV on May 25th from 7:30 p.m. with minute-by-minute, country-by-country results and in-depth analysis.
Coverage will include exit polls and official results, interviews with leading members of the EPP group, and debates with European politicians and journalists.
Find out how the Parliament's new leadership could impact issues affecting all of us.
EPP TV's team of journalists will be on site in the European Parliament with live connections to EU capitals to gather the news and keep you informed in English, German, Spanish, French, and Italian.
It's decision time in Europe for Europe, so don't get left behind.
Watch EPP TV at eppgroup.eu, at YouTube, also on Synaptic Digital. Follow us on Twitter and on Facebook.
Don't miss this unique live event.
See you on Sunday at 7:30 p.m. Central European Time.
Bei einem schweren Unfall, bei dem man selbst nicht mehr in der Lage ist, die Rettung zu informieren und die europaweite Notrufnummer 112 zu wählen, war man bislang darauf angewiesen, dass zufällig Passanten vorbeikommen und die Rettung verständigen. Das soll sich nun ändern. In Zukunft soll das Fahrzeug selbst in der Lage sein, die 112 zu wählen.
Damit der elektronische Notruf eCall funktioniert, müssen 3 Grundbedingungen erfüllt sein. Das eine, ein Fahrzeug muss ausgestattet sein, damit ein Notruf abgehen kann. Das zweite ist, er muss irgendwo ankommen, dieser Notruf, nämlich bei den Rettungsleitstellen in den Mitgliedstaaten. Und als drittes, es müssen natürlich die Mobilfunkanbieter, die die Verbindung zwischen beiden herstellen, so weit entwickelt sein, dass der Notruf auch prioritär durchgeleitet werden kann.
Die Europäische Kommission setzte das Ziel, zwischen den Jahren 2011 bis 2020 die Anzahl der Verkehrstoten zu halbieren.
The most recent data we have for 2012 tell us that almost 28,000 people lost their lives in road collisions in the European Union. Moreover, at least 250,000 serious injuries were recorded. So every measure should be taken to make sure that this carnage on the road is stopped.
Deshalb geht die Forderung der Experten noch weiter.
Motorradfahrer haben besonders oft Alleinunfälle, das heißt, wir haben gar keinen weiteren Beteiligten. Und da so ein Motorrad, wenn es erstmal aus der Kurve getragen wurde, ja auch nicht mehr sichtbar ist, weil es relativ klein ist, werden diese Menschen dann teilweise erst nach Stunden gefunden. Und das kann die entscheidende Zeit sein, die zwischen Leben und Tod unterscheidet. Und deswegen ist das ganz wichtig, dass wir eCall auch für Motorräder bekommen.
Der elektronische Notruf baut dabei auf der Idee auf, intelligente Verkehrssysteme einzuführen.
Und zu diesen ITS, intelligenten Verkehrssystemen, gehört einmal diese Infrastruktur für eCall, aber eben auch eine intelligente Parkplatzsuche für Lkw vor allen Dingen, auch ein Reservierungssystem. Auch hierzu gibt es Vorschläge unterdessen von der Europäischen Kommission. Und ich glaube, das Thema Verkehrsinformation in Echtzeit sind für jedermann, für jede Frau von großem Interesse. Auch das gehört zum Thema intelligente Verkehrssysteme.
eCall soll außerdem für den Autokäufer erschwinglich sein.
Für den Käufer eines Fahrzeuges ist es natürlich wichtig, was kostet der Einbau eines solchen eCall-Systems, der Hardware. Und er wird mit weit unter 100 € hinkommen. Vor allen Dingen, weil die Sensoren nicht extra eingebaut werden müssen. Die neuen Fahrzeuge haben all die Dinge schon drin, also Gurtstraffer und Sensoren dazu. Antiblockiersysteme, ESP, all die Dinge, die im Grunde genommen gebraucht werden, um den Notruf auszulösen, die sind sowieso im Fahrzeug integriert und schon da. Die muss man nicht extra kaufen oder einbauen.
Wer allerdings nicht darauf warten möchte, bis es den Lebensretter als im Fahrzeug eingebaute Version geben wird, kann nachrüsten.
Es kommt bei Gebrauchtfahrzeugen natürlich darauf an, dass wir eine Nachrüsttechnik haben. Das versuchen wir gerade zu realisieren, indem man ein kleines Zusatzmodul kauft, in dem ein Chip drin ist. Der wird mit dem Handy verbunden und wenn dann eine Verzögerung gemessen wird, die nicht normal ist, wird derjenige angerufen. Meldet er sich nicht, können wir die Rettungskräfte alarmieren.
Die europaweite Notrufnummer 112 soll dabei auch in Zukunft die Hauptrolle spielen.
Das Retten von Menschenleben nach einem Unfall ist aus meiner Sicht eine hoheitliche Aufgabe der Mitgliedstaaten. Deshalb ist es für mich so wichtig, dass der Notruf eCall 112 basiert ist.
Doch damit eCall Realität wird, müssen die beteiligten Akteure noch ihre Aufgaben erfüllen.
Für die Autohersteller machen wir jetzt eine Verordnung, also ein zwingendes Gesetz. Für die Mitgliedstaaten, denen empfehlen wir sehr hart und sehr konkret, ihre Verpflichtungen einzugehen und die Rettungsleitstellen umzubauen. Und ich glaube, die Mobilfunkanbieter sind fertig. Danach könnte es morgen losgehen.
Jetzt kommt es also darauf an, dass Mitgliedstaaten, Automobilhersteller und Mobilfunkanbieter Hand in Hand arbeiten, damit das elektronische Notrufsystem eCall in Zukunft zur Selbstverständlichkeit in jedem Fahrzeug wird. Wenn Sie mehr über die Arbeit der EVP-Fraktion erfahren wollen, dann besuchen Sie uns auf unserer Homepage eppgroup.eu. Vielen Dank für Ihr Interesse und bis bald.
Find out the results of the European Parliament elections and who will lead Europe in the next term.
To understand what these results mean for you,
watch our special Election Night program live on EPP TV on May 25th from 7:30 p.m. with minute-by-minute, country-by-country results and in-depth analysis.
Coverage will include exit polls and official results, interviews with leading members of the EPP group, and debates with European politicians and journalists.
Find out how the Parliament's new leadership could impact issues affecting all of us.
EPP TV's team of journalists will be on site in the European Parliament with live connections to EU capitals to gather the news and keep you informed in English, German, Spanish, French, and Italian.
It's decision time in Europe for Europe, so don't get left behind.
Watch EPP TV at eppgroup.eu, at YouTube, also on Synaptic Digital. Follow us on Twitter and on Facebook.
Don't miss this unique live event.
See you on Sunday at 7:30 p.m. Central European Time.
It's a significant victory for Europe's hard-pressed consumers. Now checking maps or videos, social media, or your emails on mobile devices like this just got a little bit easier on that, and not to mention, on the wallet. These latest incremental steps towards creating a single European telecoms market came after fierce opposition from big firms who say it will cost them billions in profits and hurt new infrastructure rollout. European companies made an estimated 15 billion euros in roaming fees in 2013. Meanwhile, EPP Group members played key roles in pushing through the roaming reforms to fight against price gouging by operators. EPP member and Parliament's chief negotiator Angelika Niebler explained that the aim is falling prices to encourage increased usage by consumers who fearfully await their next monthly phone bill.
They realized that the European Parliament really went ahead, and also our EPP Group went ahead in order to push Commission coming forward with a proposal reducing roaming charges all over Europe. And our overall aim, of course, is in 2016 to get rid of all the roaming charges.
Data roaming today is nearly 100% cheaper than in 2007. So what message do operators hit with declining profits have for consumers? Martin Whitehead is European Director of the Mobile Industry Association, GSMA. He says reforms may be good for consumers, but they carry their own price tag.
I mean, there is a cost associated to roaming without any shadow of doubt. I mean, it's not a service that's free to provide. What we are seeing, as you suggested, is quite interesting offers now coming into the market where roaming forms part of a bundle that's offered to the consumer. And I think operators are reacting now to the challenge of providing their customers with offers that match their roaming needs. And we're seeing that trend already develop.
From 2014, customers would be able to keep costs down by selecting another provider for calls, texts, and internet data services while traveling if their own network charges extra for service abroad, all without having to change their phone number or buy a new SIM card. BEUC, the European Consumer Organization, and its Director General Monique Goyens says consumers have suffered enough from the uneven pricing of more than 100 mobile providers in Europe.
We believe in a vibrant marketplace. Now, a vibrant marketplace can take place with 3, 4, 5 operators, more than with 100 operators. It really depends on how they compete with each other. But also we believe that competition can take place between different technologies. And that's, in fact, where we believe that innovation can play a role in competition and also in opening the marketplace to the consumer welfare.
The headline figures on the price caps are eye-catching. 19 cents per minute for a call by July of 2014, down from 24 cents in 2013. Mobile data downloads would fall to 20 cents per megabyte compared to €4 per megabyte in 2009. Text message prices fell in 2013 to 8 cents per text from 9 cents in 2012 and are to fall to 6 cents in 2014. These kind of price cuts sound like uniformly bad news for the mobile industry. But are they?
What our industry needs most of all is regulatory certainty. And when things change or the goalposts are moved in very short timescales, that can obviously lead to more uncertainty, which can risk undermining the investment that's required to underpin everything that happens both within the digital economy, as I said earlier, that also touches on the broader economy. So this ultimately is about growth, it's about jobs, investment and innovation.
The latest rules let users receive warnings from their providers about a mobile phone bill grown out of control. The heaviest users, though, offering the greatest growth potential but also most at risk from predatory pricing, are younger consumers.
Difficult to understand contracts with long mandatory subscriptions are to be simplified and shortened to allow greater switching to find the most competitive rates. Various European youth groups have called high roaming charges a significant obstacle to mobility and fundamental freedoms for young people working and traveling abroad. Angelika Niebler says both consumers and the industry stand to gain from both taming and encouraging young mobile users' voracious appetites for calling, texting, and chatting.
We moved forward saying, get rid of the roaming charges, let's put legislation on the table so that everyone moving around in the internet, using all the different services, has an advantage of our legislation. So it's good for the kids. They can use now to much lower prices all the devices they have. And also for the parents, I think it's no price shocks anymore.
Another area is internet speed, or the lack thereof, versus what has been promised in broadband networks. More accountability is needed, and it has to start with roaming, where the industry argument for keeping it is weak, says Monique Goyens.
I just cannot believe it, because roaming is still a very marginal part of the income of a telecom operator who focuses their business on the domestic market. So would that be really a major loss in their business plan or in their cost-benefit analysis? If they really need to invest, why didn't they already invest the benefit that they have through roaming in the current infrastructure system?
The aim is to stimulate competition, which leads to lower prices and greater consumption by telecom's clients. It's all part of creating a single digital market in Europe, says Angelika Niebler.
If you look, for instance, how the IT industry is flourishing in the United States, if you look at South Korea, you know how they really are promoting how the rollout of broadband is moving forward in other regions of the world, and how difficult it is for us here in the European Union really to support our key level players in the market.
New technologies that encourage uptake cost a lot. But with uptake of new mobile technologies at 20% in the US and only 2% in the EU, more mergers and consolidation could be on the way. So, will the new single telecoms package help speed investment and help competition and consumers? 3 quick views.
More and more you're seeing mobile networks and mobile services coming into other areas like health, education, utilities and transport.
I cannot say we need 20, 50 or 100 players in the market. I think we need a broad mix of smaller companies, smaller undertakings, offering some specific products on the retail market, for instance. For that we need to ensure that they have access also to the network infrastructure.
There is some sort of an optimum level of competition that should be achieved in order for consumers to reap the most benefit out of this competitive environment.
In a recent EU study, more than 70% of European travelers said they limited their roaming calls for fear of cost, and only 19% believe data roaming prices to be fair. That is the driver for change now underway.
So it's people like Angelika Niebler who are working with consumers and mobile competition to find the best level playing field possible. But while mobile operators and the Commission are working to their own agendas to help keep European markets profitable and cutting edge, roaming still feels more like a luxury than a commodity to ordinary citizens. Find out more about the activities of Parliament's largest political force by going to eppgroup.eu. Thanks for looking in, and see you again soon.
Find out the results of the European Parliament elections and who will lead Europe in the next term.
To understand what these results mean for you,
watch our special Election Night program live on EPP TV on May 25th from 7:30 p.m. with minute-by-minute, country-by-country results and in-depth analysis.
Coverage will include exit polls and official results, interviews with leading members of the EPP group, and debates with European politicians and journalists.
Find out how the Parliament's new leadership could impact issues affecting all of us.
EPP TV's team of journalists will be on site in the European Parliament with live connections to EU capitals.
Do you want me to speak? I can't. I am speaking.
In Europe, for Europe.
EPP TV at eppgroup.eu, at YouTube, also on Synaptic.
I don't know what it is you want me to do. It is not clear at all.
7:30 p.m. Central European Time.
I can hear what's being broadcast, but I can't hear anything from the floor.
Can you hear me? Can you hear? English booth, can you hear? No? It should... My channel's on. It should be working.
É uma segurança muito grande, porque...
The microphone's on. Can you hear me? I'm talking now. Can you hear what I'm saying? Turn it on. It is turned on. Channel 2.
Em algum centro de saúde público e por isso acho que recomendo a toda a Europa que eu tenha também.
One of the most important concerns for people is their health, but out of all of its portfolios, the EU really has its hands tied when it comes to healthcare because it's considered such a national competence. According to the Lisbon Treaty, there is no legal framework for the EU to adopt a general European law in the field of healthcare. Member states are responsible for the organisation, management, financing and delivery of their own healthcare. So what role can and has the EU played to improve public health in Europe? Its 2008-2013 health programme aimed to provide a benchmark for common healthcare standards across the Union and narrow the gap between different practices in the member states through closer cooperation and a better exchange of experiences, information and knowledge. A comprehensive health information system is being developed to provide EU-wide access to reliable and up-to-date information on health-related topics. In particular, the European Parliament has been working on improving the diagnosis of rare diseases and has put in place a system where a specialist in another country can use his or her expertise to help confirm the diagnosis and allow the patient to be treated by that expert in another member state. To give his thoughts on the EU's role in healthcare is Dr. Bertolini, Chief Scientist at the World Health Organization and its representative to the EU. Dr. Bertolini, what for you has been the EU's greatest achievement in health in the last 5 years?
I think one of the most important achievements is the approval of the Cross-Border Health Directive, which is actually making a big difference in the way in which the countries are actually handling the emergencies which might arise because of the introduction of the new viruses in the European area, because of the purchase of vaccines and medicaments, and the coordination among the countries, the emergency committee. So it's something which builds up a sort of more coordinated mechanism among the member states on a specific issue.
Indeed, thanks to EU legislation, if you are travelling in another EU country, you can obtain medical treatment easily. With the European Health Insurance Card, you are entitled to receive the same treatment at the same price as any other insured local from that country. And you can be reimbursed when you get home. The Cross-Border Health Directive was updated in
Can you hear me? Can you hear me on the English channel? Can you hear? Yeah.
Now, access to healthcare abroad is not just limited to emergency treatment.
C'est une directive qui permet aux citoyens européens de pouvoir bénéficier de soins de santé programmés, et non pas de soins de santé d'urgence, mais programmés dans un autre État membre que son État membre d'origine. Je vous donne un exemple. J'ai besoin de me faire opérer, de me faire mettre une prothèse de hanche, par exemple. Et dans mon pays, on me demande 6 mois de délai. Or, je souffre beaucoup, j'ai du mal à me déplacer. Je ne veux pas perdre 6 mois à souffrir. Je demande à pouvoir me faire soigner dans un pays voisin parce que là, j'aurai moins de délai d'attente. Est-ce que j'ai le droit de me faire soigner dans ce pays? Est-ce que je dois bénéficier d'une autorisation préalable? Est-ce que je serai remboursée? Dois-je faire l'avance des frais avant d'être remboursée? Ce sont toutes ces questions qui sont des questions importantes pour le citoyen. Et cette directive, elle...
Can you hear me? Can you hear the English channel? English channel, can you hear it? English channel?
National contact points to provide patients with information about their rights and the practicalities of receiving cross-border healthcare so they can make an informed decision. However, the directive is not without its...
Can you hear the English booth on Channel 2? Channel 2, the English booth.
...on healthcare immigration, where member states fear they will be unable to care for their own citizens, let alone those of other countries. But Madame Grosstedt says there are measures in place to avoid medical tourism.
On pourra refuser si par hasard il y a soit un problème dans le pays dans lequel ce citoyen veut se faire soigner, un problème d'épidémie, de contagion momentanée et donc un risque pour lui, ou bien alors si effectivement il s'avère que l'hôpital, l'établissement où il veut se faire soigner n'a pas la réputation nécessaire de qualité des soins. La directive répond aussi à la question du tourisme médical. Cela veut dire que lorsque vous êtes remboursé de vos soins que vous avez obtenus dans un autre pays que le vôtre, eh bien, si par hasard l'opération ou les soins sont plus élevés, ont un coût plus important que les mêmes soins donnés dans votre pays d'origine, vous ne serez remboursé que sur l'équivalent de ce que vous auriez touché dans votre pays d'origine. S'il y a une différence, un coût supplémentaire, c'est le patient qui va devoir payer ce coût supplémentaire.
Unless a treaty change says otherwise, a common healthcare plan in Europe is not on the cards in the near future.
Good evening and welcome to this live election show from the European Parliament in Brussels. My name's Katie Owens and I'm joined by 2 distinguished journalists, Chris Burns and John Holland. Good evening.
Good evening, Katie.
This week, 400 million citizens had the right to vote in the European Parliament elections. With increased powers under the Lisbon Treaty, these elections are really going to determine the future path of Europe. To begin with, we will be looking at exit polls from the different member states to understand the election issues.
And Katie, starting at 11 o'clock CET, we'll actually have official results, and we'll give those results as they come. And we'll also be accompanying that with live commentary on how this impacts the various countries and also Europeans in general.
Indeed, that's right, Chris. And we'll also be speaking to politicians from the capital cities in Europe to get their live reactions. In addition, we will be having interviews with leading members of the EPP family. We'll also be holding debates with politicians and journalists. But before we start, there are a few people that I would like to thank for making this programme possible. Let's have a quick tour of the control room. The programme is produced and directed by EPP TV producer Yanis Zographos. Graphics and jingles are provided by Mark Keremans. Tom Calabout is our image mixing master and in charge of the cameras. Jan Sampson is the sound engineer. And lights and set engineers are Michael Milbu and Christophe de Friese.
The pressure's on them to make us look good tonight.
This programme is being broadcast live from EPP TV. And thanks to the interpretation services of the European Parliament, you can listen in English, French, German, Spanish and Italian. EPP Group spokespeople will be coordinating the exit polls and results as they come in. Theo Georgitsopoulos, our reporter specialising on the Balkans. Eva Mitsopoulou, Francisco Correia da Silva, and other colleagues will be responsible for this. Our colleagues from the social media team are also active tonight. Led by Lada Yuritsa and Catherine O'Loughlin, they will be live tweeting and posting on Facebook throughout the evening. Finally, we are delighted to be able to host a media debate with journalists from across Europe. But before we get started, I think it's important to set the scene a little bit.
Yeah, I think so, Katie, especially the fact that this comes on the heels of the worst financial crisis and economic crisis since World War II. We know this. We know that there's more than 25 million people still out of work, even though we have a recovery going on now. So that obviously is going to impact how voters cast their ballots today, the last couple of days.
And something that we should be looking for when we start looking at exit polls and later on at the results.
Absolutely. A lot of tea leaves to look at.
Yes. And John, what do you think is going to happen in terms of the composition of the Parliament? What do these results mean for that makeup?
Well, we have seen a lot of left and right Eurosceptic and hostile parties that have stormed the barricades in terms of the rhetoric in this campaign. But the pre-election polls, and now what we're beginning to see shaping up, indicate that the Conservative EPP group and the S&D will be the two main parties to come out on top, pro-European parties, both of them. In fact, exit polls in 10 out of the 11 countries so far available to the EPP indicate that the EPP group is ahead in those countries. So there is some development on that so far.
That's great news for the start of the evening. And Chris, this is a huge election. Can you tell us about some of the figures that we have for this evening?
Let's try to measure this. Let's try to sort of give an idea of how big this is. And in 28 member states, you've got 948 party lists. Count them, 948. And 16,351 candidates running for 751 seats. So that's quite an awesome operation to try to figure out and for voters to pick who they want.
And now I'm hearing that we have some exit polls coming through from Germany. They will be up on our screen in the next few minutes. And
or even a few seconds.
Sorry, in a few seconds indeed. Mm-hmm. John, is there something that you can tell us already about the expectations?
We did have some indications in Germany that the EPP group was going to be coming out ahead at around 36%. We'll have precise numbers, I hope, on that shortly. But the initial exit polls are indicating about a 7 to 8 point advantage on the side of the EPP over the SPD party in Germany. This would still indicate a bit of an uptick for the SPD since the last elections 5 years ago. We are seeing the graphics coming in now. And again, the largest economy in the EU, 1/4 of its exports, 1/5 of its GDP. There you go, 37.90% for the EPP against 20.8% last time around. This time around, 36% for the EPP and 27.5% for the SPD. So about a 9-seat Vorsprung, as the Germans say.
A great start to the evening. Yeah. And what does this mean for the Spitzenkandidat, for Martin Schulz?
Well, certainly for Martin Schulz, this is a disappointment. He comes from Germany. He's from the Aachen region. He has campaigned very hard and prominently in Germany, and certainly he has been pushing very hard to achieve a win there. So this is going to be a bit of a disappointment for him, but it's still not a bad result. Nonetheless, Germany is looking at a number of issues related to protecting the euro's stability, continuing the austerity program for the rest of Europe, and securing growth in jobs. And clearly, it seems the EPP group appealed and struck the right tone with voters in Germany. That at least seems to be the initial indications we have. There's still a long way to go in the counting, but those are the first results we have on Germany.
John, question.
Yeah.
We've seen now in these last few months a große Koalition, a grand coalition going on in Germany. Right. Is it possible to interpret sort of what impact that große Koalition would have on the minds of voters who cast their ballots in Germany?
Well, certainly the Grand Coalition in Germany is one that has been seen by many Germans as a stabilizing force, something that keeps unwanted surprises from happening. But voters here clearly wanted to see stability. They wanted to see, at the same token, I think, a continuation of Angela Merkel's policy. She is still very popular in Germany as the chancellor there. And this, in essence, it still marks a vote for Angela Merkel's policy as much as anything else.
But if we look at those results, that exit poll, I mean, it has to bear out, too, in the final results. This is just an exit poll.
Right.
But we do see the SPD gaining a bit, a number of percentage points.
If I can maybe stop you just there,
right.
Maybe we can come to that a bit later in the evening, but I do believe that we have Mr. Valdis Dombrovskis on the line live from Riga for his reactions of the exit polls in Latvia. Welcome, Mr. Dombrovskis.
Good evening.
As the former Prime Minister of Latvia, Mr. Dombrovskis, you took some important measures to tackle the economic crisis and led Latvia into the Eurozone.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
In addition to being Latvia's longest-serving Prime Minister, you've also been an MEP, so we're very interested to hear your thoughts on what's happening in Latvia this evening.
Well, yes, as regards election results in Latvia, we're certainly looking forward, but some preliminary information we have seem to be indicating that our party, Unity, has gotten 4 seats out of 8 which are allocated to Latvia. Which means that it's a clear victory for EPP in Latvia.
So let us be one of the first to congratulate you on these early indications. And John, do you have a question for Mr. Dombrovskis?
I saw that it looked like 4 seats for the Unity Party. How do you think that the election results play out with the mindset in Latvia at the moment? There is the Euro introduction that took place earlier this year. There's the ongoing crisis nearby in Ukraine, and of course the Russian knock-on effect. How do you interpret these results so far?
Well, I would say that this Euro introduction in Latvia was not much of a pre-election topic during this campaign. Basically, no one was campaigning that it was a good idea, it was a bad idea to introduce Euro. If anything, our party, Unity, we were taking credit for actually having introduced Euro. Situation in Ukraine, Russia's aggression against Ukraine, it was, on contrary, very much a campaign topic because it was happening exactly during pre-election campaign, and I believe it was also shaping people's responses. Okay. So how I'd like to interpret those results, it looks that people were voting for stability, for further sustainable development, and for predictable policy of political parties. And that's why Unity, which is also a leading partner in a coalition, and the Prime Minister's party was receiving such a big support in Latvia. So basically, people voted for stability.
Absolutely. Mr. Dombrovskis, you yourself were at one time a possible candidate for the Commission presidency. How do you assess Mr. Juncker's chances now? What's your rating?
Well, it looks that EPP could be able to win this election, and then I think that EPP should actually stand with its candidate. It means that EPP heads on state and government should be supportive of Juncker's candidacy during this next meeting, which is going to next summit, which is going to take place just in a couple of days.
Mr. Dombrovskis, this is Chris Burns. A question about how usually the party that is running the show in a country gets punished in these European elections. It doesn't seem to be the case here. Why is that?
Well, I was already trying to explain. I believe that in this also quite uncertain geopolitical situation, people were voting for stability and for predictable politics.
But can you be a little bit more specific on what issues do you think were resonating among voters enough for them to vote for you?
Certainly it was our key message to ensure sustainable economic development, to ensure job creation, and as a means of achieving this, we believe we need to strengthen both Europe's and Latvia's competitiveness. That was our main campaign message. And a second, which was certainly a big factor, it's the situation in Ukraine. So we believe, and it is again our message, that we should be strengthening also Europe's common foreign security policy, so that Europe is able to react on situations like this in its neighborhood. And certainly this situation, I believe, has helped to focus minds, in a sense that there were many fears that there will be people voting for some kind of fringe parties or Eurosceptic parties. It was definitely not the case in Latvia.
Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Dombrovskis, and we hope that these results turn into real results later on in the evening. Now, Chris, we were previously discussing the situation in Germany, and I believe you had a few more things to add to that discussion.
Well, I think, I was going to ask John this aspect that, you have a grand coalition, and as I was just saying, quite often parties that are in power or sharing power get hit by voters just because they see this as a midterm election, what it shouldn't be. Why, it is curious that the Social Democrats have advanced here.
I agree with you. It would seem to indicate, to some extent, that there is less appetite for the fringe parties that we had originally seen in polls that were coming out before the elections today. It will still, of course, be interesting to see how the parties like the Alternative for Deutschland do, the anti-Euro party. But Germany is still on both sides of the political equation, the center-right and the center-left, seen as a beacon of stability, even if austerity is kicking in and has proved to be very, very negative in a lot of other countries. Again, looking at the result there, you've got 36% at the moment.
Exit polls so
again,
far,
these are
but
all
still,
exit polls. That's right. Still indicating.
But still, the two parties that are in power have held their own, if not advanced, from these exit polls. That's interesting development.
Indeed. And in fact, a few percentage points higher even collectively than we had seen in opinion polls that were running in the weeks or so before today's election. So yes, it's a bit surprising.
And if we can now move on to our next country, I understand we have exit polls through from Austria. John, I understand this is another country where you are going to give us some commentary.
Yeah, Austria is a country, again, which is dominated by a grand coalition. And here we have the results coming out now. 27.5% for the EPP group, that's the ÖVP in Germany, against 23.8% for the Social Democrats, the SPÖ, who are, again, together in a grand coalition. That represents about 49% of the vote. Austria is going through some particularly interesting times of its own at the moment. There has been a resurgence in the far-right parties, including the FPÖ and the BCDU, and a lot of concern about how they're going to improve their competitiveness. The Austrians do have, on their plus side, though, a very positive unemployment rate, very, very low, in other words.
Right.
And so they're in decent shape on that.
But once again, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, there is also a grand coalition there, correct?
Correct.
And this is perhaps again, once again, a case where it seems as though the two parties that are running the show seem to have the support that they are doing fairly well among voters.
These are Germany, but particularly in Austria, was perhaps a case where we might have seen
despite those fringe.
Exactly, that might have seen a stronger move from the fringe parties. Yeah. And again, these are all preliminary and estimates, but they do indicate that voters appear to have backed off from the opinions that they were giving to poll takers before the elections.
Can we call this yet a trend for the other countries? There are big fears about the fringe expanding. Maybe in other countries that will be the case. But so far what we've seen with these countries is it seems as though voters have still gone for the mainstream, despite a lot of press criticizing the mainstream, a lot of Eurosceptic press. It seems like voters have still gone in there and supported what they think are the proven commodities.
Well, you could make the point, actually, that the voters are the ones who put their money where their mouth were, and instead of just complaining about it, actually went out and voted. But in this case, they voted on behalf of parties that were going to be more allied to pro-EU values. And the other parties in question wanted to take back a lot of their powers for the national level.
That's right.
And that has, so far anyway, not materialized. It's perhaps a little bit early to call it a trend, but it's moving in a direction which indicates that the cooler heads have prevailed, perhaps, on the evening.
Another interesting development that we've seen just from these first preliminary results are the fears that voter turnout was going to be drastically lower. From what I saw there, it seemed to be slightly up in Germany and more or less the same in Austria. Is this something that we expect to see further in the evening?
Well, I don't know. The historical trend, of course, has been to the downside. It was about a 62% turnout on the average in the EU over 1979, and it's gone down significantly since then, down to 43%. If that holds, that we are seeing countries that are at least stabilizing, then this is the start, perhaps, of a sign that trust is being restored to some extent in the minds of EU voters, that what they vote for actually will lead to things that are in their best interests, rather than the apathy and the fear which perhaps kept them away from previous elections.
Because a reminder, the turnout in 2009 was 43% across Europe. So let's keep an eye on that. Perhaps did it hit the bottom? Maybe it came back, either because voters are angry enough to vote for the fringe, or are concerned enough to vote against the fringe and for the mainstream to get the vote out. In that sense,
absolutely.
There was one commentary I read that said one should actually consider that the fact that there is that much controversy in this election drew voters out to cast their ballots.
And I wonder whether the Spitzenkandidat, these debates have actually been engaging citizens more. The debate seems to be mixed from what I've read, but it will be interesting to follow and to see how that develops through the evening.
Well, certainly, and particularly in the case of Germany, Mr. Juncker was campaigning with Angela Merkel in Saarland just the other day and received a very warm reception from the audience. And Angela Merkel went out of her way to again reiterate that she was supporting him as the front figure in the election campaign, which of course is perhaps a sign that if the results hold up and he is the top vote getter, that he will continue to enjoy her support when they come to the more interesting meetings later on next week.
There could be more horse trading ahead. We'll see.
Quite a lot of it, yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Indeed. And going back to Germany again, it's a major country for the EPP, and it's a leading country in the European Union. It's important that we have strong results there.
Yeah. I mean, I think that the situation in Germany is such that they have such a weighting, a relative weight in terms of their influence, not only within the parliament, but also within the European Council, that having a solid result is certainly going to be a benchmark by which other countries can measure themselves against. And again, I don't know whether we can get the German numbers back up on the screen all the way around, but
that would be helpful.
They may be down.
We see the turnout there last year was right there on the money, 43%. So it'll be curious to see what that turnout is this time.
Yeah, absolutely.
As a bellwether for the rest of Europe, really.
Absolutely. Again, one other party to watch there was the Alternative für Deutschland, to see if their anti-Euro message resonated with voters or not. And perhaps most interestingly is the fact that the German Constitutional Court in Karlsruhe had abolished or thrown out the 3% hurdle for EP elections, European Parliament elections. The higher 5% hurdle, interestingly enough, for the Bundestag remains in place. But the idea, Germany, some of the joking was to send the fringe parties off to Brussels, but to continue making it difficult for them to enter the Bundestag. And we'll be watching that one again very carefully.
Right.
And we're ready to move on to another country. We're going to have a look at the exit polls from Cyprus, and we're being joined by Eva Mitsopoulou, who will have a look at these exit polls with us. Good evening, Eva.
Good evening, Katie. Hello, everyone. Indeed, not only we have the exit polls from Cyprus, we now have almost 90% of the votes counted, which basically confirm the figures you are having there. So the government, the Democratic Rally, the governing party, is maintaining its 2 seats in the EPP. The 2 parties sitting with S&D, they share 1 seat each. The big question mark of this evening is the 6th seat, which was part of the communists. The communists used to have 2 seats. So there is a seat still floating between the communists and a newly created party, which is called the Citizens' Coalition. So we still need to wait until the end, until all votes are counted, before we know exactly where the seat goes.
Eva, the first question that comes to mind, I guess for a lot of Europeans, is how could this impact the reunification talks for Cyprus and this idea that perhaps Cyprus could become whole again, right?
Well, the first steps are there. They have been taken by the new government. The talks for the let's say for the reunification of the island have already started. We have the visit of the Vice President of the United States visiting Cyprus this week already to give a push to this reunification.
And if this does indeed turn out, and it seems to be another mandate for the EPP, at least here in the Parliament, can that strengthen the hand, or can that clarify the talks, the issues regarding
absolutely,
the talks?
Absolutely. The government has...
can it move ahead?
Sure. At least this is the intention of the current government. Yeah. The question, of course, is not only what the intentions of this government are, but what are the intentions of the other side. We need Turkey to be more engaged in these talks as well. Another thing that I would like to stress, speaking of the Turkish Cypriots and a possible reunification, is that for the first time in these elections, we had the Turkish Cypriots registered to vote. And, okay, the turnout for the Turkish Cypriots was not as high as expected, but still, for the first time, they were registered and they were encouraged to go to vote.
Another thing that comes to mind, I'm sorry, I mean, John, you come up next, but I mean, the fact, once again, the idea that usually the party in power gets punished. And in this case, even after Troika, privatizations, haircut on the deposits, through that financial crisis, yes, you still see support for the party in power. It almost defies gravity.
Chris, we can now see that we have some more exit polls coming through on our screens. Eva, I ask you to stay with me because we will be going to Greece next, and I believe you're going to help us there. But for now, we have these first indications from Slovakia. Right. John, what do you make of this?
Slovakia is a very, very interesting country from a variety of perspectives. First of all, the turnout was the lowest back in 2009 of any of the EU countries. It more than doubled, apparently. Let's try to get that graphic back up on the screen there.
Yeah, did that say 42% turnout?
If I read
more
that
than
right,
double?
It was 42%.
The previous?
I'd heard some earlier indications that it wasn't going to be nearly that high, so I'm a little surprised. But hopefully we can get that graphic back up, and I can do a little more analysis on it. But Slovakia has a fairly strong social democratic government in Joseph Fico, and it was considered that trend was going to continue in the European Parliament elections. Now, Slovakia has also experienced some right-wing activity, which was considered to be a potential source for voter discontent that might be expressed at the polls here. But the indications so far are that the mainstream parties have picked up most of the seats and the votes in that election. Again, I hope we had a chance to get the graphic back up on the screen there.
Even though you've got 13% unemployment, that's the third highest in the EU. And you still got voters saying, okay, we want to stick with what we got.
Yeah, I think it's quite possible. It's a little bit early to speculate on that, and perhaps we shouldn't speculate at all, but that voters particularly, looked over the edge and said, We understand that the parties are working on these problems and that they have a good Draht, as the Germans say, a good connection with Brussels, and we think that our voices will be better represented there than perhaps through one of the alternative, more Eurosceptic or Euro-hostile parties. But again, it's a little bit early to tell.
But perhaps that's something that we can think about now, these Eurosceptic parties. Again, we talked about them briefly, about how they could be a threat, but we also have to bear in mind that the Eurosceptic parties are not going to be a major force in the European Parliament, no matter the results this evening.
That's right. I mean, so far what we've seen is that they have not got representation. They've actually won a significant number of seats, but they are not in a position to actually influence policy. They're more of a disruptive, potentially disruptive or distracting factor than a party that could actually do real damage. But again, it's early days. We'll have to watch that.
So that's a very interesting point. I wonder whether Chris has something to add there.
Well, I mean, I think if I could follow on from what John said, and I'm not a professional political analyst, but I think, okay, but I hear we're getting to Finland, but disruptive in the sense that it could make it harder to put together a consensus on certain issues when you're getting eaten away by the fringe. That's going to be a risk, I think, in the next Parliament.
That, of course, diminishes the voice that you have when you come to places like the European Parliament, and that may have played a role. Early to say. I understand we have some results from Finland coming in here.
We're just waiting for a Skype connection, and
while we're waiting, in fact, and we moved over to Finland, so I go back to Katie on that. Go ahead.
Indeed, we are just hearing that our colleagues are preparing the exit poll images for Finland, and we're just waiting for those to come up on our screen. There's somebody who would like to give us a quick indication of the major issues at stake in Finland for the moment.
I can perhaps fill in while we're waiting for the results, which are now coming in. Finland is... We have at the moment 35.5% coming in for the EPP. That would be a prediction of 4 seats, the first estimate, against the S&D results of 13.6 and 2 seats, with ALDE gaining 3 seats. And it's important to remember that in Finland we have a national coalition party, and at the moment it looks like the Finnish Prime Minister is going to be leaving the party to perhaps come to Brussels in early June.
And we also have another guest joining us via Skype. We have Minister Alexander Stubb on the line, live from Helsinki. The Minister for European Affairs and Foreign Trade, and looks set to make a dramatic return to the European Parliament with a record number of personal votes. So,
it looks like a selfie to me. But
it does at the moment, yes.
Good evening, Minister Stubb.
He's burnishing his social media credentials.
That's pretty cool, actually.
It is.
It is. Do you want to sit around here? There you go. That's what it looks like. We're out on the terrace. And as always, Finland plus 24 degrees and sunny.
Nice sunset there, yeah.
Wouldn't mind having that.
No, sun doesn't set here in the summer, so you should come here for white nights.
I love it, love it.
Things are looking, I can barely hear you, but all I can tell you is that things are looking really good for EPP here. We're still hanging on to the 4th seat. We've got about, let's see, 45% of the votes counted. And it's going to be a tight call, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, go ahead. I was going to say, just jumping in, Finland's come a long way in competitiveness and innovation in a short time. What does this election mean, do you think, for the Finns as they look to see off fringe party extremism, as we have now begun to see a slight trend in other countries? Does it look like the mainstream is hanging in there and voters are maintaining an even keel when they vote?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, the EPP mainstream has hung on. I mean, the economic come financial crisis, Euro crisis, has been a bit tough in the cooking. But the true Finns, who are basically the anti-European party in Finland, they polled much worse than they were actually expected. Yes, they will get one more seat, but in terms of percentages, they are probably 4 to 5% down from the opinion polls. They were expected to hit about 17%, but they're going to go between 12 and 13. So for us, I think it's good news. I do think that the situation in Ukraine influenced the voting patterns a little bit. But I think this is very much an election victory for the centre-right, for sensible economic policy, and for the EPP. So we're all quite pleased here.
What do you see, sir, for future alliances within the parliament based on what we've seen so far? How do you think things are shaping up?
I think it's going to look like red-blue. In other words, EPP and Social Democrats. That's pretty much the coalition that we have here in Finland as well at the moment. So we're willing to work with that. I think we're going to have a critical mass of pro-European parties. And then probably here in Finland, it's going to be a little bit more tinted towards the center-right. So we're going to be the competitiveness EPP guys on this side of Europe.
And how about your own personal ambitions? Are you going to be coming back to Brussels? We know that the Prime Minister plans to step aside shortly. What are your own plans?
It's difficult to say. I mean, it looks like I'm going to get an extremely good personal vote percentage. It's going to be hitting about 140,000 personal votes, which is pretty close to the biggest amount that has been delivered in Finnish EP history. I'm very happy about that. Now we have the PM elections, or basically the Kokoomus chairmanship elections, coming in 3 weeks, and we'll see how that goes. It's not a foregone conclusion in any which way. I'm happy, any which way it goes. The voters put me into the European Parliament. If I end up being PM representing Finland on the European level, I'd love to do that as well. But I'm fairly relaxed. But unfortunately, now I have to go to some live Finnish TV, and I hope you guys have a good night.
Thank you very much for your time, and congratulations for these early indications. Now, as we mentioned, we do have the exit polls coming through from Greece. And Eva will comment on them as they come onto our screens here.
Okay, let me have a look at them as well, because I haven't seen the latest. Okay, what we have here is a prediction, more or less. It's still quite preliminary, and as we know, what we need to pay attention with regards to Greece is that the exit polls from previous experiences, they haven't been doing very well. They haven't been very quite accurate, in fact. But nevertheless, from what we see now, is despite the losses of the governing party, the party belonging to the EPP, the Syriza, the left party, can we see the graphic again? The Syriza party belonging to the communists cannot ask, is not qualified, let's say, by the figures I can see there, is not qualified to ask for snap elections, which was the argument going to these elections. Now, for the rest, we have the other phenomenon called Golden Dawn, which apparently enters the European Parliament. But still, within the European Parliament, we always need to be reminded that Golden Dawn will be a party belonging to the fringes of this House.
Indeed. And I see that the EPP is still far beyond the results of the socialists, according to these approximates.
Yeah, this was more or less expected. We were expecting that the socialists would experience a big defeat in this.
Why do you think then that it seems like the socialists suffered even more than the EPP in this vote?
I think the socialists haven't managed to get over the previous socialist governments. They are still quite a lot blamed for bringing Greece to this situation, and
or could it also be that the Syriza, being off to the left, was siphoning more votes from the left side than from the right side?
This is what is happening. This is partly what is happening. The other thing we need to pay attention at is that Syriza has reached apparently its maximum. We have had several electoral tests so far, and apparently they cannot go further than this percentage we see there.
Mm-hmm. And so it seems like the faith is really with the EPP party to help Greece get out of the crisis and get back into growth.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, things are still really tough there, but it does, I mean, we've seen a new bond issue. We've seen some indications that the economy is coming back. And maybe that has sort of reassured voters as well.
Precisely. But still, there's a lot to be done. there's a lot to be done in Greece.
Let's come back for a moment to Golden Dawn. What do you make of the figures there? There again was a sense that they could have become more of a force in Greek politics. Again, one of the two extremes between the far left and the far right. Where does Golden Dawn now stand in the equation based on what we've seen so far?
Can we see that up on the screen again, possibly?
Nice to get it back up.
In the equation in national politics or in the equation in
both, but certainly national politics, of course, is paramount. But certainly in terms of European Parliament politics, if they were, as you said, managed to get in, that could create some problems. But is this mean that this will be consigned to the peripheries, this party, or is this party about to enter a new phase?
Listen, what we cannot forget is that this House has certain rules it works. So it's not that Golden Dawn will have the possibility and the power to speak whenever they want. They have certain limitations, and they will see and they will face these limitations of this House. So it's quite different from what is happening in national politics and in the Greek Parliament. So this is one thing we need to keep in mind.
Do you think, I mean, Tsipras and Syriza has been a very critical party opposed to Angela Merkel. Do you think that these results will continue to mean that Mr. Tsipras is a real thorn in the side, or do you think that having this extra authority or mandate through these elections, if indeed these results do hold up, that he will become perhaps more statesmanlike and find more ways to work together with it?
I have serious doubts, to be honest, John, after having seen these results, and as you say, if these results are maintained, I have serious doubts whether Tsipras can come out or continue to have this statesman figure after these elections.
And I see we have the first exit polls coming through from Ireland. I'd like to thank Ava briefly before we take a look at these exit polls. And we will possibly see you later.
With pleasure.
She will be going back into the work to gather and compile the results so we can keep going throughout the evening.
Exactly.
So we will still be in touch. And John, I go to you quickly while we have these figures up on the screen to have a first reaction.
First of all, again, turnout slightly down from 2009 in Ireland. I hope we can get that graphic back. I was just starting to read off of it.
Yeah.
But it does look like the EPP group managed to hold on through Fine Gael to 4 seats in Ireland, if I saw that right. Again, I hope I get the graphic back so that I can confirm that. But certainly this has been a... There we are. We have 22% on for the EPP group in Ireland against 6% for the S&D and 21% for the ALDE parties. Meanwhile, the far left, the GUE-NGL picked up 17%. Of course,
we see a strong protest vote there.
There is a strong protest vote there. It would indicate that Sinn Féin now has representation on both sides. And we had heard that there was going to be some uptick in support for that. But crucially, the EPP group does maintain at 22% 4 seats in the parliament, and that was considered certainly by the party elders to be an extremely important demand.
This is, of course, exit polls, right? So
That's
we're still
all exit polls.
It's still very much.
We have to be very careful on that. Yep.
Right.
Indeed. And I wonder whether now is perhaps the time to consider some of these figures we've been seeing, that MEPs will be reduced in some of these countries. I saw there that Ireland was going to go down to 11 MEPs from the 12 that it had before. Something we should bear in mind when looking at them.
That's right. Well, the Treaty of Lisbon, just very quickly, did stipulate that instead of the 765 seats we had before, we're down to 751. 766 down to 751, and that is partially a result of some seats being taken away from several countries, some seats given to others, and the addition of Croatia. So the accession of Croatia and its 11 MEPs has changed the equation, but overall we're down to 751, and of course that number will become more important as we get to voting for for example, on who the next Commission President is once the Council has finished with its deliberations. But yes, the numbers have changed, and it does mean that some parties, or some countries rather, were left with fewer representatives than before, and Ireland was
Which is something to take into consideration when you're looking at the results in certain countries.
Indeed.
If there are fewer seats that are won by certain parties, that could in part have to do with the fact that there were fewer seats at all available.
Right.
Indeed.
So, yeah, absolutely. And again, just returning to Ireland briefly, there were some very, very heated contests there in the mid-northwest district. But in the end, it does appear that at least as the first exit polls suggest, that the EPP is in a decent position to hold on to the number of seats that it had previously had.
And definitely far ahead of the Socialist group, the main rival of the EPP in the Parliament. And the next exit polls that are coming through will be from France in just 1 or 2 seconds. We wait for those to come up on the screen.
I think interesting, one last thing on Ireland is that they just got out from under their bailout.
That's right.
Indeed,
right?
indeed.
December 2013. Yeah. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
A few more seconds for France. So on that, I mean, the fact that they came out from under it, could that not have been a boost for the government?
That certainly was a symbolic boost for the EPP, for certain.
Here we go with France.
France is coming in now.
Indeed, and here they are.
Closely watched, very closely watched, and you see that the unattached right, that's the Front National, has, this is, again, must emphasize, this is an exit poll, but it shows that the Front National, the National Front, is out ahead of the other parties. That was believed to be a possibility. It was seen as a very strong possibility, and we are seeing that now. But again, these are the exit polls. The EPP stays in the lead. That is also interesting. I mean, that can be attributed to the fact that now you have a socialist government that is struggling. You have unemployment that is over 10%, very weak growth, barely over 0%, 0.3% in the fourth quarter of 2013. So a very, very difficult situation for the government in power. And also the EPP is up against a lot there because they are getting slammed by the National Front for past policies as well. So it is this was a very difficult race for the mainstream parties in France because things are very tough in France.
And what kind of a referendum or what sort of a comment, a judgment is that on the current government in France by these results? Are we perhaps going to see further trouble ahead for the Hollande government in France, for example, as a result of this?
Could this be another reason maybe for the government to shuffle, or some people might be calling for early elections? Who knows? Yeah. Anything can happen. Right. Anything can happen there. Did we see the turnout, though? I don't think we have turnout there.
I was actually looking for that as well, because that is one of the key indicators.
That's a key indicator, too. And that could be, again, the government and those who are criticizing the government could say, well, look, the turnout was this much. Maybe that's a reason for action. But who knows? You have to watch for that. Turnout. We don't see turnout yet here. So.
Not yet.
But the SND we see are doing worse than the EPP, a point that we have to keep emphasizing. As the two largest parties, the only ones that can win the election this evening, if I can use that word.
That's right. Well, they're the ones in power, and of course they're going to get a beating. And on the EPP side, though, they did not do well so far in the opinion polls, exit polls, as opposed to the Front National. But they seem, they're still ahead of the S&D. That is also interesting, and I think it is because the socialist government is certainly under a lot of pressure right now, and the EPP is a party that after Sarkozy there is a bit of a competition for power within the EPP. So that could have maybe eroded some of the seats for them as well.
Speaking actually with erosion, because when you see some of these results in France, there has been a feeling that I've been hearing anyway, Chris, maybe you've heard it, that France feels a diminished sense in Europe at the moment, that they're not keeping up on Augenhöhe, on an eye level with Germany in many respects, and that the Front National was perhaps an appeal to baser instincts or to a sense of patriotism, finding other ways to try to keep up with the German monolith, so to speak.
And this is quite, you mentioned Germany. This is interesting here because we see the results in France is showing quite a bit of soul-searching, I think, among voters, among the country. At the same time, we see Germany, it seems to be fairly stable. Germany needing France as that engine to push through certain kinds of legislation on the European level. This could make things more difficult.
Particularly here in Brussels, how the two factions from the two countries work together in the future here at Brussels, if those turn out to be the case. That could be a very, very interesting clash indeed.
Yeah. Definitely.
Now, I think that
Indeed, we have some more exit polls coming through, and I understand that Slovakia is next. The images again with us in just 1 or 2 seconds. And John, if you're willing to take a quick look and give us a first comment, that would be wonderful.
Right. Now, again, we had 4 EPP parties in Slovakia, a total of, again, these are exit polls, 14% and 6 seats for the EPP in Slovakia. Very, very significant if this turnout number turns out to be correct at 42%. Again, more than doubling the turnout, which was the lowest in the EU the last time around in 2009. Also, here we have the Europeans of conservative and reformists also having a decent result. But again, it appears that at least at the European level, the EPP has stood out, whereas in the national elections, the SMER party under Prime Minister Fico continues to rule the waves, so to speak.
Strong Eurosceptic vote, though. Eurosceptic.
Very, very strong Eurosceptic.
If we're looking at ECR that way.
If you look at it that way, yes, certainly. In fact, those are the kind of numbers I would have almost associated with the Czech Republic. I would like to see if we can bring that table back.
The table is coming back one more time, I understand.
There is a strain of ECRism, as it were, in both the Czech Republic and Slovakia. And this goes back to a rather ancient admiration for Margaret Thatcher's policies, I think. But I think, here we go, 13 MEPs. Yes, 42% in the exit poll.
I'm not sure if those seats are right, though. How could that be? You've got S&D at 24%, they got 4 seats, and you've got EPP at 14% and 6.
Now, it could be that we
might need to take another look at that.
Have to have another look at that. I'm going to have a look at my charts on that. But again, if those numbers did in fact prove right, they would be quite significant for Slovakia. Slovakia also is an interesting case. It has had a fairly rampant strain of anti-Roma and anti-Gypsy feeling, which led to some very strong right-wing strains.
And criticized at the European level.
Very much criticized.
Against that. And so there could be, because this is a European election, voters are sort of showing their anger against the EU because of that.
For getting involved in a national issue, essentially.
Which has happened, that happened in France, it's happened in other countries.
Exactly. It's a very sensitive issue.
Like, how can you tell us what to do?
Precisely. There is an element of not wanting to be lectured from Brussels on that. Again, it's very early to tell what the sentiment was behind that, if that's the case. But Slovakia has had a deep-seated right-wing strain there of nationalism and anti-Roma and anti-Gypsy sentiment, which has played up in the polls in the past.
It doesn't help either that you got 13% unemployment, third highest in the Eurozone.
Yes.
So that's a lot of discontent, pent-up discontent there.
Yeah, indeed.
And not a country we hear a lot about unemployment from. It's not one of the countries that comes to my mind first.
No, that's true.
Part of the reason that was there was a significant amount of investment coming out of Germany. At one time, you have several large factories, factory productions.
And,
Volkswagen, I think, has a plant there. So at the outset, when Slovaks first divorced from Czechoslovakia, there was a feeling that they would go down the tubes quite quickly economically. dramatically, and that didn't happen. In fact, they proved to be quite a model of growth in the early years. And it was only later when the right-wing strain started to come out and the growth began to slow that these nationalist and anti-Roma sentiments began to take headlines, which then led to interventions from Brussels, which has perhaps led to this kind of a backlash against what Brussels is doing in Slovakia, or has done in past policies, and censures against it.
I find it interesting, too, that you have an unemployment rate of 13%, and that Slovakia has been a member of the Eurozone since 2009. So this is the first electoral test on a European level of what people think about joining the euro. And if your unemployment is at 13%, how can you be so joyous about joining that single currency? This is where it is the burden on the EU to try to show results, and on the government in power to try to show results and show, look, this was to your benefit and not to your detriment.
But who knows what may have happened if they hadn't joined the Eurozone?
Well, that's the other side, yeah.
A lot of speculation.
The worst case, yeah, it could be even worse.
That's right. But the message seemed to have got lost somewhere in the middle, and as a result, you end up with this disconnect that we've been seeing. And I think what we are observing, I was trying to find one other stat on the Slovak situation here. Yes, there is certainly indeed the situation that with unemployment as high as it is at 13%, it's around the third highest in the Eurozone, that they're going to have to get to grips with that sometime in the near future if they hope to rein in the more nationalist vote that's been taking place there. But on the rest of it, there is a certain degree of stability which one might expect if these results were to bear themselves out, that the mainstream parties will continue to play a significant role and will not allow the nationalism issue to overwhelm them, certainly at the European level. And again, I'm just looking to see if we can get that graphic back one more time. We may not have it anymore, but if we do, it would be...
I think we're preparing for the next country already. Yes. But
is that the Netherlands coming up next?
I understand we do have the Netherlands coming up.
And of course, the Netherlands has been eagerly awaited because that is one of the older results, so to speak, that we've been waiting on.
That's truly a test case, because that had been quite a very long time very, very pro-European, and now there's a very anti-European vein
and
there.
Of course, speaking of trends, may be the start of the very trend that we were alluding to earlier on.
Yeah, but how well, will the Eurosceptic parties do this time around is a big test.
But maybe now's the time to look a little bit more broadly at the elections and to remind ourselves when the different elections took place in different countries. As you say, the Netherlands was one of the first up, already voting on Thursday, but results are not yet available due to election laws in certain countries.
That's true. There are certain restrictions. I hear we have the Netherlands coming, but there have been very tough restrictions on the release of certain results at certain times, and that's kind of tied the hands of reporters quite a bit.
Yeah. I think, if I heard correctly, we have Wim van de Kamp, an MEP from the Netherlands.
Indeed, we are going to be joined in the studio, I believe, by Mr. Wim van de Kamp, a Dutch MEP since 2009, who, based on this evening's results, should be re-elected into the European Parliament. So it'll be interesting to hear his thoughts and what's going to happen in the future. He's the head of the CDA delegation. So he really is a prominent MEP, and it will be great to have him with us in just a few seconds when we also have the graphics up.
Here we go.
There we are.
So now we can already start looking at these graphics. John, I wonder if you have a first comment while Mr. Van den Kamp comes through to get his microphone.
I think I've done a bit of research on this, but we see that we see a fall for we see a loss of one seat for the EPP.
Right.
S&D staying stable. Again, these are exit polls, as far as I know.
Right.
But again, interesting that the mainstream seems to have held its own despite a lot of anti-European sentiment in the country. Mr. Van den Kamp.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us here in our studio this evening. We have the first indications up on the screens. I wonder if you'd like to make a first comment.
First of all, I'm quite happy that our party, the EPP/CDA, is going to make a good result.
We're still talking exit polls, but this is the way it looks from there. We've got to keep our fingers crossed.
I hope we get one seat more in the exit polls. All the other parties are average on 3 seats. And I think we are quite happy that our extreme right-wing party, PVV, has lost in this exit poll. So people go back to normal Dutch politics, and I think that's a great advantage of this evening.
Why
Were you
do you
shocked
think?
by the results, or at least what we've seen so far from the exit polls on the performance of Mr. Wilders' party?
No, I'm not shocked. I'm happy. Because in the...
One can be both.
Pleasantly surprised.
No, in the running up to the elections, Mr. Wilders was claiming his success. And he said that the Netherlands has to leave the European Union and the euro.
So you think he overstepped? Because he went that far, do you think that turned off some voters who might have voted for him?
That's one of the reasons, but he also made, in the local elections of last March, he made some terrible mistakes about the minorities in the Netherlands, and especially
Islam, I believe, was one of
especially the people from Morocco. And he was insulting them very much. And then you see that Dutch people are behaving, let me say, quite normally. And I think this is a reaction to his over-shouting of the last 3 months.
There was also a scuffle with the Saudi Arabia as well, right?
Still, it's still going on. He made what we call in Dutch or in English a sticker, in which he was blaming Saudi Arabia and the Islam. And now the king of Saudi Arabia has made contact with the Dutch government. What are you doing? Because we have a good trade relation. And now you are insulting the people of Saudi Arabia. So that's, again, a proof that he's overshouting himself.
Do you think that the economy is not doing fantastically, but it's doing much better than other countries in the European Union, with 8.7% unemployment? That was the last reading I got. Yeah. That's pretty good for Europe. And that you have growth, let's see, in fourth quarter of 2013 of 0.7%. It's better than a lot of countries. Do you think that maybe impacted on the voters' choice?
As well. You know, the Netherlands, we have the most advantages of the internal market of the EU. And the moderate parties were able to convince the Dutch voters that staying in the European Union and in the euro is a large advantage for our economy. And there you see the reality between a lot of rumors in Dutch media, but the people are behaving like the merchants of Amsterdam.
But you're also seeing, too, I mean, we have a center-left government in Holland, right? Center-left, right?
Yes.
And usually the government in power will be punished for certain things.
Yes.
There has been a lot of austerity that's been imposed from the European level.
Yeah.
How much do you think that factored in?
Now, at this moment, we see that what we call in Dutch the coalition parties are stable or losing a little bit. So there is not, the punishment was already in March in the local elections. And now in the European elections, we are going back to the normal levels of the different parties. But we, as the largest opposition party, are gaining now some results of the coalition politics, especially on public health and pensions. This government has made some severe austerity. And for that reason, we have now some positive results for the Christian Democrats.
And I see from the predictions that we've already seen that there are 2 relatively new parties entering into the European Parliament.
Yes.
Something you'd like to comment on?
Yes. You know, in the Netherlands, we have a great problem that we have 26 seats and it will be divided on 10 parties. So in general, we in average, we will have 2.6 seats for every party.
It's really balkanized.
Yeah, yes. If the Netherlands want some influence on European politics, most of us have to be in the EPP. But now we are divided in 10 seats. Yeah, the two new parties are the party for the animals, animal care, let me say it in a positive way. To be insulting a little bit, in a rich country, you need parties for the animals. If you are not,
okay.
Yes, it's a luxury, exactly. And one seat, but it's not quite sure. We have to wait up till 11 o'clock for tonight. One seat will go to the elderly people
Over
party.
50s party.
Yeah, the 50-plus party. Of course, every party, I give them their results, but for the influence of the Netherlands in the European Parliament, it's too much divided.
And there I think you've hit the nail on the head with another key issue about the coalitions that have to be formed in the European Parliament. As an experienced MEP, you'll understand that we have to work across groups. What do you think is going to happen after this election? How will the coalitions form?
As I see it now, I hope the EPP is going to win with about 18 up till 20 seats, according to my personal exit polls.
We have to wait and see, but it's looking good so far.
But without hope, there is no future. So, and at the end, I think we are going to have what we call in Dutch the big coalition again. So I hope the Christian Democrats with the EPP and the Social Democrats will work together. Of course, we don't know exactly what ALDE is going to do, but maybe a coalition with ALDE is not large enough for a stable majority. Because next period we have to take some severe measures. I think Europe is too slow at this moment if you compare it to the international developments in China, India, Brazil and South Africa.
And of course, at foreign trade, at 65% of your GDP, it's extremely dependent on that.
Yeah, so. Exactly. And now the European Union as a whole, it's my personal opinion. I don't think it's the EPP opinion, but we talk too much and we handle too less.
Well, that resonates a lot with what's being said by Commissioner Barroso. We have to be big on the big things and small on the small things. Exactly. This issue of subsidiarity.
Can you be more specific about these big measures that you see up ahead that should be done on the European level?
At this moment, one of the problems in the European Union is that all the projects, all the countries get the same money. We don't have real priorities on, for example, innovation, on, for example, industry. And the next period we have to make more choices and not only dividing the money about 28 countries, because there is no priority and we have to make priorities and more speed. That's my solution for dividing the European money.
What would be the Dutch argument, for example, for taking a disproportionate share of that money in the future? For example, what would be the case to be made there if that is indeed the case you're making?
No, that's exactly my point. I think we have, if you have some more power in the European Union, please give the good countries and the good projects some more money. Because we can spend a lot of money to different countries without any priority. But the European Union has only future when we make more sharper choices in innovation, in the 2020 programs, even in space projects, because Europe is good in governance, because we don't have that much corruption. We are very good in governance, but we are not strong enough in innovation and overwhelming the United States and China.
I think that's a great message to leave us with. Mr. Van den Kamp, we do have to say thank you very much for your time here, and we're moving on. We have results and exit polls coming through so fast, we're ready to move on to the next one. But thank you very much for your time, and we wish you good luck as the results unfold officially later in the evening.
Yes. It was a great pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us.
Good evening.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I did hear correctly,
and we just have the next exit polls coming through from Denmark. We just wait 1 or 2 seconds for the images to come onto our screens.
Denmark had a 59% turnout in 2009.
Perfect.
Or 48% rather. We're now seeing a 47% turnout, so slightly under 5 years ago. Again, the EPP group with 1 seat, the government of Helle Thorning-Schmidt, the Prime Minister of the S&D party at 3 seats, a drop of 1 seat from 5 years ago. ALDE, according to this exit poll, we emphasize, holding steady from 5 years ago at 3 seats, with the Greens at 2 and the far left at 1. And again, this is a party which, or a country rather, which has liked to be contrarian. They're defiantly outside of the Eurozone. They've kept the Danish crown. They have a very interesting coalition government of Social Democrats and Liberals led by the S&D Prime Minister Helle Thorning-Schmidt, who herself has been named as a potential candidate or backup for the Commission President if it ever gets that far. But it is an interesting result, and again, I think that you can only say with the Danes, they talk about the economy, and the economy, but with a public debt of around 46% of GDP in 2013, they still have a very, very strong economy. And if I believe correctly, there was a referendum held recently on the Unified Patent Court, which was to be adopted at least in Denmark. That came through from our Danish press service. I'd heard that earlier on. But once again, it does appear that Denmark has given a nod to the mainstream and has not allowed the Eurosceptic or Euro-hostile parties to be to gain a foothold here.
John, I think we were looking at I would like to put that back up on the screen if we could. But did I see that that ALDE has held its own, that the EFD has advanced, S&D is pretty much stable. EPP has gone down a bit, has lost 1 seat.
Well, EPP has retained its seat.
With these exit polls, has retained its seat. I kind of wonder what was developing here. Why do we see this result? Is there any interpretation off the cuff that you can see there?
I mean, again, it certainly appears that there's
a strong Eurosceptic vein there that we haven't seen.
It is a strong Eurosceptic vein, and it has, well, the Eurosceptic vein has been there for a long time. But this result would seem to confirm that the status quo is more or less holding. There's been a little bit of slippage among several of the parties there in terms of the exit poll results that we saw. But again, with the EPP conservative group out of the government there, the Danes have again shown that they were happy to go with a center-left coalition. It's one of the few center-left coalitions.
It's very rare,
by the way.
Is this one of the very few that we've seen, and especially where this is the first time we've seen ALDE in ahead.
It's a strong position for ALDE,
up to now, the only time.
Yeah, again, it shows up some of the contrarian nature going against the Danes.
Yeah.
And so not a lot of surprise. But the unemployment rate at 6.0% as well is also significant. The Danes have shown again in recent times that they've been up to the challenge of meeting the economic crisis head on. It is going to be interesting to see what the fortunes of the Prime Minister herself will be going forward. She has a sort of a mixed reputation within the country, but like Mr. Gorbachev some 25 years ago, was far more popular out of it than at times inside of it. But the economy will continue to rule the Danish mentality that jobs, and stability is one of their hallmarks. They have one of the best, if not also as well, one of the most expensive healthcare services in the world. It's impeccable, but costly, and the social state is very, very strong. It also routinely gets listed as one of the happiest places to live in Europe. The people of Copenhagen seem to be very, very pleased about where they are in the universe.
I wouldn't go for that weather, though.
It's not my all-time favorite
not for me
either.
to comment.
But you get used to it, you know.
All right.
You get used to it.
Yeah, I think we're coming up to a break, right?
Indeed, we're going to go for a 10-minute break so we can update update the exit polls and to do more analysis country by country in 10 minutes. So stay tuned. I believe we have some clips for you while we're on a break. So keep watching and we'll be back with you soon.
Some take freedom for granted, creating false expectations. On the contrary, some others think that protecting freedom is only possible creating barriers. Nevertheless, time and facts prove them wrong. Mr. and Mrs. Belmont are saying goodbye to their daughter Claudia. She's going on an Erasmus program. Mr. Belmont remembers how difficult it was to travel Europe years ago. He believes in a secure system which allows free will to any European citizen, because freedom is about trust. This is the security that allows Claudia to live in the country of her choice, to become part of a community abroad, with rights as well as obligations. Because this is what means being part of Europe. It is the same security that lets Mrs. Belmont talk to her daughter via internet. They can share photographs and maintain their privacy online without the fear of being hacked. Mr. Belmont is a more down-to-earth guy, concerned about the food she's going to eat and the safety at her destination. Because it's the first time that she'll be away from home, the first time she'll make decisions on her own, and it is her free will that needs to be protected. Security that sometimes we take for granted. We don't think about it, but it is there. It is the trust on a security that lets the Belmonts say goodbye. The confidence that makes possible for Claudia to travel, study, grow, and be part of a future society.
Europe. Safer. Choice. Rights. Privacy. Food. Decisions. Protection.
Talk. Security. We believe in people.
It's a significant victory for Europe's hard-pressed consumers. Now checking maps or videos, social media, or your emails on mobile devices like this just got a little bit easier on that, and not to mention, on the wallet.
These latest incremental steps towards creating a single European telecoms market came after fierce opposition from big firms who say it will cost them billions in profits and hurt new infrastructure rollout. European companies made an estimated 15 billion euros in roaming fees in 2013. Meanwhile, EPP Group members played key roles in pushing through the roaming reforms to fight against price gouging by operators. EPP member and Parliament's chief negotiator Angelika Niebler explained that the aim is falling prices to encourage increased usage by consumers who fearfully await their next monthly phone bill.
They realized that the European Parliament really went ahead, and also our EPP Group went ahead in order to push Commission coming forward with a proposal reducing roaming charges all over Europe. And our overall aim, of course, is in 2016 to get rid of all the roaming charges.
Data roaming today is nearly 100% cheaper than in 2007. So what message do operators hit with declining profits have for consumers? Martin Whitehead is European Director of the Mobile Industry Association, GSMA. He says reforms may be good for consumers, but they carry their own price tag.
I mean, there is a cost associated to roaming without any shadow of doubt. I mean, it's not a service that's free to provide. What we are seeing, as you suggested, is quite interesting offers now coming into the market where roaming forms part of a bundle that's offered to the consumer. And I think operators are reacting now to the challenge of providing their customers with offers that match their roaming needs. And we're seeing that trend already develop.
From 2014, customers would be able to keep costs down by selecting another provider for calls, texts, and internet data services while traveling if their own network charges extra for service abroad, all without having to change their phone number or buy a new SIM card. BEUC, the European Consumer Organization, and its Director General Monique Goyens says consumers have suffered enough from the uneven pricing of more than 100 mobile providers in Europe.
We believe in a vibrant marketplace. Now, a vibrant marketplace can take place with 3, 4, 5 operators, more than with 100 operators. It really depends on how they compete with each other. But also we believe that competition can take place between different technologies. And that's, in fact, where we believe that innovation can play a role in competition and also in opening the marketplace to the consumer welfare.
The headline figures on the price caps are eye-catching. 19 cents per minute for a call by July of 2014, down from 24 cents in 2013. Mobile data downloads would fall to 20 cents per megabyte compared to €4 per megabyte in 2009. Text message prices fell in 2013 to 8 cents per text from 9 cents in 2012 and are to fall to 6 cents in 2014. These kind of price cuts sound like uniformly bad news for the mobile industry. But are they?
What our industry needs most of all is regulatory certainty. And when things change or the goalposts are moved in very short timescales, that can obviously lead to more uncertainty, which can risk undermining the investment that's required to underpin everything that happens both within the digital economy. As I said earlier, that also touches on the broader economy. So this ultimately is about growth, it's about jobs, investment and innovation.
The latest rules let users receive warnings from their providers about a mobile phone bill grown out of control. The heaviest users, though, offering the greatest growth potential but also most at risk from predatory pricing, are younger consumers.
Difficult to understand contracts with long mandatory subscriptions are to be simplified and shortened to allow greater switching to find the most competitive rates. Various European youth groups have called high roaming charges a significant obstacle to mobility and fundamental freedoms for young people working and traveling abroad. Angelika Niebler says both consumers and the industry stand to gain from both taming and encouraging young mobile users' voracious appetites for calling, texting, and chatting.
We moved forward saying, get rid of the roaming charges, let's put legislation on the table so that everyone moving around in the internet, using all the different services, has an advantage of our legislation. So it's good for the kids. They can use now to much lower prices all the devices they have. And also for the parents, I think it's no price shocks anymore.
Another area is internet speed, or the lack thereof, versus what has been promised in broadband networks. More accountability is needed, and it has to start with roaming, where the industry argument for keeping it is weak, says Monique Goyens.
I just cannot believe it, because roaming is still a very marginal part of the income of a telecom operator who focuses their business on the domestic market. So would that be really a major loss in their business plan or in their cost-benefit analysis? If they really need to invest, why didn't they already invest the benefit that they have through roaming in the current infrastructure system?
The aim is to stimulate competition, which leads to lower prices and greater consumption by telecom's clients. It's all part of creating a single digital market in Europe, says Angelika Niebler.
If you look, for instance, how the IT industry is flourishing in the United States, if you look at South Korea, you know how they really are promoting how the rollout of broadband is moving forward in other regions of the world, and how difficult it is for us here in the European Union really to support our key level players in the market.
New technologies that encourage uptake cost a lot. But with uptake of new mobile technologies at 20% in the US and only 2% in the EU, more mergers and consolidation could be on the way. So, will the new single telecoms package help speed investment and help competition and consumers? 3 quick views.
More and more you're seeing mobile networks and mobile services coming into other areas like health, education, utilities and transport.
I cannot say we need 20, 50 or 100 players in the market. I think we need a broad mix of smaller companies, smaller undertakings, offering some specific products on the retail market, for instance. For that we need to ensure that they have access also to the network infrastructure.
There is some sort of an optimum level of competition that should be achieved in order for consumers to reap the most benefit out of this competitive environment.
In a recent EU study, more than 70% of European travelers said they limited their roaming calls for fear of cost, and only 19% believe data roaming prices to be fair. That is the driver for change now underway.
So it's people like Angelika Niebler who are working with consumers and mobile competition to find the best level playing field possible. But while mobile operators and the Commission are working to their own agendas to help keep European markets profitable and cutting edge, roaming still feels more like a luxury than a commodity to ordinary citizens. Find out more about the activities of Parliament's largest political force by going to eppgroup.eu. Thanks for looking in, and see you again soon.
Some think that Europe is a waste of time. The idea of a shared experience, the thought of an open society, scares them. Others blame Europe for the crisis. But time and facts prove them wrong. Europe is a young, unique and dynamic idea. Always developing, always moving, never staying put. Because Europe is about people, and people are what make the world go round. Individuals who team up and work together for a cause, who share a common will to settle differences by finding what unites them. The shared bonds that make this experience unique, making us proud as we watch it grow stronger day by day. And it is there that we want to be, alongside those who work, together with those who commit their lives to creating dreams and transmitting their passion. Europe requires commitment from those governing as well as from individuals, because Europe is a bottom-up concept. It is built on principles of common good and benefit for everybody. So it is time to move, to make decisions and bring the actions of individuals to bear on the actions of the institutions. Because we are all part of the game, those who watch and those who play, all part of a common future that we must focus on.
Dynamic.
Team up.
Proud.
Dreams.
Individuals.
Play.
Decisions. People.
Future.
Global. True.
We believe in people.
For me, being brought up in Lisbon, it was quite an experience the first time I came to Europe without needing the transition of a special passport and everything.
As a Palestinian coming to the EU, visiting the EU, I enjoy the youth here for the freedom of movement and the ability to travel easily, the thing we miss back in Palestine.
One of the European Union's key objectives is to offer its citizens an area of freedom, security and justice without internal borders. To achieve this, the EU adopted the ambitious Stockholm Programme for 2010 to 2014, with guidelines for common politics in justice, fundamental rights and privacy.
Tout ce qui est des échanges internationaux pour les jeunes, effectivement, le fait de pouvoir aller étudier en Angleterre ou en Allemagne ou en Italie, effectivement, ça permet une meilleure intégration des populations européennes, ça c'est sûr.
I was in intercambio in Spain, University of Extremadura, Badajoz, from 1 year, and I would love it. The new experience, new language, new culture, it's marvelous.
European politics is not something cold. It's not something about a market and about the euro. No, it is about 500 million individuals. And the EPP has done everything that these individuals find their place and can feel secure.
Today we take it for granted that we can live and work anywhere in the European Union. One of the greatest achievements has been Erasmus, the university exchange programme enabling students from across Europe to study in another member state. And thanks to the Schengen Agreement, we can travel freely between the member states without being stopped at the internal borders for immigration checks or passport control. More than 60% of us recognise this freedom of movement as the European Union's main success. And that's why the EPP Group believes it must be protected and was
Good evening and welcome back to this live show from the European Parliament, where we're bringing you the latest exit polls from the parliamentary elections. We are now going to be joined by our colleague, Theo Georgitsopoulos, our expert on the Balkan countries, to have a look at some of the exit polls from there. So Theo will join us up here on the stage to look at the Balkan countries. As we're waiting for him to join us, shall we just take one moment to comment on the results so far?
Good. Can we pull up a couple of results would be great, but what we've seen, I think, so far that the mainstream parties seem to be holding well. Some advancements with the Eurosceptic parties, but I think some people would be surprised about how little they are advancing in a number of cases. Although in France, what we've seen in that exit poll was what some people had believed that would happen, is that the fringe or the National Front is up ahead. We'll see if they stay up ahead through this, because these are only the exit polls up to now.
Absolutely.
Great to have you with us here, Theo. Hello. We're going to start with some exit polls from Bulgaria, and we look forward to your views on these first indications. Is there something in Bulgaria that we should be bearing in mind as we wait for these?
Well, actually, I think it's a situation which appears in all the Balkan states. The result of these European elections is going to show whether Bulgaria were going to have early elections or not. As far as we can see from the exit polls, the EPP parties are doing very well. For the moment, they are winning.
They've held stable there, haven't they?
Yes, but in general,
7 seats.
Yeah, 7 seats. But if you think that Bulgaria went a government crisis, they're doing very well. We see the GER party with 29.5% and the Reformist Bloc, which is a new party, winning 6.5%. The socialists, they're more or less the same, 18.1 to 18.5. They're winning 4 seats. And the liberal parties, they are winning approximately 4 seats. And we have a new party, the so-called Bulgaria Without Censorship, which appears for the first time. Actually, they are non-allied, but they belong to the right political wings, and they are winning with 11%, almost two seats.
Theo, what about the Ataka? Tell us about that.
Ataka didn't make it, actually. They had
this is the far-right party.
Far right. Yeah, they didn't make it. They didn't make it to the European election, which is good news, actually. Not a bad news.
Indeed. Another striking point from what we just saw was the turnout. I saw down to 28%.
28%, yes, 28%.
That must be among the lowest, huh?
Well, I think Slovenia,
so far, yes.
Slovenia will be.
They still take the cake. Huh?
Yeah, the lowest.
we're also expecting fairly low turnout in Croatia, right?
In the Balkan countries, I think Slovenia is going to be one of the lowest.
Is there a reason for that?
Well, I think that the domestic issues that they are actually put their shadow.
You have possible early elections coming up. Snap elections coming up.
In all these countries, the situation is more or less similar.
Maybe they're holding fire until that happens as well. But Bulgaria, is it not the case, Teo, is also possibly looking at early elections based on these results?
Yes.
From these results, do you think there could be?
Yeah, if the results are good and they think they will have good chances to win the snap elections, wherever these are going to happen. I don't know if we have from other countries, if you go to another country.
Perhaps while we're waiting on that, on Bulgaria, there has been some resentment, has there not, amongst those countries that they've sometimes felt that they were not treated as well by some of the more Western European countries in terms of Schengen and the security issue or the perceived lack of sufficient security in the region. Do you think that resentment has played or could play at all into these elections at the European level?
Well, let's say Bulgaria faced with delay the problems that Greece faced with illegal immigration. You remember...
When you say with delay, you mean in the sense of...
because when Greece built up the fence and the borders and the surveillance of the borders became better, then the illegal immigrants, they tried to find some new routes, so they used the way through Bulgaria. And of course, the Bulgarians then, they had to improve their surveillance of the borders and in order to stop all these illegal immigrants. But, also there's a very big discussion also with the Romanians and Bulgarians going to other countries misusing the social system, which is actually not true, which has improved.
Right. And who's been benefiting the most from this illegal immigration issue amongst the parties in Bulgaria and Romania?
Let's say that the people
that are profiting, for example,
they don't exist now. I think the people who are bringing out the traffickers are the people who are profiting from all these people.
Teo, on Bulgaria again, this turnout of 28%. Does that not say that whatever the results are from this election? It's difficult to draw conclusions when you only have barely a quarter of the population voting.
Yes, but I think the parties, they can use it for their internal purposes. It's always like this. I mean, the parties, they look mostly to what they got, and they don't look always for the big picture.
But as far as calling early elections...
Let's move to another country that joined the European Union at the same time as Bulgaria. We have some figures coming up for Romania, I believe. Yes. I wonder whether we'll have a similar situation there.
Well...
We see advance on the S&D side.
Yes. Let's say also Romania had undergone also economic and political and social turbulences in the past, and the EPP government was, let's say, the one who tried to clear the mess, and unfortunately the voters, they punished the government. In general, the EPP parties, they got, as far as I have in my list here, 25.62%. That means 9 seats out of 32. The Socialists, they want almost 10% more, and they have 41%, 16 seats. They had 11 in 2009. The PNL belongs to the Liberal Party, more or less the same percentage, but 1 seat less.
Yeah.
1 seat more, 6 seats instead of 5, and we have the PRM party, which this doesn't exist. And we have a new non-attached right party, which independent, won 6% of the votes and almost.
And now 1%. On our screens we can see Tono Lopez Isturiz White preparing to come and join us up here in the studio. He is an MEP and Secretary General of the European People's Party, so it would be great to get his reaction on the results that we've been looking at all through the evening. But for the moment, let's keep on Romania, an interesting topic.
Actually, I wanted to
John,
ask,
you have a question?
joining the Schengen area apparently is something that Romania has indicated it wants to do in the short term, but concretely, what will be necessary and to what extent will that play into the various party political thinking if Romania were to join the Schengen area, which is a high standard?
Well, this I can't tell you for the moment. Really, we have to wait and see. What's going to happen.
The rest of the Schengen members to accept that too, right?
Yes.
That's a tough hurdle.
And let's wait also
but you have to put your case first. You have to be able to put your case first.
Yeah. And let's wait also for the results, because it's the first preliminary results, and perhaps things are going to change.
Is that possible to put that back up on the screen, the Romania
result?
I wonder. Here we go.
I see there's no turnout on the 2000 result to give a trend
The 2009 turnout was almost 30%.
Yeah.
We see a swing from non-attached left to non-attached right.
That's right. We see quite a big swing there. Excellent. Yes. Exactly. Right. Which is a trend in other countries as well.
Yes. I mean, this is how things happen when the situation in a country, the economic situation, the social is going bad. Mostly these parties.
It seems like that the far right could have been siphoning off votes from the EPP side.
Yeah, could be. Yeah, could be.
Yep.
There has been concern in these elections that there would be a number of parties to the right of the EPP that would do well. In a number of cases, that has not been realized, but we do see some evidence of that in Romania.
And usually it's when conditions are difficult, which they are in Romania.
And you can see on your screen that Mr. López Istúriz White is just about to join us, just having the final preparations before he joins us up here in the studio.
As far as I know, we still do not have results from Spain yet, but we will hope to a little bit later on. Hello.
And Theo, we'll ask you to stay with us on the panel, because after this we will be looking at exit polls from Slovenia. But Mr. López Istúriz White, it's great to have you here with us. Secretary General of the European People's Party and also a long-standing MEP yourself.
Yes.
What would be very interesting is to have your first reactions to the exit polls that we've seen so far. The EPP look to be doing very well. Are you pleased with the results so far? The exit polls, I should add.
I am pleased, but I have to wait. I'm a very responsible politician till we find out the real data.
Indeed.
Seeing the exit polls and talking and making reflections about them, I would say that the EPP is the winning party in these European elections, that socialists are not advancing in most of the European countries, and that even in Germany, Schulz, where he was supposed to score a very good result, it seems that this is not the case. And I am now calling the Socialist Party to respect what Schulz said, that if the EPP wins the elections, Jean-Claude Juncker has to be our candidate to become President of the European Commission.
So even this evening we should have a strong indication of who will be the Parliament candidate, at least, for the President of the Commission.
The Parliament candidate, that will come after. The parties, we had a mandate, and also the people have voted if the result is in favor, not because of the polls, but because the real vote is in favor, as it seems, for the EPP, then we must say that the people have voted for us. I want to, especially in some particular countries like Ireland, Cyprus, maybe even Greece, but in Spain, where we have had some difficulties, the data shows that the EPP parties are doing very well. We are winning in Ireland, in Cyprus, and in Spain, and we are there, close in Portugal and in Greece.
So this is a good indication that citizens believe in the policies of the EPP.
People are betting for the policies of the EPP. They know who were the responsibles for the situation was created before, which were the socialist parties, where they used the public money without control. And us, what we're trying now to do through our reforms is to take Europe back on track, to give guarantees to our citizens and outside Europe. And I think that people are betting for that.
How do you think this is, sir, how is this going to work out, translate into actual policy and how the parties in the European Parliament group together to get these objectives done, this policy in place. What's the Parliament going to look like from what we see now? We don't see real results yet. We see exit polls, so we got to be careful about this. What do you see looking ahead, considering what we see so far, as far as trends?
If the results were as the polls show, I mean, I believe, first of all, there is a worrisome advance of some extreme parties. And I believe that the pro-European democratic parties, we should maybe have some talks about this.
So you believe Grand Coalition is
a
given, or not?
Grand Coalition is a negotiation about all the policies. Yeah. I do believe that here we have to tackle with several issues. One of them, I'm sure, will unite us with the Socialists and the Liberals, is to fight against the extremes. The anti-European, the anti-democratic, two different set of kinds, but we have guys coming from the Golden Dawn from Greece, I hope not, but maybe some members are coming, from the Front National of France and so on. I think it is our duty as Europeans, as European politicians to fight against this.
Okay, fine. But how much is that going to make things more difficult to find consensus between the mainstream parties when you have the fringe on the right and the left growing? That's going to make it more difficult. That will make the right and left more dependent on each other to get anything done, right?
I mean, between the three great groups would be more than okay in the next parliament. That is the case if we see now the results of the voting. But in any case, we are advancing too much, whatever happens in the next future. What I want to recall everybody is that there was an agreement that we will all respect the results of the elections concerning the candidate. We need, the European citizens are betting on a more political Europe.
You're talking about the Spitzenkandidat now. You're talking about the president.
Yes, I want to return to that because I think this is the key question. A lot of people need to know that the next time there is a problem in their countries, this president of the Commission would be there, and he will be visible for the European citizens there.
So you're putting pressure now on the European Council to respect.
Of course, I'm putting pressure on everybody. We have to respect the agreements.
I think John has a follow-up question there.
In the midst of that, when one talks about receiving a mandate, we're seeing lower voter turnouts, at least in the exit polls witnessed so far. Is that not a little bit worrying for all the main parties concerned, given the problems that Europe faces today and has faced and taken head-on over 5 years, with a continued decline in voter turnout? Where is the mandate when one talks about electing a Spitzenkandidat, a leading candidate, for example, that not only should they be a clear winner, but they should also have a mandate based on a strong voter turnout, right?
European elections are run at national level. Unfortunately, in most, if not all, the European countries, member parties are not using, in all the parties, socialists, liberals, us, everywhere, they are not using the same amount of means for these elections that they are doing in national and local elections.
Which you criticize.
No, it's what is going on. We want to change this. This was the first time that we had a candidate at European level. I always said we are humble at the start, but we want to be ambitious in the continuation.
But this isn't the first time that the EPP has presented a candidate for the President of the European Commission.
Officially, yes. Last time we presented, and you point this very rightly, José Manuel Durão Barroso. It was not in the program. It was not in the treaty, but I remember very well, President Wilfried Martens decided to present this candidature, and he invited the socialists to present another one.
And if I can be a little provocative here.
Let me just finish this, because this is very important. We were ahead of what was done later on in the treaties. We knew that this was essential for this political. European citizens need to know that there is a political debate at European level more than the national debate. I am a national candidate in Spain. Unfortunately, 80% of my time I have used in national questions. I wish I could have spoken more on other ones. This is not only Spain, it's in all the countries. So we are putting the first stone of the new building, political building. I said it.
Okay, now, on that basis, though, we're talking about trying to establish a more pan-European consensus here, or certainly debate as well as the challenges ahead. Viktor Orban has come out and said this evening that he could not or would not support Mr. Juncker's candidacy for the Spitzenkandidat position for the head of the Commission. How do you respond to that? That's
I have not seen the declarations. I heard something. I cannot respond to declarations that I have yet not been confronted. I have not spoken with Victor, which is a good friend and a very loyal friend inside the EPP group. So
he did say he was loyally going to campaign for him so that they would help win the elections together with Juncker. But of course, the question is, how do they go forward from here? Will he still be?
We have a summit.
Tomorrow.
We have a summit of the EPP on Tuesday. As Secretary General of the party, I cannot advance which will be the consensus inside the family on Tuesday. All our prime ministers, including Chancellor Merkel, Mariano Rajoy, Viktor Orban,
and if we
everybody sitting there, and we will decide what is the line to follow.
But there's also dissent on the UK side. Mr. Cameron said he would not support Mr. Juncker either.
It's not a member party. We don't have a member party in the United Kingdom,
but you need
which is also
also
an outstanding factor. We might win these elections with a good margin, if the polls are right, without having a member party in the United Kingdom.
Okay,
which is also, very interesting to see.
But the Council is the heads of state, and Mr. Cameron is one of them, and they will decide.
Fortunately, it's not by unanimity.
Yeah.
So I think that maybe even Mr. David Cameron could be isolated at the end of this story.
Would you want to risk isolating him, even though he's not officially part of the family?
I mean,
it
was not us who pushed the Conservative Party out of the EPP. They left. They were good friends. They were we had a very good relation, all of us, inside the EPP group. They decided to leave because of their own reasons, national reasons, internal reasons. We hope that in the next future, whenever, maybe they can, rethink all this. In the meantime, all these declarations do not affect us. The majority of the European policies lie on our side. We have the majority of the prime ministers. This summit of the EPP next Tuesday is going to be crucial in this sense. And here in the European Parliament, I don't believe that the Conservative group is going to do much better score.
But the door is open. The door is open to the UK Conservatives.
I see this in the long future. I see this in the long future, and without any concessions, without any change in the policies, they would have to accept EPP policies and principles.
What key concessions would you need in order to feel like they were coming closer to your family?
It's very easy, like all our member parties, to submit to the statutes and the principles and values of the EPP. Nothing else. Nothing more, nothing less.
But it was interesting that Mr. Juncker had said in the past that he was willing to negotiate with the British on certain issues that they find important. Was that not sort of an olive branch to David Cameron?
We are speaking about other topics rather than the election of the candidate. We're speaking maybe about common policies or not, Schengen, agriculture. There are several things there. Schengen will not be negotiated, I'm telling you in advance. But in any case, there could be some places where we can all talk, of course. Yeah. There's no problem with that.
But there's still a seat for the UK at the table, if not at the head of the table.
I think it's time to leave that discussion there and see what happens. We'll all be watching closely.
Too much UK for my European taste right now.
But thank you very much, Mr. Dono Lopez Istúriz White, for joining us here in the studio and for your interesting comments. We've had some clear messages that Mr. Juncker is the candidate of the EPP, and we will be watching the results for the rest of the evening and see what happens.
We were the only family to democratically elect Jean-Claude Juncker. We had several candidates, one of them very good, which competed till the end, Michel Barnier, I want to remind, in the EPP family today. And Juncker won, and he is our candidate.
Thank you very much for your time. We now need to move on as we do have more exit polls coming through. We have so much to get through this evening. Thank you very much and enjoy your evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, please.
And now you will see on the screens in just a few seconds the exit polls from Slovenia. Theo, would you like to take a first look at these?
Well, actually, as far as we can see, these are very good news for the EPP parties. As we see, they have both of them. Actually, there are three parties, almost 40% of the votes. And they are taking, well, according to the exit polls, 5 from the 8 seats. We see that the socialists, they suffer some heavy losses. They lost more than 11%, from 18.45 to 7.9. And we have also another new party, which is called I Believe. It's a non-attached, but we can put it to the left spectrum, which gets 10.8% of the votes and 1 seat. And there is another party which has a nice name, Desus. But actually, it's a party of the pensioners. They're also non-allied. They're thinking of going to the Socialists or to the ALDE, and they are winning. They're gaining also 1 seat. Slovenia, I mean, is the same example like the other Balkan countries.
If I can just interrupt you there, we will come back to Slovenia, but we have Mrs. Danuta Hübner live with us on Skype from Warsaw. Hello, Mrs. Hübner, can you hear us here in Brussels?
Ah, another selfie.
She's on her cell phone here.
She's on her cell phone.
So I will just give a brief introduction to Mrs. Hübner while we wait for her to join us. A familiar figure in Brussels, having served as the European Commissioner for Regional Policy and subsequently as an MEP chairing the Regional Affairs Committee. She played a key role in negotiating the accession to the EU of Poland and is hoping to be re-elected for a second mandate in the European Parliament this evening. Mrs. Hübner, do you have a first reaction to the exit polls?
Yes, we do have, and the bad thing I can say is just the turnout. It looks like we are having a very low turnout, even below the 2009 turnout, probably 23% participation rate. We are very unhappy, as you can imagine, with this. We got the results, and it looks like we will have 5 parties from Poland joining the European Parliament. Among them, there is one that might be partner for UKIP or Le Pen, or Madame Le Pen, because they are nationalistic, xenophobic, and we are very unhappy that they made it with 7.2% according to the exit polls. But we are worried even more that there will be a problem internally before the next elections. We are having the local and then the plenary elections next year, so we think that we are having a new phenomenon in Poland, which is this nationalistic and xenophobic party. Otherwise, we are the winner. The Civic Platform has 1 percentage point more than the next on the list, which is the other mainstream party, the Law and Justice. And according to the exit polls, we will have 19 seats, plus our coalition partner, which is the Polish People's Party, with most very probably they will have around four seats. So we will be, if we keep those results, till the final results are announced, that will be 23 from Poland in the EPP, which I think is a good news.
Ms. Hübner, Chris Burns here. We see unemployment at 13.5%. How much does that weigh on the voters, do you think, to cast perhaps protest votes?
You have to take into account that we had, when we were joining the union, we had 19% unemployment rate. So I think the unemployment rate, even if it's very high and too high, and among the young people nearly double like everywhere in Europe, I don't think it played really that important role. We just, I think, had a kind of this effect of fatigue with mainstream parties, which led, I think, over years to the increase of those.
Mrs. Hübner, can I thank you there? We have a very bad line coming through, so perhaps this is we can try and join you later in the evening. But I would like to thank you for your contribution so far, and we wish you good luck with the results later this evening.
Interesting point that unemployment was much higher when Poland joined the EU. So.
It would be interesting to know what her reason is for her disappointment with the turnout. What was the reason for the low turnout in Poland? There are plenty of issues that would have perhaps demanded a higher turnout to at least express their views, the voters' views on it. It is, of course, still exit poll situation here, but if she talked about a lower turnout than in 2009, well, 24.5% was already low. This is a crucial poll. Chris, you know Poland, a crucial large country within the EU.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the largest in the
punches above its weight in exactly largest economy in the East. The Poles have often expressed themselves as being amongst the most positive when viewing the EU. If I read the some of the surveys there correctly, so one would almost have thought that the interpreted enthusiasm would have come out in terms of a higher turnout.
I'm just going to take this moment to let our viewers know that we are shortly going to be joined by President of the Group in the European Parliament, Mr. Joseph Daul. He will be here in the studio, and we will also be joined by two prominent journalists from Brussels, Adriana Cerretelli and Enrico Sabetto, for a bigger debate with President Daul. You see there on our screens that he's getting ready to join us. But let's carry on with this discussion on Poland for a few minutes.
Let's continue with these results, because we see the EPP having lost. If these exit polls are correct, we see a loss of 2 seats from 25 down to 23. One could think it could have been even worse, considering that it is the party in power. That the Platforma Obywatelska is running the show. Donald Tusk is the prime minister, and they're having a rough time of it because the economy is slowing down. It was the one economy in the EU that survived through the recession without going into recession. But things are tough.
Right. Unemployment is above the EU average.
Above the average, and so yes, it is tough for the government. This was an election test of the government's policies. This was a typical case of national politics dominating the European election.
Indeed, and Poland are also pushing for an energy union. They're calling on the European Union to look at this at the moment.
This was a joint call between the
and
French
this is
and the Polish.
A crucial issue which we haven't really talked about much this evening.
Driven by the Ukraine
crisis, precisely. And of course, with the Ukrainian elections today, Poles will be anxiously looking to their neighbors next door to see how they will be voting this evening. But the energy security issue is vital. And of course, with these moves in the Ukraine, there have been renewed moves by NATO to undertake maneuvers on the territory of Poland, as well as several of the other Baltic countries. So Ukraine will be hanging heavy as well.
That could have bolstered also the EPP in this election as well.
One would have
that
thought.
Things without the Ukraine crisis, things might have been tougher, possibly.
Yes.
Indeed.
Usually the votes go to the right when there is a crisis like this. So.
Yes, I think there's probably a lot in that.
But this is something to look at here too, though, is this rise on the among the ECR, and this is between the PIS and the PO. It's the constant rivalry, and so yes, there are disenfranchised who are moving in that direction. It is also on the right.
Vote.
It's a protest vote. It does seem, and that must be economically related there. Also, this is another test too. The government does need some kind of mandate here because they need to push ahead with these reforms that are needed to join the euro. They still want to stay on track for that. They've put it off. They have delayed it many times, but that is still the intention, and the government does need to bring about some tough reforms, and it's already caused a lot of pain up to now. So they need this election to come out on top, and so far it looks like they have, to be able to push ahead with those reforms.
And is the ECR outside of UK, is the ECR in Poland the strongest representative within the movement?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the PIS is the key there. It's always this rivalry between the PO and the PIS, even within my wife's family.
That's right. You have a personal stake in all
that's
of
right.
this.
That's right. But we don't see, we do see, 4 seats on the non-aligned left, but nothing on the far right. There's no presence on the far right here. That's interesting.
And so I briefly mentioned earlier we're going to be joined by another journalist, Adriana Cerretelli, the Brussels correspondent from the Italian Il Sole 24 Ore. She will be joining us alongside President of the EPP group in the European Parliament and President of the EPP itself. I believe she is joining us on the stage here. Please have a seat, indeed.
Wherever you like. Hello.
It's lovely to see you here. Thank you for joining us in the studio.
Thank you.
Nice to see you.
Buonasera.
Buonasera.
Piacere.
Oh, excuse me. And we are just waiting for President Daul to also join us on the panel. And we're just having a discussion about what we've seen so far, the exit polls, what the indications seem to be. I'm sure you've been following them as well. Is there anything you're particularly surprised at from what you've seen so far?
No, unfortunately not. I would have hoped that the Eurosceptic would not be so successful. But apparently they are. So we have to wait for the final results. But
you are leaving out the Mr. Wilders' performance in the Netherlands, for example.
Yes.
Why is that? Why do you leave that out when you talk about being disappointed at the strength of the relative strength of the Eurosceptics?
Yes, it is true that Wilders was disappointing for the Eurosceptics force. But at the same time, I think that Le Pen, if it is confirmed first in France, ahead of UMP and with the socialists, at really an historical defeat, I think that this is not a good signal. Generally speaking, for the balance of power in Europe.
What message does that send to the mainstream center-left and center-right parties, knowing that a force like that is going to be coming into Parliament?
But I think that I know that my judgment, my opinion is not so politically correct, but I think that the reason why the Eurosceptics are increasing so much everywhere in Europe, it is because the traditional parties were not able to understand the problems, the sentiment,
And the president of the EPP group in the European Parliament and president of the EPP, Mr. Joseph Daul, please have a seat with us.
I stay here?
Yes.
Monsieur Daul, bienvenue. Bienvenue. Bien sûr.
Now, of course, at the moment, all we're seeing are the exit polls. We don't have the final results yet. So it may be a little bit difficult to extrapolate from that. But it appears that the EPP will remain in the lead at the Parliament. Is that true? How do you see things? Now, the EPP will most likely be losing seats. But how do you see things at the moment? Well, looking at the indications, and you know that I'm a very cautious man. We have to be very cautious and wait for the final count. But looking at things at the moment, I think what I'm most pleased about is that in the smaller countries where we have results from, we have kept our position and even made gains in some places. So I think that it seems that Jean-Claude Juncker will be the Commission candidate. We have won the elections for the fourth time. We've lost a few seats, but given the difficult times we're living through, I think we have managed to hold our ground. And all of our campaign over the last few weeks, as you can see, I'm losing my voice a little, but all of our campaigning over the last few weeks is very promising. And what I'd like to say is what I've always said in my group, and I'm very happy this evening because this was the room where I've actually presided over the group. What I would like to say is that once again, in countries where we have stuck to our values, we've continued to defend our values, and there we have managed to maintain our position. In countries where we're moving slightly towards populism and moving towards other countries, we have actually lost. We're going to be joined by Enrique Zebeto, another journalist. He's going to be joining us for our discussions here. Apologies for interrupting. Well, I think for the big parties such as the Christian Democrats, what we need to do is stick to our values, to continue to fight for our values, and that's how we will continue to find our base. If we move towards populism, then we will lose elections, and I think that here, once again, this shows that.
Oui, bien sûr, on a présenté Eric.
Have we introduced Eric? Well, yes, I had another question. I know that you're going to be very important in the negotiations in deciding who will be Commission President. You're going to play a very important role in that. From what we can see in not the final results, but the polls so far, are you still confident that Mr. Juncker will be the next Commission President? Or do you think there is still a chance that the European Council will decide otherwise? I can't imagine any serious head of state or government who has explained that if we win the elections, then Jean-Claude Juncker will be head of the Commission, will then say at the end of next week or the week after, to say in front of me with my presence, no, that's no longer possible. I think that centre-right heads of state and government are serious people, and they will support Mr. Juncker. Adriana has a question now. You say that the EPP looks like it's going to be the lead party. You don't know exactly what the differences will be, the Socialists yet. But my impression is that with these elections, the Eurosceptics have made significant gains. And that's going to be something new in these elections. As the president of the biggest group in the parliament, how do you think you're going to handle this phenomenon in the assembly? Well, if you look at the polls and the results which are coming in, the democratic parties within the parliament are going to keep the vast majority of seats. But what about the political signs and signals that are coming out of these countries? Well, now we have to see if they're able to form a group within the parliament. So far, it's been too easy for them. They've been able to take their money. They haven't had to form a group. They've just been able to take their money and go away again without doing anything. Well, on what you've just said about the centre-right parties sticking to their principles and not moving towards the populist or the extremist parties. But I would support that. But I would just like to ask what your impression of is what's happened in your country, in France. At the moment, I think that there's a very worrying scenario coming out of France. Well, I would say that as a Frenchman, I'm sad. This image is not representative of France. I'm French, I'm from Alsace, and this makes me even sadder. If you look at history, and as I've said to many of you during the election campaign, populism leads to chaos and war, and I'm deeply saddened by what I see happening in the Balkans, in Ukraine, and what will start to happen here if we start to cultivate hatred. I'm thinking in particularly with a view to the families of the victims here recently in Belgium. This is what hatred does. We have to fight this hatred. We have to fight these parties who want to govern in this way. So I'm saddened for France this evening. In the next Conference of Presidents in the upcoming days, will you be present? Do you think that Mr. Schulz will lead that meeting? What do you think is going to happen in that meeting? Well, we'll meet. It's on Tuesday. We'll meet in the Conference of Presidents. it will be the former presidents who will meet, because the new ones haven't yet been elected. We'll look at the results of the elections and see what we can do to work and how the democratic parties can work together. I just wanted to come back to the fact that you're saddened by what's happened in France. How do you explain this? If you have this kind of hatred in a country, where does this hatred come from? You're a democracy. In Italy, we have Grillo. Perhaps that could also be termed as hatred to an extent. But do you think that the traditional parties have let the people down? Or do you think that they haven't given society the impression that they can solve their problems? Otherwise, how do you explain this type of populism, extremism, having such success in a democratic society? You can look at Austria as well. It's a prosperous, a rich country. Why should this be the case? Well, you know me. I think that the government which is currently in place, they think that it's the right who voted for the National Front. Of course, there have been some of the right who voted for the National Front, but actually the people who've lost the most have been the socialists. So what that means is that for the last 2.5 years, we have been falling. We haven't taken any real decisions, and people are very disappointed. Then if you look at the local elections, it was in the formerly left cities that they've made gains, not in the right cities. I haven't seen the latest polls. You might know more than me. We've lost out because the UDI wasn't with us. If you take both together, we're not actually that far behind what we gained last time at European election. Last time we had about 29.3, and the UDI were with us in the European election. So we've lost a little bit. But I think that what we can see is that when I was campaigning, I was saying, look, that's enough. France is not going to be governed by the National Front. We spoke to people in the meetings and explained this to them. But do you think that the government should bring the elections forward? We're seeing in Le Monde today, Jean-Marie Le Pen is saying that we have to dissolve the National Assembly. Would you agree with that? Well, today we've had European elections. I've already answered elsewhere as to whether the Bulgarian government should stand down. It's not my place here in Europe to say whether government should be standing down. As I was saying, I've already answered a Bulgarian journalist today who asked me whether I think the Bulgarian government should stand down today. I said, that's not my concern. We're in Europe here. Now, we have serious problems with the government in France and within the government in France. But that being the case, it's up to them to take those kind of decisions. It's not my place. We have to respect democracy. The worst thing that could happen would be for democracy not to be respected. So it's for each government to take their own responsibility. Now, some people say that this is endangering peace if we're to go down this road. Now, in economic crises in the past, we've seen that there is a risk of falling into war when people find themselves in these kind of situations. It's nothing new. It was the case in 1939, in 1914. So how can we tell our societies that they have peace because of Europe? And it's not Europe's fault that they have these problems. It's the exact opposite. What can we do to explain that? Well, I think you said that very well. And you chose the right words. How can we explain that? I'm trying to explain it. I'm trying to publish articles to explain this, but I think in 15 years I've managed to get 2 articles out to explain this. So correctly, you said, how can we explain this to French people, to Europeans, what Europe does, how it works? I think you're quite right. We need to communicate. We have to be honest with our citizens and explain why we take whichever decisions we do. Look at Mr. Zomdovsk. His country was bankrupt. He came to my office and said, I can't pay salaries at the end of the month. I can't pay pensions. He was asking, people asked the IMF, and wages and pensions, he was told, would have to be cut by 20%. He said, I've only just arrived, and if I can't do this, then if you don't stand with me, then the only option for me to will be to stand down, and then you won't have your salaries or your pensions. And then just look at the results he got today. I'm very happy for him. But that takes political courage. And as I've said, real politicians have to think about their next elections. But a real head of state or a real true politician is one that should try to solve problems. With the rise in Euroscepticism in Europe, not just France, don't you think that one of the reasons for that is the way in which the euro crisis was handled? So, for instance, don't you think that people have had to make huge sacrifices without seeing any drop in debt at the end of it? They've made, I think, excessive sacrifices. The effort hasn't been done on a sliding scale. There's been unemployment. And at the end of all of this, we haven't really met the objective. We haven't managed to cut the debt. What do you think about that? Your party is in favour of fiscal consolidation. Well, we only have 5 minutes before you have to leave us. Firstly, the first thing we have to remember, which I've said throughout the election campaign, particularly in France, remember that at one point we couldn't even guarantee savings because of the crisis from the United States. And it was thanks to Europe and the euro. Of course, we have given money to banks, but I said to Mr. Sarkozy, when we were in the middle of the crisis, I said, Nicolas, the first thing that we have to guarantee are savings accounts. These are people who've worked all their lives, like my parents, who all they had was a bit of money in their saving accounts, and they weren't guaranteed. So we had to make sure that that was guaranteed throughout the financial crisis. If you look at Iceland's, we were much better off. That's the first point to remember. The second point is I am also a businessman. And I know that if you're spending more than you're earning, then you have to find some kind of solution. Otherwise, the bank's not going to finance you anymore. And I think that politicians haven't understood that. That's what balance mean. They say a state isn't like a business. A state is different. You have taxes. But you can only collect taxes as long as the economy allows it. So you have to make sure that things are much calmer and much healthier. 4 or 5 years ago, I was saying what you have to do is to make sure that everyone is making their own savings. Everyone's playing their part. And you can't spend more than you're earning. Thank you for being here, President. We have to say goodbye to you for the moment, but I'm sure good luck this evening. I think we'll be continuing to celebrate later on this evening.
Ask you both to stay with us for a few more minutes. We have some more questions coming, and we have some updated polls from Germany coming on our screens in 1 or 2 minutes, and we will discuss these together with our journalists, and we ask for your comments on the situation in Germany. Enrique, may I please ask you to come and join us over here so you're not left on your own on the far left over there?
The far left.
Not politically, of course. So while we're just waiting for these images to come up with the updates from Germany, may I ask you, Enrique, was there anything you were surprised about the...
Going to Poland.
Oh, we have the images from Poland now.
Yes, Poland. They have lived today the death of the last communist leader, the General Jaruzelski, which is an historical door crossing. Concerning Poland, my big surprise is the very good result for the PiS political party, which may be the first delegation in the Conservative and Democrats group, in case of they have enough countries to form again and that's concerning Great Britain. I think that's deepening the humiliation for Cameron.
Indeed. Another reason why they should have stayed with the EPP group. Chris, did you have something to add?
I think we saw that the EFD went from, what, 4 or 5 seats down to 0, I believe. Is that right? Can we put that back up again?
Could we have the table
I think that's an interesting development
another few minutes?
That we see the PiS gaining.
There we are.
I see. Okay, we got it. No, I'm sorry. I'm mistaken here. The right did pick up the not aligned right. Okay. Adriana, what do you think about those results? Especially this, it does seem to be a bit of polarization there, doesn't it?
Yes, I think so. But what strikes me is the result of the Conservative Party, because in some way it reflects a tendency in some part of Europe. So we have not to forget that Poland is close in his way to sensitivities, political sensitiveness. Is close to the British. So in some way, there is an evolution in the most important Eastern part country forward in a more European sentiment, because in the Eastern countries, normally they are a story apart from the others. And so in some way, they are becoming more European, Eurosceptic Europeans.
How much does this, and I think we're expecting German results pretty soon, but how much does this show me a bit of a trend on a European level, how we're going to have to do business in the parliament to get anything done? We see a lot of polarization.
This was my question to Mr. Daul.
Yes.
Because I think this is a political signal that you can't ignore, even if you are able to manage it in the parliament, but outside the European Parliament, you have to manage it in each country. And the way that you will manage the future European policy will depend on the kind of consensus that you can get and on the kind of non-consensus to Europe. So it will, to me, it will be more and more difficult to think about a new Europe, a new construction of Europe, and we need it because we can't go on like this. But it will be more and more difficult.
Indeed, we're going to have to keep looking at this throughout the evening as we get more and more updates. We do have updated information from Germany, which again, it should be with us in just 1 or 2 seconds on our screen. It's coming through now, and I'd be interested to hear both of your thoughts on these results. A key member of the European Union. Any first reactions, Enrique?
Well, there is not fundamental change except this in this extreme right party that is having even 7 seats, which is.
Is that AfD? Is that Alternative für Deutschland?
I'm not sure because there are different parties. One of them is especially. I'm especially concerned.
Yeah,
I think that what Adriana says about this evolution of Eurosceptics and extreme right is because of the crisis on one hand, but also because the traditional political parties are not being able to adapt themselves to the new situation, the new tendencies in society, the new trends in communication. Yeah. Of course, I respect very much Mr. Daul, but I myself am trying to publish in newspapers, but the newspapers are not longer the most important place to show ideas to the society. So there are these two essential questions. Both the political parties are not well adapted, the traditional political parties, and the crisis is.
Now in Germany, the thing is about Germany is that with the pirates apparently having picked up 7 of those seats on the left, if I've read that correctly, this could also be down to the Constitutional Court decision, which threw out this 3% level and allowing colorful parties such as this, serious, but still nonetheless having more extreme left views. This certainly would have played a role.
It also kept the centrists in, didn't it? Because they got 3.
They also got 3 seats in as well, exactly.
So and liberals have virtually disappeared.
And another topic that we haven't discussed on this panel is the voter turnout. And looking at those figures, it was up from 43.3% up to 47%. So voters are becoming more engaged in the debate on Europe?
At least in Germany, huh?
At least in Germany, at least by the exit polls, right?
Well, I think that we were very bad making predictions because we were granting that the turnout will be very bad, and because usually has been the case, but it seems that the people are more or less interested.
It depends. It depends. Germany had a higher one. Poland had a much lower one. It's been mixed.
Here's another factor to take into consideration: is the fact that you've gone down from 99 seats to 96 for Germany. Right. Where did those 3 seats go? Yeah. In what? Who lost those seats really? Yeah.
So but at the same time, about the turnout, I think that if it's increasing, I think it's a sort of reaction to this big Euroscepticism, because I take, for example, Italy. In Italy, a lot of people is very concerned about this new party. The Beppe Grillo Movimento 5 Stelle. Yeah. And so a lot of people is going to vote just to try to contain the phenomenon.
They didn't succeed.
No, I'm sure of that, but they try.
We will see. We don't know yet. We will see.
No, I think it's momentum in some way. So,
but if you take the collective of the 2 main parties, the fact that they did seem to overall the number of seats increase slightly, plus this pirate result, I think it feeds into what you were saying earlier about the fact that people in Germany take the role very conscientiously of voting, particularly in times of crisis where there could be an extremist threat emerging in the electoral result.
So that got out the vote.
Right or the left. Yeah. That brought out some of the vote. And 47% in most normal democracies would still be considered disappointing. But if it's 43 up to 47, well, maybe that's the start of a trend, and people are taking their democratic responsibilities a little bit more seriously. But certainly in Germany, there has been a great deal of fear and concern about the possibility that some of these more extremist parties could get into parliament, and as a result, that probably has meant we've had more support for the mainstream parties. Anyway, go ahead.
I think another aspect here is that here you have this grand coalition, a große Koalition, and they remain dominant, at least on the European level. And of course, it's always quite often a reflection of the national politics. So this was an election test of the Grand Coalition, and it seems to have come out well for the Grand Coalition. The EPP lost a few seats, the SPD gained a few, but the EPP remains ahead, and the two together maintain a strong coalition that can actually get things done.
I think that the main test for the Großen Koalition will be the election of the President of the Commission.
Yes, exactly.
Indeed. That will be a test. Because I was in Germany one week ago, and the main streets were decorated with electoral advertising, and it looks like a confrontation, direct confrontation between Schulz and Merkel.
Yes. Right.
And of course, because Merkel...
This means that Schulz lost that, then that would put Juncker in a better position.
At the end, Merkel is going to be inside the council, representing a government in which there is a socialist presence. So she cannot take a decision thinking only in his party's interest, but she needs to take into account the coalition.
Okay, and we're going to take another look at the table from the exit polls from France.
This is very key, yes.
So we can look again at that key gain from the Front National.
These are still exit polls, right?
Indeed, they are still exit polls. Thank you for the reminder. We have to be careful what we say. But this is a very serious situation and a very specific situation in France. Adriana, what are your first thoughts on this? Not your first thoughts, but continued thoughts, maybe.
I think it's very worrying because France is the second most important country in the Eurozone. And if you have a situation like this, in the near future, it will be more and more difficult.
Well, absolutely. And we're hearing now from Marine Le Pen, and her father also was tweeted by Le Monde. And we've heard that the Le Pens are calling for the dissolution of the national parliament. That is a very serious request. How is the government going to take that? If these figures do bear out, that does obviously strengthen the hand of the Front National on the national level. What is that also going to do on a European level, where the Germans are going to? They usually rely on the French as the Franco-German engine to push through legislation. If they don't have that, what's going to happen on the European level? I wonder.
Yes, because
that's what I was
the Germans will have France in that situation. Italy, maybe. In the UK, also, there will be quite an unmanageable situation, because if the UKIP is becoming as big as apparently is becoming, how can they do? Even in Poland, you have a tendency of this kind. So, what kind of Europe can you imagine, and where are you going with the Eurozone? Because you need to reinforce the governance in the Eurozone.
Absolutely.
What can you do? How can you imagine to make new reforms?
You're going to need real consensus between the true mainstream parties on left and right to get things done. That's how you're going to do it.
Yes, this would become essential. But at the same time, if you have so big a force behind you, it will not be the same as the business as usual.
No,
I think it will be a completely different way to make politics.
This is four times. This has been a gain of nearly 400% if these numbers hold up by the Front National in France. And that kind of language that you've described about calling for the dissolution of the National Assembly is storming the barricades. It's got the ring about it.
It's probably not
rhetoric,
happen,
of course. It's rhetoric.
We certainly see the socialist government seriously weakened by this. In terms of, I mean, not directly, but indirectly.
No, absolutely. François Hollande is the most unpopular president of the history of the Republic, and and the economical situation doesn't help.
No, of course not.
To keep. So I ask myself what he can do for the 2.5 years remaining of his mandate. I think.
Well, his hope was in Manuel Valls. Now, this is the first electoral test of Manuel Valls. Maybe he can say it's too soon. He just started. No. So how can he actually take the blame for what happens now in an election? That's what I wonder. Yeah.
But I think that in the opposite, I think that the Manuel Valls effect didn't work. And we are now face a very big problem because France is not only is a central country. Is, for example, is the first client for Spain. So if things are not going well in France, it's not going well for Spain. I think Italy, in the opposite, Italy, I think is politically better situated. I don't know what's going to happen with...
Yeah, let's see the results first, huh?
but I hope that the Democratic Party is going to be one of the most influent in the group here in the European Parliament, and I expect that the EPP will be able to reconstruct some stability. And of course we have Beppe Grillo, but for Beppe Grillo there is a dilemma in the very first day, because he needs to decide in which group he's going to work, and from this very moment he's going to lose his aura of independence and not politician. He needs to do politics here in the European Parliament, or doing nothing, because in the non-inscript group you just disappear. So.
And this is a main point of how well these parties will actually be able to work with each other, either a constructive opposition or in allies. How will they use that power?
There are few of them that are already ready to do that. For example, Wilders in Holland with the French. UKIP too.
But they don't agree on policy. Exactly. That's the problem quite often.
Well, but so they are not going to.
In that sense, it's going to be hard to see any kind of common line.
They are not going to manage any politics. They are going just to try to attack the mainstream politics. For that, they have guerrilla politics.
I think we're going to wrap up there. We're going to have a short 10-minute break, but we will be back at 11 o'clock. And we ask Adriana to stay with us, because we will then be looking at the results from Italy, and we will be having a live discussion with Antonio Tajani, the Commissioner. So it would be great if you could join us for that discussion at 11 o'clock.
I couldn't, because I have to write something about the election. So I have to.
Good luck with that. Good luck with that.
Yes, it will be very difficult.
Then I take this moment to thank you both for being here. And we will also be looking at the following countries: Estonia, Austria, Sweden, and the rest of the countries, as we go through to live results, official results, as it will be after 11 o'clock. But we will make clear which are exit polls, which are official. We'll see you in 10 minutes.
Europe is made up of 28 countries. This also means that it has 28 different banking authorities, as well as 28 different fiscal systems. Some think their decisions do not affect others, but time and facts prove them wrong. The Landry family sits down every day for dinner. Just like them, Europe shares a common space, a place where rules and conditions must be agreed together, including for the financial and banking system. So, if one ever gets a cold, the infection will not spread. A healthy euro is a vital condition for financial strength. So banks should act like a family. That is, they must all stick to the rules. People's money should be kept safe and brought back to the community. The Landry family savings should not be used to pay the costs of bank bailouts. Europe is just as strong as its weakest link. Financial Financial stability should make capital flow where it's needed to restore confidence, support new ideas, new products, new businesses, and create jobs. Mr. and Mrs. Landry work hard every day to invest in their family's future. European banks should be there to support their efforts. Because just like the Landrys, Europe is a community of people you know, living and working together.
Together. Strength. Rules. Safe.
New.
Future.
Growth.
Community.
Work. People. True.
We believe in people.
C'est très difficile d'être petite entreprise. C'est très difficile. Très difficile. On est là 12 heures à 13 heures par jour.
C'est beaucoup de stress, beaucoup d'enthousiasme. C'est nouveau tous les jours. Moi, ça fait juste 10 jours, alors c'est vraiment tout début.
Il faut gérer les temps de crise. C'est pas toujours évident.
How well small and medium-sized enterprises are doing is a good indication of how well the European economy is doing overall. That's because SMEs create nearly 9 out of every 10 jobs. And that's why the European Parliament has made it a priority to give SMEs a better chance to thrive in a highly competitive global market.
The EPP Group's Paul Rübig has spearheaded a years-long effort to cut costs and slash red tape for SMEs to give those firms a boost in Europe and beyond.
We've seen that start-up business has to play a very important role. So we want to have it within 3 days, as an example, or within the limit of €100.
The Rübig report, adopted by the European Parliament, calls for a reduction in costs for founding new SMEs via so-called one-stop shops that assist entrepreneurs in getting started.
If we want to get rid of unemployment, we need more qualified entrepreneurs. That's a reason why I also wrote a book about more freedom for entrepreneurs. That's quite important for all of us. We created also a program, Erasmus for Young Entrepreneurs, where we exchange young entrepreneurs in different countries to get experience from their suppliers, from their customers.
That program can help get entrepreneurs thinking beyond borders. So far, only 25% of SMEs are active in Europe's internal market, and only half that internationally. Antonio Tajani is EU Commissioner for Industry and a member of the EPP.
If we want to work in favor of the internationalization of our small and medium-sized companies, unfortunately only 13% of our companies is working abroad, European Union. For this is important to work all together. The European Commission want to back the clusters. Classes university, big companies and small and medium-sized companies, all together for more competitiveness and also for a good access to finance, also European funds.
In the Parliament, Rübig sought to lift roadblocks for SMEs, leading an effort to prevent national laws from hindering them.
In the member states, we have established the so-called SME test, where national legislators can check how legislation could help the SMEs in future. And I think the SME test has to be enforced more heavily on member states level.
The business community believes the European Parliament can play a leading role in promoting SMEs. Arnaldo Abruzzini is Secretary General of the Business Association Eurochambers.
The Parliament is the only elected body we have at European level. They represent our interest.
One of those interests is research and development. The EPP Group is pushing for SMEs to get 15% of the EU's €80 billion Horizon 2020 budget for R&D.
That would be a very good target. If we do not account for a certain amount of money to finance that process, we risk to lose the SME capacity to innovate. Yes, 15% is a good earmark.
Many SMEs have profited from the internet, and the EPP Group has pushed for an effective framework to open up Europe's digital single market by 2015. Late payments have hampered that single market and the supply chain throughout Europe as much as 2 months or more in some countries. The EPP group successfully pushed for legislation limiting invoice payment deadlines to 30 days.
We have at least the 30 days there, with still some exemptions, but the trend is going consequently into this direction.
Abruzzini welcomes the rules and urges all EU 28 to fully enforce them. He says so far only 2 have fully complied.
Certainly the contribution of the European Parliament in promoting the culture of the payment on time has been very important. And the fact that they have passed the legislation on the late payment represent a good step ahead. But that is not enough. That is not enough because in reality what member states are doing, they have transposed the directive but they have not implemented it.
That's why the business community sees the glass half full when it comes to reform.
The Parliament perspective, I think, is positive, but definitely we need much more because the economy represented large by SMEs is fragile, and we need to take care about this.
Rübig agrees it's a work in progress. His new book, titled Business Requires Freedom, calls for further measures ahead.
The principle is that our work is to give freedom to entrepreneurs. And we want to support especially women entrepreneurs and migrants and new types of entrepreneurs. So self-employment should play a heavier role. And that's what we have to fight for, that the rethinking of a reboost of economy has always to start in our head.
No one can claim unmitigated success in boosting SMEs in Europe. Times are still tough for entrepreneurs. But the European Parliament has taken steps to remove obstacles and multiply the opportunities for SMEs, on which the European economy so deeply depends for its recovery. Find out more about the activities of the largest political force in Parliament by checking eppgroup.eu. Thanks for watching, and see you again soon.
Some think that only local authorities, national governments, and institutions create jobs. Some even believe that printing money can solve the crisis by drowning public finances in debt. But time and facts will prove them wrong. You are about to see the ultimate machine for creating jobs. An entrepreneur. Alex is an entrepreneur who has a business idea and wants to put it into action. Over 23 million Europeans are entrepreneurs just like him, and that's why we want to help him. We should assist by creating the best conditions for his business, with less regulation and administrative hurdles, because public administration must be an asset rather than a burden. Public administration should spend taxpayers' money wisely, as well as avoid red tape and excessive fiscal charges for companies. This will make it easier for Alex to innovate or to carry out research. That is, to become more competitive. To achieve this, education and training will be vital tools for keeping up in an ever-changing and more competitive market. All of this is vital to business development, as much as it is to understanding Europe and the world as a place full of opportunities. And this is where digital networks and infrastructure will come in handy. They will allow Alex to overcome distance and communication barriers, compete in a global economy, and engage with other businesses. Because business is about talking to people and fulfilling their needs. Alex has a dream. He has an idea, and we want to help him make it true. So jobs and wealth will be created.
Entrepreneur. Business. Wealth. Innovation. Competitiveness.
Market.
Development. Digital. Jobs.
Global.
True.
We believe in people. Some take freedom for granted, creating false expectations. On the contrary, some others think that protecting freedom is only possible creating barriers. Nevertheless, time and facts prove them wrong. Mr. and Mrs. Belmont are saying goodbye to their daughter Claudia. She's going on an Erasmus program. Mr. Belmont remembers how difficult it was to travel Europe years ago. He believes in a secure system which allows free will to any European citizen, because freedom is about trust. This is the security that allows Claudia to live in the country of her choice, to become part of a community abroad, with rights as well as obligations, because this is what means being part of Europe. It is the same security that lets Mrs. Belmont talk to her daughter via internet. They can share photographs and maintain their privacy online without the fear of being hacked. Mr. Belmont is a more down-to-earth guy, concerned about the food she's going to eat and the safety at her destination. Because it's the first time that she'll be away from home, the first time she'll make decisions on her own, and it is her free will that needs to be protected. Security that sometimes we take for granted. We don't think about it, but it is there. It is the trust on a security that lets the Belmonts say goodbye. The confidence that makes possible for Claudia to travel, study, grow, and be part of a future society.
Safer. Choice. Rights. Privacy. Food. Decisions. Protection. Talk. Security.
We believe in people.
Year, the single market celebrated its 20th anniversary. That's 20 years of the free movement of goods, people, services and capital within the European Union. EU action has opened up national markets, brought down trade barriers and made services up to 90% cheaper. EPP TV spoke to Andreas Schwab, EPP Group Coordinator in the European Parliament's Internal Market and Consumer Protection Committee, Michel Barnier, European Commissioner for the Internal Market, and Christian Verschuren, Director General of Eurocommerce, which represents retail, wholesale and international trade interests in Europe, to find out just how far the single market has come.
What we have achieved already is in a certain way taken for granted, that you can travel without showing your passport from one country to another, that you can pay with your credit card all over Europe without paying additional fees, in the same money, with the same level of consumer protection, no rip-off, no wrong call centers, no wrong numbers, everything controlled and harmonized in a positive way.
Ce que nous faisons depuis maintenant 50 ans, et en particulier depuis 20 ans, depuis le début du marché unique, c'est ce travail d'harmonisation pour créer des conditions équitables de concurrence et puis aussi mieux protéger les consommateurs. Je pense à la sécurité des produits, par exemple pour la vie quotidienne des enfants avec la qualité et la sécurité des jouets, la sécurité des produits alimentaires qui est maintenant harmonisée. On a favorisé pour les transports aériens, pour le téléphone portable, pour la vie quotidienne, grâce à cet espace commun.
I think it has been a very sort of untold story and one of the best stories of the construction of the European Union. If you take that from the creation of the single market in 1992 and sort of 15 years onwards, there's been close to 3 million jobs being created and an extra, over an extra 2% in extra growth that has been generated out of the single market. Consumers have benefited, businesses have benefited from a point of view of wider choice of products, better consumer rights.
The EPP has always been at the heart of the single market, an idea initiated by Europe's founding fathers in the 1950s to make citizens' lives easier, which today has become a reality.
We have really been the driving force in this process because we always wanted to move ahead. We wanted to take down the still existing small barriers that are there to make sure that consumers and business alike can find a marketplace in Europe where it's easy to operate, where it's easy to buy, and where it's also easy to resolve questions and problems that may arise.
I can think of at least 3 areas where members of the EPP have been instrumental. And I think probably the first that comes to mind is the report on a fair and more efficient, retail market. Another area have been the single market governments. How can we try to improve the single market? I think has been led by EPP, and currently we have another member of the EPP who is leading the digital single market.
The single market has harmonised the complex and different national laws of 28 member states, making it easier and cheaper for the 23 million European companies to do business across borders. And with unrestricted access to 500 million people, trade between EU countries has grown by 2,000 billion euros since 1992. Thanks to a 25% reduction in red tape and a harmonised set of EU standards, selling online in Europe is a real opportunity for even the smallest of companies. And with more firms now competing against each other, it means lower prices for consumers and a wider choice of products and services that you wouldn't necessarily find at home or at the same price.
One really major help, I think, is the introduction of a passport for SMEs into the public procurement system at European level. And public procurement at European level is still a directive, so member states have to implement it. But we hope that with the wording that we have found at the trialogue with the Council, that we can make sure that SMEs, small and medium-sized businesses, have an easier way to work out through all these rules and procedures that they have to fulfill before really getting a tender.
Since the EU liberalised the aviation sector and created a single market for air transport, it is now easier and cheaper to travel throughout Europe. Europeans can enjoy the benefits of a connected continent through a wider choice of routes and airlines and lower prices. Airfares have fallen 40% since the 1990s. EU legislation offers disabled passengers special assistance at no extra cost and entitles everyone to certain rights if your journey is disrupted or cancelled. The internal energy market protects consumers from supply disruptions and power cuts and means households and businesses can shop around for the best deal. Retired citizens can move to any member state, still receive their statutory pension there and gain access to public health care. In fact, with the European Health Insurance Card, EU citizens are entitled to receive medical treatment when abroad in any EU country. The single market is an essential platform for growth, especially in times of economic crisis. With unemployment at nearly 12% in the EU, nearly 30% in Greece and Spain, it offers people the opportunity to go across borders to look for work without the need for a permit. EURES, the EU's online job portal, links over 1 million job seekers with 30,000 employers in 31 countries. Erasmus, the student exchange programme, has helped 2.5 million students in the last 25 years to study or train in another member state. And mutual recognition of professional qualifications has given hundreds of thousands of people the opportunity to find work abroad.
We wanted to make sure that when specific professional qualifications are done in one country, that without any further documents and stuff, you can go abroad and start working on the same basis. This is done now for a limited number of professions already, and we hope that we can enhance this number of professions in the future.
Proposed changes are underway to remove an important barrier between the national payment markets. Under the plans, debit card transaction fees would be capped at 0.2% and credit cards at 0.3%. That's a reduction of 2/3 and an end to the unjustified high-level fees. Initially, the caps would only be applied to cross-border transactions, but could be later implemented within each of the member states. With all of these changes, the EU has tried to provide greater protection and support to its citizens.
We have set up an online platform for all dispute resolution questions at European level. When people like you buy specific products online in the internet at European level, I think that's a very helpful tool for consumers.
The single market has come a long way, and with the second Single Market Act, it's set to go further still. To further promote growth and jobs, the EU wants to remove the unnecessary legal and administrative barriers that remain in the services sector. It wants to give all EU citizens access to a basic payment account, ensure bank account fees are transparent, and make switching bank accounts easier. It is also working on enhancing cross-border online payment and shipping systems so that consumers pay less for delivery between two neighbouring countries, receive packages more easily, and are better informed as to when the product will arrive. Other plans include developing fully integrated networks in rail and maritime transport. Given the increasingly digitalised world we are living in, a digital single market, estimated to create an extra 500 billion euros in GDP by 2020, is becoming more and more urgent. The EU wants to improve the electronic payment system, reduce the cost and increase the efficiency of high-speed internet, facilitate the transition to e-invoicing, and develop an EU strategy on cloud computing.
There's also opportunities with technologies where with e-commerce and the digitalization you could have a pack of biscuits with a QR code and sort of the new modern version of the barcode. Scan that with your cell phone. And if you're a Dutch customer, you'll receive that the product information in Dutch. If you're a Slovak customer or consumer, you can read the product information and the price, etc., and the conditions and the promotions in your local store in Slovakia.
Implementation of the single market is key, and the EU is now urging member states to put the legal framework in their countries into effect as soon as possible. One proposal by the EPP Group is to change the kinds of laws that apply, a move from directives, which give member states flexibility in terms of implementation, to regulations, which are more prescriptive and likely to break down the barriers that remain.
Je suis très vigilant, y compris quelquefois quand il faut faire des procédures d'infraction pour que les États membres fassent ce qu'ils ont dit. Ils ont pris des engagements au Conseil des ministres.
We played very often in favor of full harmonized directives or full.
Hello and welcome back to the European Parliament here, where we're holding our election night show. The general turnout for the European elections has been calculated at 43.11%. This is the first time in the history of the elections that the turnout has increased. We're going to discuss this for the next few minutes. This is since 1979, the first direct election of the European Parliament.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting. I don't know whether this is absolutely official and final. There could still be some adjustments made, but it certainly seems to indicate, at the very least, if we're going to be professionally cautious, that it stabilizes the trend and perhaps will ultimately reverse it to some extent, and indicates perhaps as well that there's growing, in times of crisis, growing interest in voting in the elections. Chris, what do you make of it?
Well, I think perhaps there were maybe two things going on here. One is you had, and you do see in a number of countries from the result, not the results, but the exit polls we see up to now, is a surge in the fringe parties, the populist and far right, far left. So people mad as heck enough to go to the polls. But I think you also see, which you do see in some of the exit poll results, a rise or a strengthening of some of the mainstream parties at the same time in other places, which indicates, I think, people are scared enough about the populists to go and vote to try as a bulwark against
their impact.
To reduce their impact, yeah.
Well,
so I think you have two things going on here.
Right. On terms of listings, you had seen a list or something on the amount of increased vote among right-wing parties, or at least, I don't know if it's an unofficial source, but do those numbers correspond to what earlier projections were for up to 25 or 30% increase, or did they come in a little below that? What was the?
That's really hard to say for me to compare. But we do see strong, from the indications from the exit polls, we see a very strong presence of the far right in France, Denmark, Austria. We're saying UK, but we have yet to see the results from our end on UK. But we do see a strengthening here, and this is something that both the right and left mainstream are going to have to take into consideration when they come together on certain policy.
If, of course, it turns out that those results hold at the end of the day and the official votes are finally tallied, it will, to some extent, dampen the initial enthusiasm among some of the pro-European centrists at the Dutch result, which they thought was perhaps the heartening sign of a turn in the tide. Yeah. It seems like the tide has gone back out again or come back in. Yeah.
Although that said, there were a number of extreme parties that were forecast to do better than they have done. I don't think that the Netherlands Netherlands is the only
Germany.
example there. Exactly.
Yeah, that's true.
We were also talking about the Greek party, which was expected to do better, and the Five Stars party in Italy, which was looking to be a...
So it's hard to give a blanket assessment. I mean, there are certain national aspects that are different from others.
And the Italians, of course, we're still waiting on. So
that has to do with the national politics.
Yeah.
I think also the fact that it really is a bit disturbing that everything is focused on national politics. That we have yet to see a European election that really focuses on European issues like, banking reform, like single market.
Right.
That's always pushed to the wayside. When is it going to happen that people actually start talking about European issues? We haven't seen it yet.
There are some questions about the amount of powers that the European Parliament holds.
That's true.
This is, for example, as an American, this is representation without taxation, and that is an issue which we can get into later.
Good point. Good point.
Indeed, and as we said at the beginning of the program, we are looking at exit polls, and things change all the time. We had Theo back with us to look at the updated forecast for Greece.
Actually, in Greece happens what Chris just...
Okay.
Actually, in Greece happened what Chris said, the domestic issues, they overshadowed the European issues. So we have some more concrete results from Greece. Do we have? Yes.
Indeed, they're up on our screens right now.
Yes. So we see that Nea Demokratia, who belongs to the EPP, gets 23.15%. That means approximately 5 seats. The Socialist PASOK and the Olive Tree, they suffer heavy losses, as we can see from our screens, from 36.65 down to 8.07. That means 2 seats approximately. Then the two parties that they are in the European left, the Greek Communist and Syriza, both of them they have 32-47. That means 8 seats. Then we have, and this is a worrying factor, I must admit, we have the very far right people from the Golden Dawn.
Is that just Golden Dawn, or is that a mix of different parties?
No, it's just Golden Dawn.
That's just Golden Dawn gets 12%.
No, it's wrong. It's wrong. They're getting 9.3%. 9.3%.
Okay.
And that means,
which is still considerable.
Yes. Sorry, it's a mistake from me. I'm sorry.
It is 12.
There are 2 parties.
These are exit polls.
Yes, the Golden Dawn is getting 9.3%. That means 3 seats, and there are the Independent Greeks. They also belong to the far right, but we cannot compare them with Golden Dawn, which is a story of themselves. So they're getting 1 seat.
But so whatever we see here is the makings of a political crisis, don't we, on a national level?
Well, I don't think we have to wait. We have to wait until this actually is based on the counting of the 23% of the votes.
Yeah.
But let's say the governing coalition together, they have 31%. It's the Nea Demokratia and the PASOK. And Syriza, they don't have someone which they can go form a government together. So
could this mean new elections or what?
Let's say we have
like on the French.
We have to combine the results because today also in Greece the local elections are taking place. So we have to see what Syriza, how many districts he's getting in Greece. Probably they're winning in Athens and another district in Greece. And then we have to see the overall results so we can get some clear picture of what can happen.
I mean, if I'm doing my arithmetic here, we have the far right and left with 14 seats. This is projected, though. This is not for real yet. 14, and with the mainstream left and right having half that many. So they got the fringe has 2/3. And the mainstream has 1/3.
Yes.
How is that going to translate into
50% of the vote
on the European level and on the national level? And what is that going to make the government have to do? What are they going to have to do there? Who knows?
This is a tricky one.
It's very tricky. But it also
let's clarify some things.
Yeah.
The two parties that they belong to GUE. Right. They have both of them 32%, but they have total different politics. Yeah. Total different politics.
It's completely cacophonous between all these fringe parties. But this is the fringe. And the fringe is dominating in this case, in these results, in these projected results.
And
what is that going to mean on a national and a European level?
What can the ruling government get done in the face of that?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We understand there's going to be an update in the table. There's a bit of a mistake in the numbers. Okay, but still, we do see the fringe dominating, and that seems to be the story here.
But not the story that we've seen in other countries. No. There seems to be an exception rather than the rule.
There are a number of countries like that. It's not Europe-wide, but certainly in the countries that are struggling right now, like Greece, we're seeing that people are angry.
Yeah. Of course, people are angry. They're fed up. Yeah. They're fed up, and I mean that's the reason. You see what they think, but this is also not a very clear message.
Yeah. So I think the question is, what is the next step for the government? View this. Of course, they're not obligated to do anything. This is a European Parliament, but it is a pulse check of the population. Even though Greece has gotten out of the bailout, right? The country is starting to recover, but it looks like it's not satisfying enough voters yet. Right.
Well, let's say for sure we're going to have elections next year, 2015, because Syriza said it's not going to support the government for the election of a new president of the republic. So that means automatic elections. So whatever happens next year, the beginning of next year, we're going to have early elections in Greece due to the fact that Syriza
would be.
Yeah, they will not support.
And what about the far right factor there? Yeah, how is that going to play on national and European level?
Well,
they're going to be sitting here in the parliament.
Yes, I know. And this is a bad thing. This is a bad thing. I think they will try to work against Europe.
And if we can maybe turn back to Slovenia. Sorry to cut you so abruptly there. But we were discussing Slovenia when we were cut off with another speaker. So if we can go back, we asked for the graphic for Slovenia to be back on our screens. But there we were seeing some interesting developments.
Well, actually, more or less it's the same story as I said in my previous presentation in all over the Balkan countries, that the local issues they're oversaw the EU elections. The same case in Slovenia. We had in the beginning of May the resignation of the Prime Minister, Mrs. Alenka Bratušek, and also this is the result of the election is also a general test for what the parties are going to get in percents in the elections, but the turnout is very low.
I'm looking at the turnout.
The turnout is very low. It's very low, and I don't think this allows us. That's the lowest
we've seen so far tonight, I think. Isn't
yes, it's one of the lowest.
Certainly one of the lowest.
One of the lowest turnouts, yes. And for sure, this low turnout will not allow us to get some safe thoughts and safe results. What's going to happen in the national elections? But it's a general test.
And when are we looking for snap elections if we have them in Slovenia?
Yeah, we'll have them probably in July.
In July.
But not based on the back of what happened this evening. It's a wider problem in Slovenia.
Well, I think more or less because it will play a role, but I can't tell you how important this role is going to be.
Can we see those figures again? Can you put that back on the? Are we still with the turn? I missed that. Is the turnout it's still at 17%, or did it?
17.25.
I believe that's the lowest. Oh no, there was another country with like 13%.
Bulgaria
or something.
Slovakia.
Yeah,
Slovakia.
Yeah.
But remarkably low.
But in any case, you've got the European election results fresh in the minds of voters when they go to these snap elections in July. So there could be a knock-on effect a little bit early. But.
We hear there's an update from Germany coming on shortly.
Okay.
That's should have the numbers any second now. So it varies quite a bit between different countries about turnout, about how far the far right is going.
Okay.
And here we have Germany up on our screens.
47%.
An update.
John, what do you see? That's,
I'm looking at 35.6% on the EPP side. Social Democrats at 20, SPD at 27%.
So the EPP has gone down at 1 seat.
They've gone down
1 seat
from the last
estimate.
The last estimate.
But still ahead.
Still ahead by about 8 seats. With the FDP on 3 seats.
The Social Democrats picked up a seat from the previous projection.
So again, this is perhaps showing that the Social Democrats have had a fairly decent run of it, but not enough for their local hero, so to speak, Martin Schulz, to have come out ahead of the CDU. And this is going to perhaps be one of the most significant results as far as Jean-Claude Juncker's claim to the mantle or the throne as the appointed EPP candidate for the European Commission.
We got Austria coming up.
Austria coming up now. Austria is going to another update, so we'll see how.
Again, a left-center grand coalition with Werner Faymann as the Bundeskanzler.
So the EPP is down just 1 seat there.
Right.
S&D
is more or less holding steady with the Social Democrats there also on 5 seats at 24.2%.
But we see the right there. The right the far right has gone down by 1 seat.
The far right. This would be the FPÖ and the bits.
There had been fears that they would advance much further. They actually gone down.
They had looked very, very strong in the opinion polls running up to the last few weeks.
What happened?
But then they made some critical
I think somebody
remarks
stuck his
about
foot in his
Europe.
mouth, right?
Very much so.
That's right.
It was the FPÖ leader in Austria who made some some racist remarks, or some allegedly racist remarks that had an anti-EU, very strong anti-EU overtone, and simply was beyond the pale, went too far, and that cost them a few percentage points at the time, and perhaps they haven't fully recovered from that. We'll have to follow that one closely.
Now, and the far right there is aligned with Wilders and Front National, right?
Yes, there was some discussion.
Is there really an axis there, or you know?
I don't know. The axis is a very interesting word.
Sorry.
Difficult
choice
to
of words.
avoid.
However, it may not be far. No, there certainly had been some possible links established between them, but at the moment, the FPÖ has kind of held its cards closest to its chest, and it's not sure where they're going to go with this.
Yeah, this is what I'm kind of curious about: is how much of a coalition are we going to see among these far-right parties?
Indeed.
How much are they going to be able to do business with each other? Because on certain issues, even like immigration,
that's right,
they don't always agree.
Yeah, that's right. The immigration is one of the key sticking points.
It's going to be more for like a rear guard kind of attack on the grand coalition, as it were.
Yes.
As opposed to trying to get anything done.
That's right.
It seems like.
But what you mentioned earlier about the foot and mouth problem amongst the FPÖ, they have had it actually for a while in terms of the leaders that they've had and some of the comments that they've made. There was a poll that came out not too long ago that suggested that a number of Austrians, but particularly on the right, would like to see a strong leader who didn't have to mind normal diplomatic niceties or legislative niceties.
And we also have an update from Sweden coming through now. If we just have a look on our screens, it's a new exit poll. It'd be interesting to see how that changed from the last exit poll that we looked at. If we just watch our screens now, here we have the latest information.
I'm not sure we've seen this before, but it does look like the EPP has lost a little bit of ground, 18%, down 4 seats from 5. Again, these are exit polls; these are not final or official. But the Social Democrats again holding their own at 5 seats, according to that exit poll there. And again, you're talking about a fairly stable coalition of 4 parties under the governorship of Fredrik Reinfeldt, the Swedish Prime Minister. That's been in place since 2006. He has an influential role to play within the EPP, so much so that he's going to be organizing a meeting in Sweden of key leaders at the beginning of next month to discuss all of these election results and what this might mean for the future governance of the EU. But they certainly as well have had a lot of testing time, because Sweden has been always seen as a sort of a tolerant society, very, very open to immigration, foreigners, asylum seekers. It has a very, very strong record. And a lot of the reclaiming of the budget power issues that you have seen elsewhere in the Nordics and in some of the other countries in the East is also the case in Sweden as well. And as we know, they can be as contrarian as the Danes. They've voted down in a no referendum on Europe.
I wonder actually if, I mean, we saw there on the figures, again, these are projections, right? We're still in projection.
Possible to get them back up, perhaps?
Yeah, 7% for this non-aligned right, which I guess we can equate as the far right.
Right.
It does seem that they have siphoned off a seat from the governing coalition. I mean,
from the far right,
it seems like the far right has siphoned off a seat from the governing coalition.
If there is any, possibly, if that is the case, it could come back to this widespread belief that the tolerant society policies that we've seen in the past have been put under such strain that there could have been, a protest vote that was strong enough to allow the far right to have nipped a seat.
How much could that cause the government to harden its policy on immigration? And those members of parliament here to harden their policy on immigration?
Absolutely. This is a question not only for the Swedish governments, but for governments everywhere that have been chipped away at the sides, where we have seen support from the right to the right of the EPP, then causing alarm among the EPP-ruled.
And this is where you got to see leadership. Will there be the leadership to maintain open and free movement in Europe? Which
you mean
that's been
leadership
a very
at a European
issue.
level?
Yeah, absolutely.
One has to be very careful not to get to the point
Can
where
Europeans work anywhere in
pandering. Yes, exactly. We don't want to avoid pandering statements, perhaps on suspending Schengen, for
Some
example.
people are calling for that.
Well, there certainly are some people calling for that.
Some very high-level people we know are
very
calling
high
for that.
level are calling for that.
And will the EPP and other mainstream parties be able to resist that? Despite all this?
If they do, they'll be putting at risk some of the fundamental things that really make the EU and those who like it and love it as effective as it is. It's a single currency, of course, for the ease of its use. The freedom of movement across borders is certainly got to be right up there. Schengen, in some respects, is probably the most successful aspect of the policy.
If you can communicate that it is to the benefit of Europeans, and most statistics show that. But maybe it's a question of communicating that.
We're back to communicating, and whose role is that?
It could be a communicating factor, but again, there is sometimes a sense of creeping complacency that comes into these voter movements or lack of voter movements. They take it for granted, and as we know, if you elect members to Parliament, whether it's national or European, eventually laws can be changed, rules can be changed, and you don't want to wake up when it's too late.
I think there are other issues too to think about. Now we're still looking at predictions. Poland results coming out, but think about the single market, banking union, trade, climate change, these issues. How is the Parliament going to deal with that in light of what we're seeing developing tonight in these results?
Absolutely. And
these poll results. But Poland is coming up shortly, and we'll take another look at that and see if there's any change and evolution in those results.
And while we're waiting on...
And they're now on our screens, so we can go directly to these latest exit polls from Poland. We heard Mrs. Hübner say how disappointed she was with the results.
We see though that since the last assessment that we've about a half an hour ago, they've stayed. The EPP has stayed at 23 seats. Can you put that back up again? I'd like to talk about it more. They've gone from 28 down to 23, and it's stayed that way now. S&D 7 down to 5. That's stayed the same. So it's stayed pretty much stable. Yeah, it's pretty much the same figures we're seeing develop here, and. We do see the government getting punished, the government of Prime Minister Donald Tusk of the EPP. They have pushed some tough reforms, and they have more reforms to do to join the euro. It's not done yet. And what you see kind of Sure, Poland, they managed to survive the recession without recession. The only country in Europe doing that. But you have almost like a two-speed recovery here. And you have a lot of people who are still suffering. You still have this stubborn unemployment.
Yes.
And so you've got maybe a lot of young people who are doing well, but some of the older people are having a tough time of it. And you're seeing that more people voting for the PIS.
Yeah, yeah. And as you said, they have, the results very clearly seem to show, I should say results, but the estimates so far seem to indicate the frustration that Danuta Hübner expressed to us in the interview that we did with her. Turnout also very disappointingly low, and we didn't get a chance to ask her why that was, but we do see that there is a chipping away at the mainstream parties by the extremes.
Yeah, people are either angry enough to vote for somebody else, or they just don't show up at all.
Seems to be very much the case.
And it's really too bad. It's too bad. But you know, some people see that they think that whoever they vote for is not going to make a big difference anyway, so why should I show up? Even though they had fought for decades to get the right to vote.
How ironic that would be, as passionate a people as the Poles are.
I can attest to some family members who did not vote in this election, and I gave them heck for it.
As rightly
But particularly in the current situation where we're seeing the developments in the Ukraine, there are people there flying the European flag with pride, and yet we have situations where members of the EU, well, citizens of the EU, are not turning up to vote.
Yeah.
It does seem pretty striking.
You can spin it different ways too, because we've seen a constant digression in the turnout since '79, right, when it was directly elected. I think it started in the 60% range.
Yes, 62.
62, and then in 2009 down to 43%, and now it's sort of bottomed out. We'll see. So far, the figure is 43.11.
Yes.
So at least it's bottomed out.
It's bottomed out.
And now we're going to go to Estonia right here. That will be coming up on our screens again in just 1 second. Here we are indeed with
one of the Baltic Tigers.
Right on the screen with Estonia.
And again, you're looking at, again, you've got, well, one seat here, we're looking at 16% for the EPP against one seat from the last election, but an increase of 4% in the amount of the vote, according to the estimates here that we're talking about, fairly stable. The S&D as well also picking up one seat there. This is a coalition government by Taavi Rõivas. I'm sorry for the pronunciation there.
There's 16. But, this could be one of those cases where, you know, Estonia being on the border with Russia, we're having a crisis over Ukraine.
Yes.
And usually the votes in a crisis like that go to the right.
That's right. And again,
that seems like
this is also, I think, some evidence of that in Latvia as well. You have very large Russian-speaking ethnic minorities in Estonia, around 30%, and certainly with Estonia's deep involvement as well with NATO. It's been a NATO member since 2004.
I think
there's a historic
flights
sensitivity
going out of Estonia, NATO flights now going out of Estonia.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So there is perhaps some element to the voting that is reflected in that.
No, the turnout is down. We've gone down 44% down to 36%.
And
where'd those voters go?
Well, perhaps they went online, because the Estonian voter is one of the most advanced in the world for voting online. And as of last Tuesday, I read, on May 20th, 8% of the electorate had already voted online in advance, including the president of the country, Toomas Ilves.
But striking then that they are able to vote online, but yet it hasn't increased the turnout. It's against what most people have projected.
Because the selling point was you don't even need to leave the comfort of your own home in order to vote, and they considered it to be, in some ways, even more superior against fraud than going to a ballot, with a paper ballot that could be manipulated. With an electronic seal on it, they reckoned we have a secure system that works. So,
like in your native Chicago, vote early, vote often.
Vote early and vote often. But in this case, it seems like they didn't vote early and they didn't vote often. So.
And is Estonia the only country that offered electronic voting during these elections?
As far as I know,
the French do.
The French do as well.
Okay. I had the chance to vote directly.
And how long before the when were you able to vote? When we
I missed the deadline.
Right.
So I had to vote today.
You had to vote today. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
But it is a measure and a testament to Estonian ingenuity. They're very, very skilled in IT matters. They have one of the most advanced IT systems in the world. They speak quite in great length and eloquently about their prowess in terms of IT engineering and the linked-inness of the country with all kinds of things like parking meters and booking tickets online and things like that using the mobile phone. So mobile phone technology, very advanced. Nonetheless, it does, as I said, look like some of those hovering roles in the east with the Ukraine are going to continue.
But I think the thing is that, we've seen in the recent years, Estonia's gone through, all the Baltics have gone through some really tough times with the financial crisis.
Yes.
They were the Baltic Tigers there for a while, but then they took a big hit. A huge hit, and they went through reforms, very tough reforms, that other countries did not do. Right. So they've started to come back. But you would think that the voters might have been angry enough to take it out on the government, but they didn't. They actually went up.
No, and in fact, several...
and I think it's maybe the Ukraine crisis, plus the fact that these economies are starting to come back. Right?
I wonder if the Ukraine crisis didn't actually help hinder precisely that kind of counter-reaction that you've described. Yeah. But the Baltics themselves very often have said that they are very proud of the fact that they are willing to suck it up, or willing to put up with the crisis to come through the other side. Yeah. I think we're hearing some new projections coming in.
Indeed, it's a projection of the total seats in the European Parliament. A very interesting projection will be coming up with us. It's something that we're all very much looking forward to see.
Yeah. There's
it's going to be, we can see, maybe we can start to extrapolate from those results. Okay, here we go. 211 from the EPP.
We're not
Let's see it on the screen, guys.
Hopefully it's going to come up in a second here on the screen.
Just
here we go.
coming up now.
First projection here.
Bring it back.
It's elusive.
But we were hearing 211 seats for the EPP. I think that's then going to put the EPP in the lead. But we will have to wait.
Down from
possibly,
what?
But the initial estimates were around 220. I had heard about 220. About a 17 to 18 seat advantage over the S&D.
Okay, well, we're still cooking that up.
These are still estimates.
But it will be interesting to see how that impacts these issues, as I was discussing. I think we have to start looking at that and seeing where this policy is going to go, policies that affect all Europeans.
Right. And I think it's interesting, we were talking a lot about IT, technology. It's a key area for Europe. Seats projection is here on our screens now.
47.
We see the EPP with 211 seats, the S&D with 193 seats, ALDE 74, the Greens on 58, the GUE with 47, ECR 39, EFD with 33, the non-attached right, so these far-right parties with 50, and the non-attached left with 46.
Quick calculation is over 200 seats, if this is correct, from GUE downwards. That's over 200 seats.
Over 200
that are not part of the so-called European political mainstream.
That's about what was expected. It was about 200 seats.
That would be the upper end of the range.
But the majority is very much a pro-European
Still very
force,
much a pro-European
which
force.
I think is very important to remember at this stage.
But that's a wider margin between the EPP and the S&D. I think the polls were suggesting maybe a 6 to 7 to 8 seat lead for the EPP.
Although there had been some projections later on that put it around 17 or 18%.
This is an 18 seat. This is an 18 seat.
But interestingly enough, if that were to hold, that would mean lower total numbers than what had been projected as of last week when they stopped.
I would be interested to see those figures back up on the screens again if we can put that table back up.
That would be helpful.
Then we could start looking at some of these coalitions to see if there are other possibilities than the mainstream EPP socialist coalition.
Yeah, the stoplight coalition, as they say in Germany.
That's right, the
Ampelkoalition. Yeah.
But we're going to have to wait and see if they do come up. But in the meantime, it is looking good for the EPP. It does look like they are in the lead.
I'm just now hearing that Juncker may be making a statement soon. We'll
Okay.
Juncker will make a statement shortly.
So back up on our screens again,
Right.
we can look more closely at these.
Okay.
So we do see a shift there. We see a big shift to the fringe,
Yes.
despite it all. And again, that raises to me the question of where the policy is going to go. How is the mainstream going to get business done? How are they going to be able to formulate policy? Will they fight amongst each other, and will it stall action on things like banking and single market and employment and other things that the Parliament can actually have an impact on?
Exactly, and the real question is whether those two main political families, the EPP and the S&D, if they did have a coalition, they would be just with these numbers just over the 400 mark, which is still 25 to 30 seats above what you need for a majority in Parliament to get things passed. But is it stable enough? Will the two parties be able to work as closely together as they have in the past? And how beholden will they be to their extremist or more Eurosceptic sides coming at them, as our guest from Italy said earlier, hanging around in the shadows or over the shoulder?
Keep in mind too is what could really shift here is the party groupings might change. Some parties might move to other groupings.
Yes.
This is not locked in here.
That's right.
There could be a change. And that could really change the arithmetic. That's what we have to see in the next few days and short weeks, I suppose.
Right.
How these alliances might evolve.
Right. And as some have speculated, these alliances to be formed could take still a number of weeks. The dust still has to officially settle on all of these results. These are not final results yet. But it does indicate, as you say, that there is no guaranteed A to B coalition with any of these parties. They're going to be looking around in 180-degree directions.
So if somebody is not a Eurosceptic, they can spin this and say, well, this shows that they're all pro-European parties that have a majority in the Parliament. Good. But it also means that, as you said, about 200 seats out of 751 are the fringe. And what impact is that going to have? So it's,
I mean,
two aspects.
And in a concrete example about when a party could go, Beppe Grillo's party in Italy could go to the Greens, which would make it larger than the German Greens, or it could go to Nigel Farage's party. It'd be a huge potential shift there in terms of the direction.
And then the question of, could there be early elections sparked by these results in some countries? We see a call there by the far right for there to be a new election in France. Well, I mean, a dissolution means
Is this a new development? Have we seen this in the past, that following European elections, there have then been reactions in the member states themselves?
Specifically, but I believe so,
yes. And it has a theatrical element to it. I think that would be fair to add. But at the same time, the result in France, particularly if it holds, has to be taken very, very seriously by the ruling government.
Similar situation in the UK. I know we haven't had any results yet.
We're still waiting,
due to the local laws there. But this is another country where these extreme views are being expressed, and we're going to have to look carefully on how that's reflected in the UK government itself.
But very, very interesting numbers coming out. Those numbers on seats distribution, if they were to hold, do point to a continued strength at the core, but the core has been challenged. I could put it that way. It certainly has been challenged from both the left and the right. Of course, for Mr. Tsipras in Greece, as a figurehead, as one of the Spitzenkandidaten for the far left, it's going to, I can imagine, it could increase his leverage to some extent. But whether it just is as a disruptive force, or whether it would be as a truly blocking force, is yet to be seen.
We see we understand Mr. Juncker is going to be speaking shortly.
Indeed, we are expecting him in about 10 minutes, and then we will go live to the EPP headquarters where Mr. Juncker will make a press conference. But now we are hearing that we have a final result from Finland. If I understand correctly, that is an official result from Finland that's been announced.
We're getting that shortly.
So we will be seeing that on our screens now. Was Mr. Stubb correct with his prediction?
Well, again, the EPP appears to have, yes, gone down one seat, 22.6%. The S&D also down a seat at 12%. Doing the calculations here very quickly, turnout, interestingly enough, slightly above 5 years ago. But the trend does seem to be in that direction.
But we see ALDE getting the most seats here at this point.
ALDE getting the most seats, that's right. And
but this is a center-right government, if I'm not mistaken, right? So it's EPP ALDE?
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah, so they're still strong.
They're still hanging in there when you add the numbers up at the moment. But it is certainly one that we'll have to continue watching, as Alexander Stubb pointed
Interesting,
out.
we also see that the EFD,
yes,
and those are more the Eurosceptics, right?
Right.
EFD, no?
Indeed, yeah.
That they have gone down by 1 percentage point. They kept the same seats. But we don't see a big jump, despite all the, talk about that they might.
The True Finns and the...
Yeah, don't believe the hype. The True Finns didn't jump like they were expected to by some
there was some thought that their support was on the downside before the elections came up.
What's this we're seeing on the Netherlands now?
While
projections. Okay.
So while we're waiting for Mr. Juncker, we are seeing some projections that the party are putting up.
Yeah.
So that's what the image that we're seeing on our screen, indeed.
There we go.
If we can see very quickly as it moves from one country to another. And we're also preparing results from Italy and Spain. So there's lots going on at the moment. It's all coming in and everything's moving every second. But these results here are looking very interesting up on the screen at the moment.
And also we see that we know that the polls close. It is now past 11 p.m. CET, at which time the Italian polls close. So we should be getting some figures in on that. Something I might mention, I saw a tweet here from Euractiv, that an MEP, Struan Stevenson of ECR, says ECR will not accept Juncker as Commission President. So let's hear what Mr. Juncker has to say about these divisions within the Parliament about whether he should be the next Commission President or not. Even if the EPP comes out on top on this election, it's not a done deal, I think. Right. But that's just my opinion.
Unanimity is not required as far as I'm aware, but at the same time, it certainly will raise questions about...
And I think we have to remember that the first discussions are taking place on Tuesday, when there's the informal dinner hosted by the current President of the Council, Herman Van Rompuy, where they will be discussing this in great detail, I'm sure. The EPP also has its pre-summit meeting where they will discuss their own situation. And as Mr. Lopez Istúriz White suggested, it will be an interesting discussion there.
Indeed.
We can see the prediction of the European Parliament here from the party headquarters up on our screens now. The same numbers that we put up also, showing and the average turnout of 43.11, the same as we reported, slightly up. Reason to be optimistic, and hopefully this will be a continuing trend in the future.
Certainly stops the slide. That I think it's very important to say, but it is a trend that I think all of us who appreciate the use of democracy like to see large turnouts, particularly ones where people are motivated to vote for issues that matter and make an impact on their lives.
Indeed, as I said, I'm a girl that believes in the glass is half full, so I'm being very optimistic that this is causing a debate in Europe. People are starting to take an interest, and that slowly Europe is beginning to matter more and more.
Well, hopefully I think some voters got the message that it is true that most legislation on a national level is in some way affected by what happens here in this European Parliament. They need to pay attention to who they vote for. in this election, not just as a protest vote, not just as, trying to take it out on the existing government, whoever it may be, but think about who's going to be making your policy that's going to be carried out on a national level.
That's a sign of growing power, and that would be an initial sign, as subtle as it is, of growing power, and it indicates that it's a two-way street. Blowback or disillusionment or anger or enthusiasm can work in both directions. It doesn't have to be national to Europe. It can go Europe back into the member states.
And whether you want somebody who wants more Europe, or you want somebody who wants less Europe in certain domains, subsidiarity they call that, elect somebody who you think is going to represent you well in doing that.
I think we need to keep an eye on our screens. I see the images are changing there, so perhaps Mr. Juncker is ready to speak, but we will keep an eye on that.
Good.
But just to go back to those figures again, with the EPP with 211, that means it will be the fourth time that the EPP has been in the lead, has won the elections of the European Parliament. A great result for the EPP if it continues to stay in this way.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly would be very, very impressive under the circumstances, but
let's
at
keep
the same time, it's all still.
We got to. It's not a done deal yet. These are the indications now. Let's watch what happens also in the coming weeks about political alliances. Will the EPP maintain the political alliances it has now in the Parliament? We don't know yet.
And what new alliances might they have to create in order to make it all happen?
That's right.
So we're continuing with the images from the party, so it seems that we're not quite there yet. We are just waiting for President candidate for the European Commission, Mr. Jean-Claude Juncker, to speak, and we will go live to him as soon as we see him appearing in our screen.
It's going to be very important for him to formulate his message now at this point, when we know that there is dissent, even within the EPP, as to whether he should be the next Commission President.
Right.
And so it's a very, very important moment for him to make a message of perhaps conciliation, of trying to make that case that he should be the next president. And that's going to be very tricky, I think, for him.
But I think we had clear messages both from Mr. Lopez Istúriz White and from Joseph Daul that was the direction that Mr. Juncker should be moving in.
Yeah, that's exactly. But his messaging is very important at this point. Let's watch what he says. We don't know what he's going to say.
It's creating facts on the ground, basically.
Yeah, exactly. The Parliament is trying to create this fait accompli. And will the European Council, the heads of state, when they meet on Tuesday, will they say, if they contradict what the Parliament wants to do, that's a real head-butting situation.
Absolutely, yeah.
And how's that going to play out?
And I believe he will also be joining us in the studio a little bit later, so perhaps we can ask him some of those questions directly.
Sure.
We see the image of Mr. Juncker on the screen, but once again, we're going back to the statistics.
Yeah, going back on this intransparency issue in the European institutions, this certainly would be a great push forward to have a Spitzenkandidat actually be nominated as the future Commission President and then be approved. That would certainly be a big plus. Are the heads of state and government ready to give up that amount of authority that they've held in the past? That, of course, is the big question.
It's true, though, that you have to think about the gravitas that this man has. And he was the head of the Eurogroup that helped to steer, the finance ministers that helped to steer Europe through this financial crisis.
8 years.
So that's to be included in his credentials.
And he really exemplifies European service, EU service. He was one of the longest-serving prime ministers in the EU history. As you said, Mr. Euro for a number of years, head of the Eurogroup. Extremely adept at forging consensus.
And some
with
say
ideals,
that if they didn't push through what they did, this as the Eurogroup, we would be in a much worse situation. There might have been a financial meltdown. Others would say that the Troika has been imposing too much power on certain countries like Greece, and we saw the election results there. So it's, there's a pro and con here. And how is that going to play out in these negotiations for the next Commission President?
Yeah, whoever it is going to have to try to start to heal those wounds between the North and the South, between those who say too much debt and the others who say too much austerity. Yeah. How do you bridge that gap? And,
right. Will we be able to stick with the Euro, the Stability Pact?
Yes.
Whereas there's some who are saying to suspend that. On the far right and the far left, they want to suspend it. They want to throw it out the window. No more 3% GDP debt deficit.
Yeah. So it's definitely an interesting time here in the European Union. Lots to change. I'm hearing that we're also preparing some results from Italy and Spain. Hopefully they will come through to us in just a short while. But there is a lot more to discuss this evening, and we will keep updating you as soon as the results come.
And of course, the Italians are busy counting now. I believe they've just now literally closed the polls a few minutes ago. So that could keep us all here a little bit longer. But
and as we explained earlier, we'll also be joined by Commissioner Antonio Tajani for a live reaction from Rome. And that's something that I personally will look forward to. It's going to be a close-run competition there.
Mm-hmm. We know that in the 2009 election, the EPP was far ahead. And we're going to see what the result is now.
And these are the Swedish final results coming up
now?
Indeed,
okay.
Yes. So just bear with us, and the images will be on the screen so we can see this final result from Sweden. We were talking about the Reinfeldt government here.
Yeah, he was very, very stable. It's a government since 2006. Now you see the results coming out now. This would appear to show that the EPP, 19.40%, down one seat from 2009. The S&D picking up one seat at 24%. ALDE also losing a seat down at 16.40%. Turnout, again, 3% higher than it was 5 years ago, so there is a positive aspect to that. But the center-right coalition government of Fredrik Reinfeldt will probably take sort of mixed messages away from the results here. As said, sorry, Chris, go ahead.
I think we had a smaller percentage for the non-aligned right, I guess the far right.
Yeah.
They've picked up an extra seat since we last talked about an hour ago.
Right, but at 9%, around 9%.
2 seats now, just about 10%, yeah. So that, that's an interesting
It is, and again, it suggests, as we were talking in the earlier discussion about who the next Commission President would be and what they have to do is to heal some of the wounds from not only the southern countries that have felt really hard done by from some of the austerity measures, but also very strong social net states, countries like Sweden, which have reached in some aspects a tipping point, or certainly the end of their tolerance, absolute tolerance, and their tolerant policies. And the nearly 10% result we just saw there now in the final for Sweden may also bear some reflection on that.
So I have some more breaking news coming through, and that's that the projection of seats seems to be different, with the EPP on 212, so picking up one extra seat, and the Socialists down to 186, so quite a big drop there from what was projected, and this is taking on board the latest exit polls from Italy.
My quick calculation suggests there's a 26-seat difference between the two, is that right?
26.
Your maths is faster than mine.
Okay.
Much bigger than
26 is larger, if it were to hold, than anything that we'd heard in projections in the last week or so. So
I wonder where those seats went.
And that, of course, is like Alice in Wonderland, which hole they went.
Indeed.
But it is an interesting development. And of course, the amount, I don't think we've mentioned it yet, but the amount of time it's going to take to still tally everything before the results are finally done, dusted, and official and put to bed, which we expect won't be until, last I heard, was tomorrow evening.
Exit polls from Italy.
And Italy, I heard, is coming up.
All right.
Italy is coming up now.
Exit polls about to go up.
And here we're looking for these lost seats. It will be an interesting result.
Counting from the Italians.
Here we go. 35 to 19 seats.
Yeah. So
Non-attached.
Again, I'm looking at
Beppe Grillo, huh?
Grillo's party, the M5 Star, 26.50% on 20 seats.
Yeah, that's a huge shift.
Yeah, and EPP actually took a pretty big hit there, losing 22% on 2009.
Yeah, we do see, and you know, this is the first election test of Prime Minister Matteo Renzi of the S&D, and he's. This is really the first election test of him on a national level at all, and we see a very strong showing for him. You got unemployment over 12%, 12.5%, youth joblessness 40%, very sluggish growth at the moment. They were in recession last year, so very, very tough. So you have also a rise in support for Mr. Grillo's Movimento 5 Stelle, five-star movement.
Maybe while you're reviewing that, there's one interesting element there to draw a parallel with France. You have some fractures within the conservative movement in Italy, as you do in France, and some of the healing that will need to come out of a result like this will also require some deftness on the part of whoever has to help oversee that period of healing that will need to take place.
Very carefully put.
Yes, very carefully put. Yeah.
But you're right. Italy is a real test case at the moment for how the main parties, which have splintered to some extent, can possibly be put back together again, like Humpty Dumpty. Can they be? And of course, now with this result from Grillo's party, where is he going to go with those seats?
And where on the European level is the EPP going to be able to ally and put together coalitions for various policies? It's
one thing in the totals that we've seen so far from the seat distributions, again, not absolutely final, is where Grillo's numbers are. Grillo's numbers already factored in to those totals. Have they already been given to?
Not in the overall.
Not on the overalls.
We just have the top two parties there, the leading two parties, the EPP and the Socialists. We didn't see where the. And
I can't remember how many seats we're talking on about, but it's double digits.
These are exit polls still, correct? As far as I know. So this could still evolve.
This could
as far
still
as
evolve.
I know.
Italy is indeed.
These are just the polls just closed.
Yeah.
So this is not a final at all.
Right.
Final figure.
Right.
Develop. Yeah. But we see a pretty strong support there for Beppe Grillo. And that is that sort of mad as heck.
But that isn't a surprise.
No, it's not a surprise.
It's something that many people have been expecting and maybe even fearing. But
it was coming. It could have been greater. Could have been bigger, actually.
Yeah. And we're now hearing some in my ear that Juncker may be coming shortly. Go ahead, Katie. I've heard that he's coming up very shortly, and we'll wait for.
So Jean-Claude Juncker is going to appear very shortly to speak on our screens, and
this is a statement from the headquarters,
right? It is indeed a statement from the headquarters. The tone will be very important. We're linked up with the EPP party. We should say hello to all of our colleagues over there.
The headquarters just down the street.
Indeed, where they have their own election night celebrations. Well, celebrations we hope, but their own election night together with a number of journalists in there who are following the program as well. So it's great that we're going to be linking up in this way.
And certainly that what he can lay claim to is a much larger number of seats as opposed to the S&D that had been expected. There had been a sort of speculation between 5 and 10 seat difference.
That's right.
Here we're seeing 26%.
Yeah, there are 26 seats
difference in these.
Clear victory was considered to be one of the definitions.
Yeah,
if
that's
that
right.
would strike one as clear.
Yeah.
Okay. So again, with Juncker's statement coming up any moment, at the moment, a gap of 26%. The mandate issue, which comes back to voter turnout, also is one of the things that in the Council, particularly, member state governments have said, we traditionally have the larger turnout, thus we have greater legitimacy, we have greater democratic legitimacy. So we'll see whether that's they happen.
Who did support me? This was, how could I say, an interesting, exhausting but hard campaign, but I liked it.
This is Mr. Juncker.
As
this is the voice of Mr. Juncker.
We are gathering now, we don't know about the final results, but the final results will be the one we were asking for when we were campaigning. Das, was die Europäer heute als europaweites Resultat.
What the Europeans are seeing now as a result right across Europe corresponds to what we expected.
The turnout is higher than it was last time, so the Europeans put a stop to this lowering turnout we were witnessing over the last, how could I say, decades. And that's good news for the European democracy. And as this 25th of May was an election day in the European Union and an election day in Ukraine, I'm happy to see that European democracy is progressing. If we want European democracy to progress, if we want to take the expression of the voters' will in a serious way, we have to respect what the European electors were saying tonight. Although we don't know about the final result, we do know, because we do know more than others, that the EPP will be seen at latest in 2 or 3 hours from now as the party having won these elections. As we did win these elections, I feel fully entitled to become the next president of the European Commission. This was not the only issue about when the Europeans went to polls today, but it's a particular issue provoking some interest as far as I'm concerned, and so I'm very happy about this result. L'extrême droite, contrairement à ce qu'on...
Unlike what's being said in some parts of the media, the extreme right didn't win the elections. In all countries, pro-European forces, if you add up the results of the socialists, the liberals, the greens, etc., clearly won the elections. Tomorrow's majority in the European Parliament will be clearly pro-European. Thank you, Europeans, for having voted in that way.
I think it is clear that we can assume that the lead candidate from the winning party will be president of the Commission. But we know that not only the voters have a right to decide who will become the president of the Commission, also the European Council and the European Parliament have a serious role to play. And the president of the Commission will be approved by the Parliament, and so that means that the person who is approved by the Council and by the European Parliament, following the meetings of the heads of the groups next week, will be responsible. And I will be ensuring that there is a majority, and there will be no getting around the EPP, and it will be important for us to have a good cooperation. No one should try to come up with a different majority. It is important that we follow these democratic processes. And forces against Europe or from the extreme right, if they reject the the role. It is important that we respect the pro-European votes, and assuming that this will be the case.
I will reject any contribution by the extreme right. I want to be elected by the forces of progress and democracy in the European Parliament.
Questions in the 4 languages you are practicing: Luxembourgish, not Dutch. I only have a passive understanding of Dutch. Luxembourgish, German, French, and English, which shouldn't be the lingua franca of Europe, because French and German are as important languages as the English is. And don't laugh, I will prove it. I will give my first press conference only in French.
Okay, questions? We have a micro here. Who has questions? Okay.
A British first.
No, it's a German.
It's a German. He didn't deplore because I was mentioning French and not German.
So
the second part will be in
May I raise my question in English nevertheless?
Yeah, okay. In American, yes, okay.
Could you please tell us which European capitals you already had phone contact?
Many.
For example, zum Beispiel?
Luxembourg, Germany, and others.
And you are encouraged.
And I'm not the spokesman of national governments, by the way.
And you are encouraged to and entitled to put the mandate for European Commission President.
We had elections today, and as it seems, the EPP has won these elections. So this is a question which is not a question, but which is an evidence.
That was clear, I think. Any other questions? You have the possibility. Yes,
yes.
Sir.
Kai Niklas from German television, ZDF. Mr. Juncker.
ZDF heißt das auf Deutsch.
ZDF, ja, kann ich auch auf Deutsch fragen.
Yes, I can ask my question in German as well. You've said that you want to work together with the democratic forces, with the Social Democrats. I think you're holding out the hand to Martin Schulz. He said this evening that he wants to form a coalition with those who are positively disposed towards him. Well, I'm not someone who wouldn't hold out a hand to others, but I'd like to see his outstretched hand. And I will take the hand of anyone who holds out their hand. I will discuss things with all democratic parties. Jacques Delors once said that it's perhaps not clever to quote this at the end of a campaign, but said that it's a joint project, but that the Christian Democrats have contributed more. I'm happy to work with him, but I think it's clear that there are differences, and I think that is something that we see clearly during elections. A bridge builder, I like to reach consensus, but I'm not willing to compromise at any price.
Tom Fellis from the Wall Street Journal. Mr. Juncker, how satisfied are you with the election results in Ukraine, particularly given that a lot of people in the east of the country seem not to have been able to participate?
I'm very satisfied as far as the result of the presidential elections in Ukraine are concerned, because this was clearly proving that the majority of the Ukrainian people was clearly moving in the direction of courage, responsibility, and the expansion of deeper democratic feelings. So I'm very happy about the result, and I'm even more happy about the fact that these elections took place, because weeks ago this was not as obvious as it seems today. And I really do hope that an atmosphere of dialogue will re-enter the relations between Ukraine and Russia. We need both of them. Last.
The gentleman here and the lady here, these are the last three questions. Huh?
Focus.
As an English businessman, how would you intend to support English business within the European community?
I'm not an English businessman.
I am.
Yes, but I have won the elections.
True.
That makes a difference.
But how would you support me within the European Union?
I'm in favor of nuanced free trade. I'm in favor of respecting the cardinal virtues of social market economy. I would like Britain to stay as an active, a vital, a sense-giving member of the European Union, despite what all the British papers, I don't know about the businessmen, have written in recent times. I'm not the enemy of Britain. I want to cooperate with Britain in a very normal way. I do think that in Europe there is a need for the British common sense, for this down-to-earth oriented political behavior. I'm ready to negotiate with Britain. All the pardon?
You would support it.
Support what?
Support the English trade within the European Union.
No. I'm not the president of the Commission being on his knees before Britain, and I don't want Britain to be on its knees when it comes to worshipping Europe. I do think that common sense-oriented people will always be able to make a deal. I want a fair deal with Britain. Entering parts of the British requests, the British requests will be clear they are not for the time being, and I want Britain to understand and to respect the others. I'm not anti-British. Far from that. In several countries I have been attacked during this campaign for being too pro-British.
The lady here, and then Mr. Moritz as the last one.
Yeah.
Martina Herzog, DPA.
Ja,
Können Sie sich vorstellen?
Ja.
Hallo.
Hallo.
Can you see a situation where in a few weeks' time Martin Schulz would become president of the Commission? I have an almost unlimited imagination, but I don't think it would stretch that far.
So we heard some strong words from the Mr. Juncker there, the candidate of the EPP for president of the European Commission. John, what do you make of these statements?
A lot of grist for the mill. There'll be a lot of good quotable stuff coming out of that press conference in all the news media, online and in the papers tomorrow morning. Basically saying at the top that as the Spitzenkandidat, he realizes that he's not only going to get the nod, or is not only getting the nod from the voters, but that he also needs to get the nod from the European Council. So he's already going into, or seemed to be in this press conference, going into pre-negotiation mode. He seems to be ready and up for the challenge. But he also indicated that he's ready to deftly work together with the Socialists and Democrats. The question in English came later about working with Martin Schulz, always ready to hold out his hand and find ways to build consensus, but that he was absolutely not prepared to do anything with the extremist parties. I think he made that very, very clear. And I'll let Chris pick up, because I think you probably have a few things there.
He said very clearly the extreme right, and he said this one in French, n'ont pas gagné les élections, did not win the elections, that the pro-European parties consist of a majority in the parliament. Interesting that he spoke in English, French, and German. He wanted to make the point that there are different languages here in the EU, and I think perhaps some people were thinking that things had gone too far toward English and not included enough German and French and other languages. So I think he's trying to show himself to be much more all-encompassing when it comes, even on a linguistic basis.
Absolutely, and that has been a complaint in recent times, that the Anglo-Saxon has taken over a lot of the Brussels culture, and I think he was perhaps trying to recalibrate that a little bit in his answers.
An interesting exchange, though, with the British businessman.
Very feisty, very, very feisty indeed, and he said, I'm not going to be on my knees before Britain.
But Britain should not be on its knees toward the Commission either.
Exactly. Yeah. But he did make it very clear, and I think that this is a nod to what we're seeing, as we're waiting, obviously, for results out of the UK, that British requests are not clear for the time being, which would indicate that the messages that are coming out of the British Isles may be more than mixed at the moment, given.
But it was an extended hand. It was an extended hand to say, I would like to, you talked to him, he said the word deal.
Yes.
They'd like to find the right deal with the UK.
He's probably
he said that before. He's ready to negotiate.
Absolutely, and that despite the fact that, despite the fact as well that David Cameron had come out very publicly, or not publicly, but certainly had said that he was not in favor of either the two Spitzenkandidaten, either Scholz or
I think we'll have time to enter further into this discussion later, particularly when we start looking at the results of the UK. But we have some updated results and some new results, I believe, from Croatia specifically. Theo is back on his way up to join us to give us another update. Here he is, and welcome back. He's been collating the results behind the scenes and is now back to help us have a look at the first indications, I think, that we've had from Croatia. The newest member state of the European Union.
Yes,
let's see what they've been saying.
Actually, we have two positive news. The first positive news is the turnout is bigger than the previous one. It's 25.06, 5% more than 1 year ago.
25.86, right?
06.
Oh, 06. So it's
06. Sorry, it was probably a mistake.
Okay.
And the second positive news is that the EPP parties, they're on the lead. With 41.29%, that means 5 to 6 seats.
These are still forecasts, I imagine.
No, they're not forecasts. These
are fixed results?
Almost final. They're 91.53% of the results. So we have almost final results. The socialists. They have decreased from 32.07 to 29.86. That means they're getting 4 seats. And the Croats, for the very first time, they have a Green Party. It's a very new Green Party. It was formed just a couple of months ago, and they got 9.41% of the votes. That means 1 seat. And there is another party, the Alliance for Croatia. They are the non-attached. They got 7%.
Is that a far-right party?
Actually, it's not. No, we cannot characterize far-right party. No, and they are fighting to get 1 seat. Mm-hmm. I mean, if we can say some interesting things about Croatia, everybody knows about the floods, the recent floods, and the damages, and a lot of Croats. They were very disappointed with the ruling socialists. They didn't provide with all the help that it was needed.
So there's a certain flood aspect to the low turnout.
You remember perhaps the situation in Germany?
Yes, it does. It does ring some bells.
Yes. You know, with the floods you can win elections.
Yes, Mr. Schröder reminds us of that.
No, it's not only not in the floods, but in general there is a mismanagement of the socialists, and there is a bad distribution of the EU funds, and there are some scandals, corruption for the socialists, and all these kind of things. So let's say overall a very positive result for the EPP.
And of course, one of the newest members within the EU 28 with their 11 MEPs, which of course is part of the seat reallocation.
Thank you for that, Theo. I'm sure we'll see you again later in the evening, back behind the scenes. We have some more first exit poll results coming through from Spain. A very interesting, not yet result, but a forecast. Which another big country, so an important one in that sense. We can see here on our screens these indications.
Well, the two mainstream parties are both down.
Both hammered.
And we see a rise on the fringe. This is another, that party we've seen, the non-attached left, jumping to 16%. That's the number of parties, it's true. Yeah. But we do see collectively they have 16%, so a lot of people angry with the mainstream, though the EPP remains in the lead over the S&D, even though they've taken a lot of grief from a lot of voters who are angry with the party in power as usual. But they're still in the lead, which is very interesting.
For the time being. And of course, this with an unemployment rate of around 26% amongst the adult over 25 population. Right. Amongst the youth, I think it's around 50.
So this was an election test of Prime Minister Mariano Rajoy of the EPP, and that he came out on top. lost a lot of seats, admittedly, but still came out on top is interesting.
Be interested to know how far into the counting we are in Spain on that.
Yeah, this isn't a done deal either. That's
right.
true. Yeah.
And we also have some more results coming through. That's a great issue with Spain there. And next we're going to go to Hungary, where we have some interesting results coming through. I think there was a fear for Jobbik, if I remember correctly. Let's see what it looks like.
And they have pretty much maintained. They haven't risen as some people thought they would. The EPP did admittedly lose 2 seats.
But got a big majority of the votes there, more than half of the votes.
They still got a majority. They went down from 56% down to 50%, 51.5%. But they still, as the party in power, they maintain their lead, despite it all.
Yeah,
kind of like Spain. Yeah, but we do see that the extremists don't seem to have advanced as some people had expected. Jobbik had gotten a lot of press, a lot of attention.
Moving on, we also have latest exit polls, I still believe, from the Czech Republic. They will be coming up on our screens just now. Any big issues from the Czech Republic we should be looking out for, John?
Yes, we're just now looking.
Here we are on the screens here. Again, the EPP is the leading party here.
Right. Yeah, you're talking about a big jump up, actually, about a 3.5% increase to 25% of the vote. 7 seats up from 2 5 years ago. Meanwhile, the Social Democrats dropped 3 sites, or the 3 seats have gone down. I didn't actually see that turnout number. That
turnout was 18% down from,
it was about
down
10%
from 20
down.
something there.
28,
Can we put that back up on the screen?
There was some concern. There we go. There was some concern that they would have Slovak-type numbers from 2009 this time around. In other words, the region seems to be suffering from stay-at-home-itis when it comes to voting. But interesting as well to look at the ECR results here. Former President Václav Klaus, of course, being a big mover and shaker in that direction. They lost quite heavily from 5 years ago. 31% at the time 5 years ago, down to 7%. So a drop of nearly 3/4 in their support in these estimates, I should add, to now. And the Czech Republic, I think we also want to get back to Juncker as well here.
Indeed. That's the last results that we have for the moment. Again, they will keep coming throughout the evening, so please do stay tuned. And let's have another think about what Jean-Claude Juncker has just said in these crucial moments in his press conference.
I think one of the things that really came out for me, Katie, was on the Ukraine elections, was his words at the end of the exchange where he talked about developing and maintaining an atmosphere of dialogue between Russia and Ukraine. He was already putting himself sort of in the foreign policy statesman's role. He said very tellingly, we need both of them. And from an economic as well as a moral perspective, the Ukraine's being the democratic moral imperative, you have the energy issues of Russia, as well as the fact that many in the EU do recognize that Russia has, like everyone else, strategic interests, and it's trying to find that balance. So the fact is, he added that the elections happened at all, that Putin essentially didn't cast cold water on it immediately was also telling. Chris, I think you had a point there.
That's true. That's true. I think, too, I wonder what it means about any further sanctions against Russia, whether this is telegraphing that they want to hold back for the moment and see what more that the Russians do or don't do to try to alleviate the situation in Ukraine. It's going to be very telling to see what happens in the next few days, what happens with the results of that Ukrainian election, whether the Ukrainians can now assert their power over eastern Ukraine, or if things will continue to spin out of control.
But the whole of the Ukraine wasn't united in these elections. From what I'd seen, there were areas where it was impossible to get to vote. It was just not worth risking going to the poll stations.
Yes.
Well, Europe is in a difficult situation because they of course want to solve the Ukrainian crisis, but there are also interests of trade, of energy, and how do you balance all those issues when, among the EU 28, it's not an easy thing. Not easy.
Yeah, that whole energy security issue, we don't have the plan B in Europe in place yet. As a result, we continue to rely on Russian gas.
That's going to be a big issue in this next Parliament session.
Absolutely.
And the Commission.
Okay, let's take another 10-minute break. I believe, again, there will be videos for you to watch while we just step away and have a look at the latest results so we can bring them to you and explain what's happening here in the European Parliament this evening. See you again in 10 minutes' time.
Freedom for granted, creating false expectations. On the contrary, some others think that protecting freedom is only possible creating barriers. Nevertheless, time and facts prove them wrong. Mr. and Mrs. Belmont are saying goodbye to their daughter Claudia. She's going on an Erasmus program. Mr. Belmont remembers how difficult it was to travel to Europe years ago. He believes in a secure system which allows free will to any European citizen, because freedom is about trust. This is the security that allows Claudia to live in the country of her choice, to become part of a community abroad, with rights as well as obligations, because this is what means being part of Europe. It is the same security that lets Mrs. Belmont talk to her daughter via internet. They can share photographs and maintain their privacy online without the fear of being hacked. Mr. Belmont is a more down-to-earth guy, concerned about the food she's going to eat and the safety at her destination. Because it's the first time that she'll be away from home, the first time she'll make decisions on her own, and it is her free will that needs to be protected. Security that sometimes we take for granted. We don't think about it, but it is there. It is the trust on a security that lets the Belmonts say goodbye. The confidence that makes possible for Claudia to travel, study, grow, and be part of a future society.
Europe. Safer. Choice. Rights. Privacy. Food. Decisions. Protection. Talk. Security.
We believe in people.
Last year, the single market celebrated its 20th anniversary. That's 20 years of the free movement of goods, people, services and capital within the European Union. EU action has opened up national markets, brought down trade barriers and made services up to 90% cheaper. EPP TV spoke to Andreas Schwab, EPP Group Coordinator in the European Parliament's Internal Market and Consumer Protection Committee, Michel Barnier, European Commissioner for the Internal Market, and Christian Verschuren, Director General of Eurocommerce, which represents retail, wholesale and international trade interests in Europe, to find out just how far the single market has come.
What we have achieved already is in a certain way taken for granted, that you can travel without showing your passport from one country to another, that you can pay with your credit card all over Europe without paying additional fees in the same money, with the same level of consumer protection, no rip-off, no wrong call centers, no wrong numbers, everything controlled and harmonized in a positive way.
Ce que nous faisons depuis maintenant 50 ans, et en particulier depuis 20 ans, depuis le début du marché unique, c'est ce travail d'harmonisation pour créer des conditions équitables de concurrence et puis aussi mieux protéger les consommateurs. Je pense à la sécurité des produits, par exemple pour la vie quotidienne des enfants avec la qualité et la sécurité des jouets, la sécurité des produits alimentaires qui est maintenant harmonisée. On a favorisé pour les transports aériens, pour le téléphone portable, pour la vie quotidienne, grâce à cet espace commun.
I think it has been a very sort of untold story and one of the best stories of the construction of the European Union. If you take that from the creation of the single market in 1992 and sort of 15 years onwards, there's been close to 3 million jobs being created and an extra, over an extra 2% in extra growth that has been generated out of the single market. Consumers have benefited, businesses have benefited from a point of view of wider choice of products, better consumer rights.
The EPP has always been at the heart of the single market, an idea initiated by Europe's founding fathers in the 1950s to make citizens' lives easier, which today has become a reality.
We have really been the driving force in this process because we always wanted to move ahead. We wanted to take down the still existing small barriers that are there to make sure that consumers and business alike can find a marketplace in Europe where it's easy to operate, where it's easy to buy, and where it's also easy to resolve questions and problems that may arise.
I can think of at least 3 areas where members of the EPP have been instrumental. And I think probably the first that comes to mind is the report on a fair and more efficient retail market. Another area have been the single market governments. How can we try to improve the single market? I think has been led by EPP, and currently we have another member of the EPP who is leading the digital single market.
The single market has harmonised the complex and different national laws of 28 member states, making it easier and cheaper for the 23 million European companies to do business across borders. And with unrestricted access to 500 million people, trade between EU countries has grown by 2,000 billion euros since 1992. Thanks to a 25% reduction in red tape and a harmonised set of EU standards, selling online in Europe is a real opportunity for even the smallest of companies. And with more firms now competing against each other, it means lower prices for consumers and a wider choice of products and services that you wouldn't necessarily find at home or at the same price.
One really major help, I think, is the introduction of a passport for SMEs into the public procurement system at European level. And public procurement at European level is still a directive, so member states have to implement it. But we hope that with the wording that we have found at the trialogue with the Council, that we can make sure that SMEs, small and medium-sized businesses, have an easier way to work out through all these rules and procedures that they have to fulfill before really getting a tender.
Since the EU liberalised the aviation sector and created a single market for air transport, it is now easier and cheaper to travel throughout Europe. Europeans can enjoy the benefits of a connected continent through a wider choice of routes and airlines and lower prices. Airfares have fallen 40% since the 1990s. EU legislation offers disabled passengers special assistance at no extra cost and entitles everyone to certain rights if your journey is disrupted or cancelled. The internal energy market protects consumers from supply disruptions and power cuts and means households and businesses can shop around for the best deal. Retired citizens can move to any member state, still receive their statutory pension there and gain access to public health care. In fact, with the European Health Insurance Card, EU citizens are entitled to receive medical treatment when abroad in any EU country. The single market is an essential platform for growth, especially in times of economic crisis. With unemployment at nearly 12% in the EU, nearly 30% in Greece and Spain, it offers people the opportunity to go across borders to look for work without the need for a permit. EURES, the EU's online job portal, links over 1 million job seekers with 30,000 employers in 31 countries. Erasmus, the student exchange programme, has helped 2.5 million students in the last 25 years to study or train in another member state. And mutual recognition of professional qualifications has given hundreds of thousands of people the opportunity to find work abroad.
We wanted to make sure that when specific professional qualifications are done in one country, that without any further documents and stuff, you can go abroad and start working on the same basis. This is done now for a limited number of professions already, and we hope that we can enhance this number of professions in the future.
Proposed changes are underway to remove an important barrier between the national payment markets. Under the plans, debit card transaction fees would be capped at 0.2% and credit cards at 0.3%. That's a reduction of 2/3 and an end to the unjustified high-level fees. Initially, the caps would only be applied to cross-border transactions, but could be later implemented within each of the member states. With all of these changes, the EU has tried to provide greater protection and support to its citizens.
We have set up an online platform for all dispute resolution questions at European level. When people like you buy specific products online in the internet at European level. I think that's a very helpful tool for consumers.
The single market has come a long way, and with the second Single Market Act, it's set to go further still. To further promote growth and jobs, the EU wants to remove the unnecessary legal and administrative barriers that remain in the services sector. It wants to give all EU citizens access to a basic payment account, ensure bank account fees are transparent, and make switching bank accounts easier. It is also working on enhancing cross-border online payment and shipping systems so that consumers pay less for delivery between two neighbouring countries, receive packages more easily, and are better informed as to when the product will arrive. Other plans include developing fully integrated networks in rail and maritime transport. Given the increasingly digitalised world we are living in, a digital single market, estimated to create an extra 500 billion euros in GDP by 2020, is becoming more and more urgent. The EU wants to improve the electronic payment system, reduce the cost and increase the efficiency of high-speed internet, facilitate the transition to e-invoicing, and develop an EU strategy on cloud computing.
There's also opportunities with technologies where with e-commerce and the digitalization, you could have a pack of biscuits with a QR code and sort of the new modern version of the barcode. Scan that with your cell phone, and if you're a Dutch customer, you'll receive that the product information in Dutch. If you're a Slovak customer or consumer, you can read the product information and the price, etc., and the conditions and the promotions in your local store in Slovakia.
Implementation of the single market is key, and the EU is now urging member states to put the legal framework in their countries into effect as soon as possible. One proposal by the EPP Group is to change the kinds of laws that apply, a move from directives, which give member states flexibility in terms of implementation, to regulations, which are more prescriptive and likely to break down the barriers that remain.
Je suis très vigilant, y compris quelquefois quand il faut faire des procédures d'infraction pour que les États membres fassent ce qu'ils ont dit. Ils ont pris des engagements au Conseil des ministres.
We played very often in favor of full harmonized directives or full, at least, regulations, which are meaning that we have one law that is applied directly from European level all over Europe, but we have to also to respect the principle of subsidiarity, the principle of regionalism in Europe. We try to find a middle way and to steer the European boat there.
There is no doubt that the single market is one of the most important achievements for European unity. We have spent decades building it together, and now we need to support it to ensure implementation in all member states. This is critical so businesses and citizens can enjoy the benefit of living in a union with 500 million people, 23 million companies, and one single market, a market that can compete at every level and with every other nation.
Some think that Europe is a waste of time. The idea of a shared experience, the thought of an open society, scares them. Others blame Europe for the crisis. But time and facts prove them wrong. Europe is a young, unique and dynamic idea. Always developing, always moving, never staying put. Because Europe is about people, and people are what make the world go round. Individuals who team up and work together for a cause, who share a common will to settle differences by finding what unites them. The shared bonds that make this experience unique, making us proud as we watch it grow stronger day by day. And it is there that we want to be, alongside those who work, together with those who commit their lives to creating dreams and transmitting their passion. Europe requires commitment from those governing as well as from individuals, because Europe is a bottom-up concept. It is built on principles of common good and benefit for everybody. So it is time to move, to make decisions and bring the actions of individuals to bear on the actions of the institutions. Because we are all part of the game, those who watch and those who play, all part of a common future that we must focus on.
Dynamic.
Team up.
Proud.
Dreams.
Individuals.
Play.
Decisions. People.
Future.
Global. True.
We believe in people.
Good evening and welcome back. We are looking forward to welcoming Pedro López to the stage in a few minutes to elaborate on the results that we've seen so far. But first, let's get back into the main issues here.
Yeah.
What have we been seeing? Let's have a little recap of where we are.
Well, the projected seat numbers, I think, are quite interesting. 212 seats for the EPP out of 751 total. Right. S&D 186. I don't know if we can put that up on the screen or not, but that shows a 26-seat lead projected for the EPP, much greater than had been expected in the polls.
Right.
Now, it is down, but it is still a lead over the S&D, and that can indicate how things will work in terms of how the parliament will work, but also in this Spitzenkandidat struggle for the presidency of the European Commission.
And of course, Martin Schulz's words will also be interesting to hear what his reaction to Juncker is on this result.
Exactly.
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening and welcome. The spokesman from the EPP group in the European Parliament, here to reflect a little bit with us on what has happened throughout the evening. What do you make of the situation so far?
Well, it's clear that the EPP group is again on the lead before the Socialists, and now the negotiations start, because, as you know, the majority in the European Parliament is 376 MEPs, and no group has that amount of MEPs. So the negotiations are going to start tonight, I think, at the time we are speaking.
Indeed. And this is going to mean some interesting developments for the coalitions and the future shape of the Parliament.
Well, if you take the results that the European Parliament is releasing right now, it is clear that it's only one possible majority coalition, which is the EPP with the Socialists, so what it is called a big coalition. And then we can enlarge that, of course, to other political groups. But there is no center-right or center-left coalition possible which will have the majority.
Have you had any signals so far from the other camp, from the Social Democrats, about potential horse trading, working together, collaboration going?
As far as I have heard right now, the President of the Parliament and candidate for the Socialist is open to speak with Mr. Juncker, the candidate of the EPP, and Mr. Juncker will also speak with Mr. Schulz, and I think this is happening almost right now.
In the European Parliament, so they are both in the building.
Yeah. In any
what
case,
about the question of Spitzenkandidat, about the race for the presidency of the European Commission? How do you think these results bear out for that? What indication do you have? Does this really make it a fait accompli that Mr. Juncker will be the next Commission president?
No, it's not a fait accompli because the treaty says what it says. It says that the European Council will take into account the results of the European elections, will designate a candidate, and the Parliament should vote this candidate.
So it's still possible that the Council could pick somebody else, could nominate somebody else?
Of course. The European Council has all the rights to pick a candidate. But in any case, he needs to respect democracy. And democracy today is very clear. The EPP has won the elections. He has a candidate. His name is Jean-Claude Juncker, former Prime Minister of Luxembourg, so former member of the European Council, very well known of all the people who is going to designate that candidate that will be voted in the hemicycle in Strasbourg. So
they will have
the conclusion is
take serious account of that.
Exactly.
Do you think it's pressing that Jean-Claude Juncker, in his press conference, mentioned that he'd already been on the phone to both Luxembourg and Germany to discuss this?
I'm not with Jean-Claude Juncker tonight, so I don't know with who he has to speak with, but I suppose that the telephone is constantly ringing. The next step, I think, is going to be to wait until the real official results tomorrow during the day. And then we will probably assist to a discussion in the Conference of Presidents of the political groups here in Brussels on Tuesday morning, 11:30. And then there is the informal dinner of the heads of government and heads of state here in Brussels. Already the President of the European Council, Mr. Van Rompuy, has announced that it will be a discussion on the outcome of the elections, that we will not air any name, but I think the mediatic pressure is going to be very high in this European Council, so they will probably come up if not with a name, with a clear program of what to do in Europe in the next 5 years. And then we will find the person, they will designate the person that they think that this program for 5 years, the next 5 years in Europe will be the perfect one to do it.
And another issue that's been very high on the agenda this evening has been the rise in the extreme right. Is this something that you'd expected and something that you'd prepared yourselves for?
Well, it is clear that we expected, and all the polls were showing that before, in the last few weeks, rise of the extremism in several countries. In any case, the results are clear. They will not have any influence in the European Parliament. Let's see first if they are able to organize between themselves and form a group. I don't think so.
That's problematic.
We are now seeing the latest projections from Spain. Are there any surprises here for you?
Well, there is a surprise in the number of seats obtained by the two biggest parties, the Partido Popular, which is member of the APP, and the Partido Socialista Obrero Español, which is a member of the Socialist Group. They have, both of them, for the first time, decreased their number of seats. I think it's the first time in the all European elections in Spain since '87, which were the first European elections in Spain. And it's really very surprising that for the first time, the two big parties have not reached the threshold of the 50% of the vote.
Extraordinary.
We have a huge increase of the Izquierda Unida, which is sitting in the United Left group. Yeah. And the big surprise of the night was the list of the Podemos party, which is a party of the extreme left, which is headed by a professor of sociology in the Spanish university, and which intends to represent this group of indignados, the indignated that 2 years ago were in the streets in Spain.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and also looking at the turnout, we've been comparing that throughout, and I just saw that in Spain it was up slightly there from 44.9 up to 45.58, a positive trend. It's been different in all the different countries that we've looked at.
Yeah,
is there a general message we can draw?
The turnout, if you look at the different countries, as far as I have checked, it's bigger in the all Europe countries, and it's smaller in the Eastern countries, surprisingly. So the countries that have joined the European Union recently, well, not recently because it's already 10 years ago, the voters are not going to the polls, surprisingly. And it's in the all European countries who have been there during much more time, where the interest in these elections have increased.
But we see it slightly higher in Spain here by 1%. How do you what do you attribute to that?
Well, it's clear, if you follow the results, it is clear that there is a mobilization of the extreme left in Spain in these polls. But in any case, the result is also clear in the sense that in Spain is one of the few countries in which, in these European elections, in which the party who is in government has won the elections.
Yes, it's quite a rare occasion, isn't it?
Despite the decrease of the seats.
Yeah.
In terms of the voter turnout, I come from the United States, where low voter turnout in presidential elections has never been a barrier to forming governments or obtaining legitimacy. But is that the case here? Also, because member states have often said, well, we keep the authority because in our national elections we have significantly higher turnouts, and European elections in this case have had somewhat lower turnouts. So you have the two aspects. One is a clear victory, if that in fact is the case, and is the mandate there through a sufficiently sized voter turnout. So between those two aspects, has Juncker passed those two tests of legitimacy through decent voter turnout as well as a clear victory?
I'm hearing that we also have some more results coming through from Lithuania. Perhaps we can look at that when we get the results through to see what the voter turnout is and how things have measured up there. The images are coming through to our screen right now, and we can see here that their turnout has gone up dramatically in this case, almost doubled from 20% up to 42.43%.
And very interesting what Pedro was just saying as well, because although some Eastern European countries have taken almost for granted a little bit what the freedoms they've gotten over the last 10 years, whereas the Western Europeans are now beginning to think, hey, we may have to hold on to these by being more active. Lithuania seems to have bucked the trend of low voter turnout in the East. And I'd be interested to know from your perspective, Pedro, what you see in Lithuania that you perhaps might not see elsewhere. I have my own theory, but of course you're far closer to the action.
But I think in Lithuania the most important issue has been during the campaign the crisis with Russia in Ukraine. So that have pushed the people to vote and participate in the elections. In any case, I think from the moment that somebody is voting in Europe, there is enough democratic legitimacy.
We're also hearing that there were presidential elections in Lithuania at the same time, which has increased the turnout. And I believe Dalia Grybauskaitė was re-elected president of Lithuania.
Yeah. But definitely the issue of Ukraine and security issues, particularly energy security issues in Lithuania, will continue to play a large role and probably had some impact as well. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's right.
Just trying to see what else I have here from my...
As far as we have Portugal coming?
Portugal coming in?
We have the results from Portugal coming through to our screens now, but also for Lithuania, I just wanted to mention there's also the issue of the euro. They're due to enter into the Eurozone. Right. But perhaps we can touch on that later as we do have these results from Portugal up on our screens. I think these are still exit polls and not official results at this stage. Correct me if I'm wrong. They are indeed exit polls. So we can see here that there are indeed 6 to 8 seats for the EPP, down from 10.
Well, we have an EPP coalition in power with Prime Minister Pedro Passos Coelho, and obviously through the austerity policies that were required to be carried out because of compliance with Euro stipulations. There have been pension cuts. Unemployment is at 16%. It's a tough situation for the government, and that's why they lost a couple of seats at least on the European Parliament level. This was obviously a test of the national politics.
Yeah. And they just exited the bailout, right?
They just exited the bailout. So that was, it's been a painful period for Portugal. And this is what the government has been tested as at the polls. And so we see the result there. What impact that could have on the national politics is anybody's guess at this point. But Portugal is in one of those very difficult situations, and the government having, if they do come out with 8 seats, if they have only lost 2 seats in this situation, it's rather impressive that they'd be able to pull that off if this happens.
If this happens, and they still have a huge shadow. I saw in the New York Times just yesterday that Portugal has, despite coming out of the bailout, amassed 738 billion euros in public and private debt. Yeah. So they still have their work cut out for them. And,
it could be that the biggest, I mean, we're seeing that the far left could actually gain 2 more seats. So we see that, rising discontent with both mainstream parties.
Yes.
And we're also getting final results through from Poland. This is obviously where we were hearing from Mrs. Hübner that the turnout was extremely low there. She was very disappointed. The images will be on the screen in a few seconds.
Before we get to that, Pedro, if I could ask one more question about the extremist parties. Here in the Parliament, how is that going to bear out if it's difficult to put together a coalition if the extremist parties are trying to stop some kind of policy? Is it going to be easy for the right and left mainstream to be able to head off?
No. Normally, here the negotiations on the legislative issues always take into account the majorities. And as I told you before, the majorities here can only be made between the Socialists, the EPP, and the Liberals. So the extreme far right or the extreme far left, they will not make the difference, even if they try to make a political group, as they have announced between Le Pen, Wilders, and other extreme right parties.
So you don't think that they could be strong enough collectively as strange bedfellows to head off to stop certain policies, say on trade, say on single market?
No, their only influence will be using the media, which means they are very smart. They have proven that in the past to be very smart using the media and accusing the other traditional political forces as being traitors to their country. So it's in the hand of the traditional political forces not to be influenced by the media attacks that these kind of parties they will do.
Right.
And for a second there, we had the final results from Poland up on our screens. If we could have those back up again, we can have a look here in detail. It's looking like a good result for the EPP there, with 23 seats.
They both lost, the two main parties. The EPP also lost some seats there, but still came out very much on top. The Socialists and Democrats lost quite a bit more on percentage terms. The fact that 5 years ago you had a 67% total for both of the main parties, and this time around only 48, nearly a 20% fall. Again, we've seen this trend elsewhere around Europe. And turnout in this case, as Danuta Hübner told us earlier, very disappointing that they could not actually improve on turnout from last time around.
But Poland is one of the countries that I have mentioned, the bigger countries of the European Union, in which the government has won the elections. Yeah. Poland, Spain, Germany.
Yeah.
Despite some tough reform that Poland had to carry out and still has to carry out if they want to join the euro.
Indeed.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And where they actually stand at this point on that debate. Chris, I know that you're much closer to that, or Pedro, whether the euro might feature in their future at any time, but there are some other general issues to discuss there as well.
Poland is also one of the countries of the European Union in which the EPP make one of the strongest difference with the socialist group.
Oh, that's interesting to know. So even within the EPP itself, there are differences at a national level.
Yeah, because I have seen that the socialists are claiming that the EPP is winning because they have forces like Forza Italia and Fidesz from Hungary, that they contest to follow the values of the EPP, which is not true, because the MEPs from Fidesz and the MEPs from Forza Italia in the last term, they have always been the most loyal to the EPP line in the votes in the European Parliament. So I don't know why the socialists are using this argumentation, and the results in Poland clearly shows that there are countries in which we completely defeat the socialists.
So you're essentially then indicating that the EPP grouping of parties as it is now will probably remain the same, or will there be? Because after elections like this, there could be, shifts. Some parties might go to other groups. It's possible.
Yeah, but it will not be the case in the EPP. On the contrary, we expect, and I am not in the measure to reveal now anything, but we expect probably to have new members from other political parties in the becoming days.
And this happens over the next few weeks. Then.
As you know, now we enter in the time of constitution of the political groups. The EPP will have its constitutive meeting on the 3rd of June, so not next week, but in 8 days. And then the socialists will constitute themselves, I think, is the 18th of June. So these are the two key dates to know which will be the new political heads of the two biggest groups in the European Parliament, because, as you know, the EPP chairman, Joseph Daul, is not running anymore in these elections, and the chairman of the Socialist Group is not running also, Hannes Swoboda.
Yeah. So we have some big changes. I'm also hearing that we have some more results, the latest results and possibly the final results from Belgium, a country that we've not touched on yet, very close to some of our hearts, but the results are slightly delayed due to a few technical issues apparently. Even though the polls closed at 4 o'clock, they are only just able to bring us these results. So it's been a long wait for some of us.
A long wait. These next few weeks, though, are going to be interesting to watch as far as how, the formations of the party groupings, and also the negotiations over who could become the next president of the European Commission, and the election of those two, of the president of this Parliament and the president of the Commission, is going to happen in July, during the plenary sessions of the European Parliament. That is really going to be crunch time when we see who comes out on top there. And it's going to be a matter of these negotiations leading up to that.
And there are a bunch of major
To tell you the truth, I have been following European elections since 1989, and I think this is the first time in which I don't know who will be the next 1st of July President of the European Parliament.
You think it will have a reaction on what happens this evening and what's decided as President of the European Commission? These are deals that have to...
I think it's simply related to the change of leadership in the two biggest groups. And I think it's also related in the elections of the Commission President, because from the election of the Commission President will be the product of a coalition. So who will be in the lead there will clearly mark which will be leading the other European institutions and in which order.
Could we see an alternation, as we did see in this last term, There was an EPP president of the parliament and then an S&D president of the parliament. Will we see the same thing in this next 5 years?
I think the rules of the parliament states that the president of the parliament is president during 2 years and a half.
Yeah.
So in any case, we will have two presidents during these next 5 years in the European Parliament.
Will there be a sharing of power as we saw?
The only thing that it will be possible is that you may think that Mr. Schulz, who is the candidate of the Socialists, could maybe come back as president of the Parliament.
Right.
It's another of the possibilities.
But then we need a woman amongst all these men as well. I wonder whether that will play a role, whether the gender balance will be
We need
considered.
also, the heads of state need not only to propose a candidate of the European Commission,
Council.
they need to decide on a president of the European Council, because Mr. Van Rompuy's mandate is going to an end.
And as well, a new High Commissioner for Foreign Affairs and Security Matters, as well as head of the Eurogroup, I believe, could also be into the equation, depending on how the High Commissioner issue goes. Dijsselbloem has been all kinds of interesting talk going on. It's fascinating stuff, but clearly everything you've suggested tonight, Pedro, and what we heard from Juncker, if it comes to pass, would represent a political earthquake in European Union politics and a kind of a fait accompli, as we mentioned earlier.
So nobody will want to leave on their summer holidays this year. Everybody will want to stay and follow the developments of the European institutions.
We've heard of July and August surprises before. Yes,
I think if the negotiations goes smoothly, we can go for holidays, but I guess...
How long, though?
I guess it will not happen like in Germany, that they had the elections before Christmas, and then the negotiations lasted until almost end of January, no?
Here we can see Mr. Jean-Claude Juncker making a statement in the press room of the European Parliament. I wonder if we can get the sound for that. There is no sound, so we are just seeing the image for the moment. So it's our camera, in fact, that's outside showing us these images. So let's go to Belgium, well, stay in Belgium maybe, to see these final results that are coming up on our screens now. So Belgium.
We have a center-left government here in Belgium. Elio Di Rupo is the prime minister, and let's take a look where you see the EPP keeping 5 seats or perhaps losing 1.
Indeed, these are actually only provisional results. I do have to add here. They are not final results.
The S&D possibly losing a seat to 4. We don't see a major change here, though. Could you put that back up again? It's the question of the fringe again.
Yeah.
Where we've got the right, the far right actually losing a seat. That's quite interesting. Going down.
Interesting.
The Greens gaining 2.
But the Greens in Belgium are the NVA, so the
that's the NVA is one of those seats. So it's rather unclear exactly. But this is not a major shift here, even though there's been a lot of talk about the far right growing. We don't see a major change here.
NVA has 4 of those 6 seats, apparently, I'm being told. Ecolo has 1, and the Groenen has 1 seat as well, so that makes up those 6 seats. NVA had a percentage of 27, so a reasonable amount there.
I mean, the Greens, if I heard it right, then if NVA is in the Greens, and Griot's party is still not decided yet where he's going to go after the elections. There had been, I read somewhere, talk that he might go in the directions of the Greens.
Do not forget that the Greens in the European Parliament is a coalition between the Greens and the nationalists.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
And we saw the turnout there was 90%, but we have to remember that voting is compulsory here in Belgium, so that would explain that high number.
Also to keep in mind that they have that Belgium lost a seat in the Lisbon Treaty reform.
Right.
They've gone down from 22 to 21 seats. So one of these parties has lost a seat somehow.
Right.
Indeed.
But it's pretty stable.
So this is, again, refuting that sort of idea that, oh, the far right's going to, make major gains. We don't see that, at least in, a number of countries. The major gains made by the far right has been in a number of countries, but I don't think it follows a trend. It's not a trend across the board.
It's seeming to be quite fragmented, and all of the countries are proving to be very different.
But if we've heard it correctly, or read it correctly, the NVA made some of the biggest gains there on the evening overall, if one looks at the overall picture of tonight's voting. It's going to be interesting to see what happens, considering the Greens want them out of the alliance. Strange bedfellows. We heard that discussion already this evening. So.
Do not forget that today here in Belgium we had also national elections, so
that's true. That
could have an influence on the results of the European elections.
That's right. What about some of the main issues that the Parliament is going to be wrestling with when they get together, when the new Parliament comes into power? Banking union is going to be one, right? Actually carrying it out. There could be a trade deal with the Americans to approve or disapprove of. That was one of the campaign issues, definitely, during the campaign.
And another final result is coming through. And I understand that Mr. Jean-Claude Juncker is also going to come and join us here in the studio in the next few minutes. So we'll be preparing for that. But also I hear that we have final results from the Netherlands. So we will keep discussing while Jean-Claude Juncker joins us here. Please, can I ask Pedro to stay with us to join this discussion with the EPP lead candidate for President of the European Commission. We will see him joining us shortly once he's finished his press statement. So,
what about another issue? I think immigration. That was something that the far right had been really hitting on. We seem to. It looks like the Front National did quite well on that issue in France. How do you think that's going to be addressed by the Parliament now in this next term?
By the Parliament, I don't know, because it will depend on which kind of proposals come from the Commission. But it seems that the mood in the European Council is to order the Commission to find solutions, common solutions to legal immigration that are not on the table yet. But it's clearly one of the issues to come. And I will tell you another one, which is energy.
Energy. Developing an energy policy.
Climate change policies that are completely linked. I think those two will be two of the main items of the next 5 years in the European Parliament.
If I may, speak a little bit stronger, speak a little bit louder. Pedro.
We also had an indication from Mr. Wim van der Kamp that we should be looking more into IT, technology, research. These are areas where the EU has huge potential and that the Parliament should continue working.
Well, you already have Horizon 2020, 7 billion euros over the next 7 years.
Yes.
Right. But some people say that's not enough. That's not enough.
No,
is it possible to redirect more funding?
Of course, it's not enough, but it's better than what we have before. So what we need is something that the Parliament has already demanded when we approve this package of budget for the next 7 years, which is a review of the amounts in 3 years' time. Taking into account that all the projections says that the economy is going up.
Okay, let's take a look at those results from the Netherlands that we have been expecting for the last minute or so. They should be coming up on our screen, and we will be able to see if Mr. Wim van der Kamp has been re-elected and whether he'll be able to carry out some of these things that he's so keen to do here in the European Parliament. Up on our screens now. These are the final results, I understand, from the Netherlands.
So EPP keeping its 5 seats.
One of the first votes we had for these European Parliament elections, we have to remember they voted already on Thursday, but couldn't announce the results until tonight. So these are final results.
Right.
That means that Mr. Van de Kamp is coming back.
It looks like it, yeah.
It's good news for him.
Can we, that's right, same 5 seats. And can we look at that again, that list again? I'd like to see where the far right went. They went from 16 down to 12%, losing a seat.
Yeah.
That's quite significant because there was a lot of expectation by some that they would actually gain, and they did not. They actually lost. So that's bucking the tide as
the topics in the Netherlands electoral campaign was in favor of the Eurosceptics, especially Wilders, but it seems it's one of the countries in which the Eurosceptics has been disappointed so far.
Why do you think? Why?
But I think that the Dutch voters have really shown they're willing to stay in the European Union. There is no question of discussing the place of the Netherlands inside the European Union. But they have also expressed, both in the Liberal Party, which is in the government, that there is a need to maybe renationalize some European Union policies. This is what I am telling you
there. I'm sorry to be so blunt, but ahead of Jean-Claude Juncker arriving in the studio, we'd like to take a look at the results for Luxembourg, a country where Jean-Claude Juncker was president for 10 years, so a very long-serving prime minister there.
Again, also very stable.
This is a projected result, not a final result, but interesting and indicative nonetheless.
Yeah, again, it looks as if they held the line. The EPP held.
In fact, even the EPP going up, right?
Slightly up in percentages, but I think the seat total is the same.
Right, right.
But this is, of course, Jean-Claude Juncker's.
If we look again to this projection in Luxembourg, it clearly shows that the Socialists and the Liberals and the Greens, who are now in the government, are losing in a few months what they have won as support in these few months since they are on government. So it seems that the mood of the Luxembourgese voters are changing very quickly in favor of the Christian Democrats.
And again, the voter turnout, a high number in the 90s, again, because it is compulsory voting in Luxembourg. I think that's one of 4 countries with compulsory voting, if I'm correct, with Cyprus and Greece as well joining them.
Correct.
So that's important to take into account.
Although with Greece, you have had traditionally very low numbers despite the compulsoriness of it. A lot of Greeks simply don't turn out to vote, despite the fact that they officially are obliged to do so.
In Spain, how much was immigration an issue there, following up on that previous question?
In Spain, the campaign was based on very national topics. Immigration was not a big issue, to my surprise.
Yeah.
And Europe, in general, was not a big issue, to my surprise.
It was the economy, I guess.
Economy was one of the main items because the socialists, surprisingly, they were attacking the austerity policies coming from Germany and at the same time supporting a German candidate for the presidency of the Commission, which has expressed the same will of following the politics that Berlin is applying now in economic terms. So.
Right. On the far left, though, how do you think the government is going to try to address that concern that the extreme left seems to have has gained quite a bit there? Could that take the edge off some of their policies or not?
I think it's very early. To change the path of reforms that have started the national government in Spain, and they are now preparing a very huge fiscal reform to reduce taxes, which was scheduled in the political program of the Partido Popular when they win the elections 2 years ago. there are still 2 years for national elections, and I think if the government maintains its reforms, the mood of the Spanish voters will be much more favorable than today to the government.
But these fiscal reforms can be painful. And you got to see results before those elections come up. 2 years is not a long time.
Because the target of the reform is to reduce the taxes.
Yeah.
So tell me where a reduction of the taxes is painful.
Well, you also have to cut spending if you're going to cut taxes.
Yeah,
right?
but we need to cut the spending, but the economy is growing up. So that means that these cuts should be less. There is also a reduction on the prime of the debt that the Spanish government is paying. So that means that there are no administration cuts to continue now.
Right. Right.
On our screens, we briefly saw Mr. Juncker on his way to our studio. So he is en route, and he will be joining us shortly. Again, we keep cutting through to his team, and he is joining us in the room at the moment. So he'll be up with us on the stage in a few moments, and then we can have a detailed discussion with him on some of the things he was talking about in that press conference.
Right. Why don't we establish once again some of the credentials that Mr. Juncker has? If you were stuck in an elevator with somebody,
pitch.
and you had to make that elevator pitch for Mr. Juncker to be president of the Commission, how would you pitch that?
Well, Mr. Juncker has a very long experience as head of government. He has a long experience being member of the European Council. He knows very good the people who sits there. And in my view, but you can ask him the question when he arrives, he will completely change the style of being president of the Commission. How? I think he will do much more politics if he gets elected than his predecessor. His predecessor, José Manuel Durão Barroso, he has been a good president of the Commission, but
also member of the EPP.
Also member of the EPP. But between one of the accusations that we can attribute him is that he has been always acting in favor of the members of the governments of the European Council and not thinking out of the box that a lot of people expect when you are chairing the European Commission, because the European Commission, you need to know that is the most genuine European institution and is the one who has the legislative initiative. And I think Mr. Juncker will change this kind of attitude that the Commission has had in the last years and will regain political force for the European Commission.
Because there is a debate over whether the Commission should actually become more political or remain technocrats aloof of the politics.
Well, that's a debate in several countries. Especially those who are more Eurosceptic, like the United Kingdom. But I think if the European integration needs a step forward, the European Commission should be much more political. And Mr. Juncker, I think, is the right candidate to do that, because he perfectly knows the behavior of the national governments, and he knows the middle way to put them all in agreement.
So a matter of bridging also the politics between the Council and the Parliament. That's not an easy task.
And do not forget something. If Mr. Juncker gets elected, it gets elected with the support of other political groups. So that means that he will be forced somehow to follow a program which has been probably negotiated with the other members supporting his candidacy. in the European Parliament plenary.
Yeah. And you seem rather confident that this can actually happen. You think so?
Well, I'm not in the negotiations, but I think it will be the best outcome of these elections.
But is the fact that the S&D has not thrown its support behind Mr. Juncker, the ALDE has not yet, they have not given up. Could that mean trouble ahead?
No, I think that only means that nobody wants to run and they want to sit, analyze and negotiate.
Right.
Because otherwise, what will happen? I mean, if the socialists say no to the leader of or the candidate of the EPP, and they table their own candidate, the EPP will be entitled to say no to their candidate. And I don't think this will be a war in which we kill all the candidates, because that will be a lost battle for the European Parliament, a lost battle for the European political parties, and come back to the old times in which the European Council, in a night, at closed doors, they decide who is the next president of the European Commission.
Yeah.
This is the smoke-filled room scenario that we're trying to
So I think
get away
if
from.
if the main political forces stick to the slogan of this campaign, which has been this time is different, I think they need to think twice and do it smartly.
Again, we see Mr. Juncker battling his way through the cameras to get to us. It looks like it may take a little while to get through all his crowd of people. But he is on his way. We do assure you he is going to join us here very shortly.
How do you see, though, the fact that the UK is not yet supporting Mr. Juncker, or maybe never will? Mr. Cameron does not favor Mr. Juncker.
And how much does he care?
Well, Mr. Cameron,
how much does that matter?
You need to know that the European Council, for the first time also, will table a candidate in front of the European Parliament by qualified majority. So that means that Mr. Cameron alone will not have the right of veto, the candidate. And I don't think he is in a position to create a minority blocking for the Mr. Juncker or for any other candidate.
So it's not enough.
So he's just positioning himself, I think, in order to negotiate a compensation on a big post in the Commission.
And you can see from the scenes on our screens that the excitement is building as Mr. Juncker is about to join us up here on the stage. We have a number of questions that we want to put to him and a number of points that he raised in that press conference. Yet I think it may just be worth quickly recapping some of those comments that he made, that it is going to be a matter of forming coalitions, negotiating. It can't just be the EPP on their own. That there will need to be coalitions formed. Also that the Spitzenkandidat, it was an important step.
Yes.
It was an important measure to take a first step towards a more Europeanization of these elections.
Taking account of a very loosely worded clause in the Treaty of Lisbon in order to drive something much, much larger.
Exactly. The quote being taken into account. And also mentioning that it's not just the Parliament that decides, it's the heads of state in the European Council who will be the ones who make the formal nomination. Right. So he is, of course, recognizing the process, knowing that that is part of the process, but also talking about how it is important to respect what comes out of this election.
The democratic imperative.
It's two things at play here.
Right.
And he also insisted on this need to be elected by a democratic force. He doesn't want to need to rely on these Eurosceptic parties that are joining this time. So that's another issue that we could perhaps bring to our discussion with Mr. Jean-Claude Juncker when he joins us up here on the stage.
There's
Indeed, as it is a live broadcast, you will hear that there is a little
quite
bit
a bit of media interest at the moment.
Background
and,
noise.
It's difficult to break that up, but we will shortly have Mr. Juncker with us.
Very much the man of the moment, we could say, and very much in demand.
Which is the name of the song? The Winner Take It All.
Winner Take It All.
That song, yes.
It reminds me of scenes when I was covering Eurogroup meetings.
Yeah. Yes.
It was exactly the same way.
So
you had lots of people chasing after him, so I'm sure he feels very much at home.
I suspected it.
And that's all part of it.
Yeah.
Mr. Juncker making his way up to the stage.
Getting mic'd.
Microphone going on, and he will come and join us. And Pedro, of course, we invite you to stay with us to help us ask these questions and to find out exactly what's going to happen in the next few days and weeks.
This hearing room, by the way, directly across from the entrance of the plenary of the European Parliament. So this is in the heart of the European Parliament here, where we sit.
So we'll also be having another look at those results from Luxembourg a little bit later, so that we can discuss those with Mr. Juncker himself. As I said, he led Luxembourg as Prime Minister for more than 10 years, so a long period as a Prime Minister there.
Yep.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, he's been along for a long time, and of course, as head of the Eurogroup, as Mr. Euro, has been intimately involved in most of the details of the Euro's development and its defense.
Good evening. Congratulations.
Hi.
As well. How are you?
Good evening.
Please. So, Mr. Juncker, thank you very much for coming to join us here in the studio for our live television broadcast on the European Parliament election results. We see you brought a crowd with you, very much the man of the moment. What are your first reactions to what's happening this evening?
I had three thoughts. The first was for the victims of the attack which took place yesterday in Brussels. That's a European catastrophe, not only a Belgian one. And so I'm deeply sorrowed by what happened in Belgium. My second thought, perhaps you don't believe it, but my second thought was for Ukraine, because the Ukrainian people has proven that Ukraine is firmly committed to democracy, to progress, and I really and I strongly hope and believe that now an atmosphere of dialogue has become possible. This is a major event of today, and the third event of today, the third, are these European elections, and I'm happy and grateful for that my political family won these elections in a double-digit way. We don't know about the exact final results, but it appears that in a crystal clear way, the EPP has won these elections. Should I be sad about that? No, I'm happy about that.
Mr. Juncker, how...
Just before we ask these questions, could I ask for the results from Luxembourg to be brought on our screens? It's a country you know very well.
They are excellent.
Then perhaps we can look in a little more detail together with you. A country that you led through some very difficult times. You must be pleased with these results this evening.
I am.
You are indeed. Great. That's good to hear.
My party won these elections and won 6% or something, more than 6%. The governmental parties, the three of them, who excluded us from the coalition formation in Luxembourg, although we have won parliamentary elections back in October 13, have been strongly defeated. I'm not happy about the fact that they have been defeated. I'm happy about the fact that we won the elections, which comes exactly to the same result.
Indeed. Strong showing for the EPP in a number of countries. Obviously, we see a large number of seats ahead of the S&D, which was not expected, actually, initially.
You never know. You never know.
But how certain can you be that you will be the next Commission President?
I would like the members of the European Council and the relevant political forces in the European Parliament to stick to the commitments which were theirs. The commitment is, according to the Lisbon Treaty, that the results of the European elections will be taken into account when it comes to the appointment of the President of the European Commission, to the proposal.
Taken into account?
Yeah,
that doesn't mean a done deal.
That does not mean that this should not be taken into account. And it's the first time that the European Treaty is saying that the result of the election has to be taken into account. If members of the European Council would step away from the commitment they subscribed when subscribing the Lisbon Treaty and when bringing this Lisbon Treaty to national ratifications, this would be a denial of democracy. This having been said, it's obviously clear that the one who will be proposed as a President of the Commission has, to put it too technically, to organize a majority behind his person, behind his program, and I will do whatever I can to have this majority being built behind the proposals I will make and supporting the leading, the top candidate of the EPP. I would never accept that a priori other parties would try to undertake everything to prevent the respect of the European results. I would become very outspoken if this happened. It will not happen.
To that end, though, on cooperation building in future, have you spoken to Martin Schulz this evening? And if so, what about concretely?
Martin Schulz was advocating during this campaign that there should be no talks behind closed doors. So put him the question.
So the question is that when can we arrange this first meeting? I think that's going to be the next step. There's still a lot to be done.
There's also another question on that, though.
Yeah.
If and when you do speak with him about building collaboration, you both must realize that there are potentially up to 200 Eurosceptic or Euro-hostile members, new members of Parliament. Can you simply ignore them?
You have to realize that there is a clear-cut pro-European majority in this Parliament. I never understood why, during the electoral campaign, and even today and tonight, many journalists of more than one country, journalists of many countries are insisting on the fact that there are other parliamentary forces in the parliament do insist on the fact that there is a clear pro-European majority. The extreme right has not won these elections. Pro-European parties, democratic parties have won these elections. So don't transform the result of the extreme right parties into a victory. They did lose.
They lost, but it's going to be more difficult to put together coalitions to pass legislation that you're going to be proposing through the Commission if you become Commission President. Isn't this going to make life more difficult?
I never thought that democracy was an easy system to live in. Democracy is a very complicated, demanding system, and so we have to live with the results, but the pro-Europeans, the democratic parties did won these elections all over Europe.
Concretely, what about when there's a trade accord with the United States and there's a lot of dispute between the right and the left over whether there should be a trade accord?
No, there is not. Where is the dispute between the Socialist Party and my political family when it comes to the free trade agreement with the US? All of us, we are saying that European standards, European norms, health security, social protections, have to be respected. We have to discuss with the US in a frank and open way. We are not the slaves of the US. The socialists don't want to be the slaves, nor do we want to be the slaves. But where is the difference between the socialists and ourselves when it comes to the trade?
Well, it's in terms of perhaps over labor issues, over environmental issues.
I have been 17 years during my life. That was the most exciting period of my life. Labor minister, do you think that reaching the age of maturity, I would change my basic ideas when it comes to social issues? You will be surprised.
Mr. Juncker, you talked a lot about bridge building in your past and as well tonight in your remarks earlier on. You talked about establishing an atmosphere of dialogue between Russia and the Ukraine. And then you said, tellingly, I thought, we need both of them, Russia and Ukraine. Can you explain what you mean by that in a European context?
What I said is like a poem. It's speaking for itself. It's obvious that when it comes to European security architecture, that we have to enter a dialogue with Russia. I don't accept what Mr. Putin did in Crimea and in parts of Ukraine. But nevertheless, if you don't want war, and I don't want war, you have to discuss not abandoning our Ukrainian friends. In no case should this happen, and this will not happen, but we have to have an open dialogue channel towards Moscow. And nobody is saying the contrary. Nobody is saying the contrary. Certainly not the extreme right parties, because they are the real supporters of Mr. Putin, but because I was really impressed by the fact that all the extreme right parties are more or less supporting Mr. Putin's behavior. I'm not, but we don't need the extreme right to talk to Mr. Putin. But Mr. Putin knows perfectly well, and I know that he knows that he has to discuss with the European Union.
Thank you very much, Mr. Juncker, or should I say President Juncker. No. Thank you very much to everybody that has joined us this evening. We are now going to close the programme. I will wait 1 minute for the noise to die down, while I just say a quick thank you to all the guests that came into the studio and joined us on Skype. Thank you to the interpreters and to all the technicians that have made tonight's show possible. I hope you've enjoyed it. We wish you all the best in the future, Mr. Juncker, and we look forward to working with you. Thank you very much, and good night.
Okay, so bye-bye.